talking about his man down.
Let's hear him again. This is one of the initial calls. This is what Baton Rouge Police were dealing with just shortly before 9 o'clock. This is how this all started, and let's see what we can learn from it.
Order, shot fired, officer down, shot fired, officer down. Got a city officer down, shot fired. Shot fired on your line. I know where the subject shooting from. Point around. Point around. Full around. Okay. So far up on the coast. Quarters 10-3 your traffic, 10-3 your traffic. Shots fired, officer down behind the building, and here.
Mulkins is at a very busy Our Lady of the Lake hospital where officers are trying to focus on keeping people away from the health center, but also focused on their men inside who have just passed or who have been injured. Let's get out live to Graham Mulkins there along Essen outside of Our Lady of the Lake Medical Center.
Guys, I just spoke with Our Lady of the Lake staff. They just confirmed that they received 5 patients, 5 officers who were shot. They said 3 of those officers are dead. 2 others are injured here. One of them listed in critical condition, and the other one is listed in fair condition. So 3 officers killed, 1 critical and 1 fair at this point. They were not able to break that down by department, whether it's Baton Rouge Police or the Sheriff's Office. But I can tell you that the Colonel helicopter arrive and take off again, and there is still an armed police presence out here stopping all of the vehicles that are coming in. But we can tell you a lot of people are coming here just to drop off water, Gatorade. We saw one man drop off a case of water for the officer here. We saw another man come in just to embrace the officer. It looks like they prayed for a moment before he spun back around and left the hospital. So they have enough water, they have enough supplies at this point, so the public does not need to come. It's a nice show of support for the officers here, but he has got a case of water, all sorts of Gatorade bottles. At this point, the officer was very nice, come over and spoke to us and told us that he's here to protect us as well, and asked us if we saw anything to please let him know. So there had been a steady stream, though, of officers from all different agencies coming in here. We've seen Baton Rouge Police, we've seen Sheriff's Office, we've seen LSU Police come here as well to see if there's anything they can do to help. Can also tell you that Baton Rouge General on Bluebonnet, part of that hospital is locked down. The ER remains open, but that hospital is locked down as well at this point. So that is the latest. It's very tense. We've seen lots of officers and presumptive family members speeding into this hospital with very somber faces, obviously trying to show some support for their brothers and sisters who are injured, and now we know that 3 died right here at Our Lady of the Lake Hospital. We saw a coroner's van come here as well pretty early on in this day, guys.
Graham, a couple of things. That officer there has really become the face of this as far as our hospital shots of this. It goes without saying. Okay, but you have to think, though, people have been shot, things can change in a heartbeat.
And we say those terms all the time, critical, fair, and we report them to you all the time, but it is important, I think, with a lot of people tuned into this to define those conditions. Greg, you're right, and it really stuck with me, that officer, as we take a live look outside of Our Lady of the Lake Medical Center, it stuck with me when I was listening to the coverage earlier, and you really took a moment to get inside the heart and the mind of that particular officer right there as he protects his community, but is also on the front line as a black officer and members of his community, how difficult this is all the way around.
He's obviously, looks like detaining someone at this moment. We don't know what this is about. Obviously somebody who showed up at the hospital, and just for officer safety, sometimes they not necessarily arrest people, but they call it detained. And they'll take a subject into custody. This guy obviously complying with officers. You see somebody in the foreground back there getting some pictures with their cell phone or a camera. So obviously people are just trying their best to take a deep breath in the middle of all this, because so much of the city is on edge, and this has not helped anything. See Denise Marcel earlier. Lauren, I don't know if you were here when she was talking. Said that she spoke with the store owner out there, Triple S store, and he asked no one to come to the store today. They asked for no protest citywide, It's obviously your right to protest. It's how this country was founded. It is what this country is based on, that right, and to protest what you think is wrong with your government. They are asking, just out of respect and honor for not only the officers but for the city, that we have no protests today. The Baton Rouge Police Department, the Sheriff's Office are spread extremely thin.
Our city needs that quiet, and it's important to note, if you're just now joining us, Graham Olkins, who is just outside of Our Lady of the Lake, said that there have been people wanting to bring that particular officer and law enforcement out there, water, food. We are told they are good right now, and that is the city that we know. That is the Baton Rouge that we know, all of you wanting to help and make a difference. But for now, as they try and get a handle on this, stay home, and they're good to go right now on water.
That live picture you saw there outside of Our Lady of the Lake Hospital, that officer we've been talking about was taking somebody into custody to try and figure out, this is the car that they are now looking at. We often do not see live pictures of something like to neutralize it and move on. And a lot of things will be done out of abundance of caution. But one thing we can learn from here is there was obviously an issue with this car, with the person in it. The person complied with police, let them handcuff him, and he's now sitting down on the other side of that car, obeying officers' orders.
In fact, we saw the officer walking almost with a comforting hand on his shoulder, leading him from the vehicle. Seemed to be a peaceful situation, and we're watching this as you are right now as they try to figure out what's going on inside of this red vehicle.
And obviously moving it now to not block the entrance to the emergency room there at Our Lady of the Lake Hospital. Now, we do know that, I think we heard from Karen Chawla and some of our other partners that Baton Rouge General is also involved in this, as they have received some. And we do know as many as 7 were shot, possibly more. So obviously Baton Rouge General is helping out in this, and I think it was Kieran that said that they were in a code yellow, or at least a yellow alert, meaning that they had to receive a bunch of patients really fast.
We are expecting to talk live with police here shortly, but the latest numbers coming specifically from Our Lady of the Lake Hospital as we work to define what these conditions really mean. 1 critical, 1 fair. The officers, 5 officers total brought to Our Lady of the Lake, and if you are just now joining us, 3 officers are dead.
Here's something I was just thinking of, and our blood center about a few weeks ago sent out an urgent call saying they were very low on blood, that they were almost at an emergency situation. If we've had 7 officers shot, and obviously there's been a lot of blood, we're going to check in with that and just see, but that might be something that you may be able to do, is help out by donating blood, because they're going to need it.
This is just coming in from our Karen Chawla, and we will check in with her in just a moment, but the information coming from her and Baton Rouge Police is that officers are in a standoff situation with one of the suspects at this time at an unknown location. We are continuing to follow those developments for you, as we have heard 1 suspect has been killed, 2 at large. But again, just coming in from our Karen Chawla, that one of those at large may be in a standoff with officers. Greg.
That many people involved in this. One witness describing them as a sniper wearing sniper type gear. That has got a lot of folks in Baton Rouge just trying to make sense of this. This is not something that happens in Baton Rouge. This has been a community that has, I mean, we had and now we are dealing with this, and to see the state representative in tears this morning, someone who grew up in Baton Rouge, realizing exactly what has happened to her city, and you know, we're all living here. It's all part of our community, and you have to imagine that this is just not what anybody wants to wake up to.
Not at all. If you talk to law enforcement or community members over the past 2 weeks, to them, I've heard many people say it's felt like months. Our city could use a break, and that is not what we got this morning. Earlier, starting around 9 a.m. as this unfolded, to take you with the timeline, 2 weeks ago, nearly 2 weeks ago, early on a Tuesday morning, the shooting death of Alton Sterling. As we went on throughout the week, the shooting death in Minnesota of Philando Castile, followed by the killing of 5 police officers in Dallas. Now, just Friday, Alton Sterling was laid to rest, and we had what seems to be a peaceful weekend to follow that, and now this.
We're checking in, Lauren, with our sources now. We plan to hear from Baton Rouge Police or at least some type of law enforcement here very, very shortly. And as soon as we get that, of course, we'll go to it. We're putting plenty on our social media pages as well. Some of it we're finding out along with you. I'm going to check in with Graham Mulkins because I think that blood thing might be an important thing. If we've had 7 officers shot, possibly more, we do know that at least 3 are dead, that they may need some blood there. I'm going to check in with him and see what the best way is to get that accomplished. But there's so many people out there, Lauren, in these situations that want to do something.
Indeed, Greg. We believe we have a witness on the phone right now who we saw video from earlier this morning. His name is Brady. Brady, you are still near the scene, rather. What can you tell us right now as far as what you're seeing and what you've gathered now that things have kind of set in?
What I've gathered right now is that they may have caught the suspects, or what I've heard is 2 are still at large. I'm directly next to the scene on Carolyn Sioux Drive, right behind the Party City, and they still have the whole place surrounded. They have cops aligned in the street in front of the house. They have. I'm not really sure what's going on at the moment.
Brady, from what we've gathered from a witness and from law enforcement, there have been reports that officers were targeted. Do you believe that based off of what you have seen and heard?
I'm not entirely sure. I don't think that police officers were targeted. It may have been a planned attack, but not to my assumption. What I witnessed as I walked around the fence and saw a man laying on the ground in a red shirt that wasn't a police officer, and he was in a parking lot, an empty parking lot, with another gunman running away as more shots were being fired back and forth from several guns. And then about 45 seconds later, that's when police started to pull up on the scene.
Did you see one of the suspects wearing a mask? We've heard reports of a masked gunman, ninja style, military style. Did you witness that?
Yes, ma'am. He ran, as he was running down the fence, I guess, to run away from the scene. He was running towards me. He wasn't ninja styled or military out at all. He was in all black. He was in black shorts or black shirt. He had a mask on and had a gun in his hand. The way he was moving, you would know that this was just a pedestrian running with a rifle in his hand more than someone with trained skills to move and get away with a rifle. And so, if anything, this is just a man on the streets acting out or having, a problem. I'm not entirely sure. I just know from what I saw, I don't believe that it was police targeted.
Brady, this is Greg Merriweather, and we want to be careful that, tell us what your vantage point was, because maybe you saw part of it and didn't see the other part of it. Is that possible?
Yes, sir. I seen it as it was happening. I didn't see the store situation. I just saw what had took place next to the store behind Party City in the parking lot.
Now, what were you doing around this time, Brady, to give us an idea? It was just your regular Sunday morning. What were you in the middle of when this all unfolded?
I was pulling up to a job site over here. I'm doing a floor over in a foster center this morning, and that's what was going on as I was pulling. That's what I was coming to take care of.
When you heard the gunshots, Brady, did they sound like automatic? Were they in very close successions like what we heard?
Definitely semi-automatic, and maybe a handgun as well, because from the shots I heard, it was rapid fire, but it wasn't an automatic rifle, but it was semi-automatic rifles.
Semi-automatic, yeah, that's what I was referring to. Right now we're looking at some pictures of that viewers have sent in from the scene, and so many of those businesses are well known to a lot of our viewers. The Pep Boys you saw there a moment ago, the Albertsons is very close to there, Hem and Air Shopping Center. Brady, what business were you near?
Sir?
Where were you specifically at?
Right behind Party City, on Carolyn Sioux Road or Drive.
Yes.
I was right here directly behind the scene. I came maybe 30 yards, 25 yards from the gunman before he realized I was standing in the street in front of him. and he turned around, and that's when he realized I was there. That's when he turned around and started hiking back towards Party City and towards the stores and running back that way.
I got you. Thank you very much, Brady. We appreciate you taking time with
I
us.
just got this in from a health official, and it is so true in these situations. A lot of people, as we were talking about blood donations, Greg, they rush to do it this first day, which is very important, but keep those blood donation centers top of mind throughout the week and beyond as well, because what people forget is that it does have an expiration date, and so you need to keep your eyes on this situation, and maybe if you have time or feel inclined to do so later in the week, it's probably going to be needed then too.
This is something that's not going away or quiet anytime soon. Let's check back in now with Graham Elkins, who is outside of Our Lady of the Lake Hospital with an update. Graham.
Yeah, Greg, just wanted to give you that clarification that you asked for. Of course, Lady of the Lake reported that they got 5 patients total. 3 of those patients died here at the hospital. They said the other 2 officers or possible deputies that came here, one is in critical condition and one is in fair condition. So I just got the definitions of fair and critical for you, Greg. Fair, vital signs are stable within normal limits. Patient is conscious but maybe uncomfortable. Indications are favorable. So it would be looking good for the officer or deputy in fair condition. As far as critical goes, the definition there, vital signs unstable, not within normal limits, patient may be unconscious, and the indicators are unfavorable. So it would not be looking so good for the officer and deputy or deputy in critical condition here. Of course, the latest developments as well, we saw lots of officers come and surround this red car, detain the man that was driving this car. He was placed in handcuffs and taken away in another vehicle. Not exactly sure what the threat was. There was some indications that he may have had a gun in the vehicle, so it could just be simply a safety measure just to be absolutely sure of no threat coming in. But that man was detained and the car is here, and there are a lot more officers, Baton Rouge police officers, at the entrance of the hospital now than there were just about an hour ago. So an increased presence outside of the entrance of Our Lady of the Lake. This hospital is still on lockdown. I can tell you I've also spoken with the representatives of Baton Rouge General. They say they did not get any patients today. Either hospital here on Bluebonnet or the Mid-City location did not get any patients, but they say their hospitals are on lockdown as well, just as a complete safety precaution because of what's going on today. Greg?
All right, thank you very much, Graham Elkins. We appreciate that. Some good news from your reporting there that at least that one officer who is in fair condition, Graham saying that he's at least, that could be conscious and at least have a favorable outlook for their condition, whether it be man or female, but we do know that that officer there is doing better. But it is not the case for so many more, including the 3 that are dead. You're seeing there on your screen that 1 suspect is among those dead and 2 are at large. And I think Kieran Chawla was reporting that one of them was barricaded somewhere. In
some sort of a standoff situation. We don't have that location as to where that suspect is with police. We are hearing from the governor's office calling this an unspeakable and unjustified attack. And he, as well as Colonel Mike Edmonson and Sheriff Sid Gautreaux, en route to Baton Rouge. The sheriff and Colonel Edmonson were in Lake Charles earlier this morning.
And we believe that they are probably here at this point. They were about 15 minutes out, and that was more than 15 minutes ago. So hopefully they are here now and they're able to try to get a handle on this situation. And right now we have Baton Rouge Metro Councilman John Delgado by phone. Councilman Delgado, part of this, I don't necessarily think is in your district, but obviously it's in your city. What is going through your mind and what can you tell us?
I am just beyond shocked right now. I think everybody is. This is something that we just never expected. It is an incredible tragedy, and my heart, my thoughts, my prayers go out to everyone in law enforcement, but particularly the families of those who have been involved in this shooting today.
From your standpoint, over the past 2 weeks, this is never needed. This type of violence. It's not something you expected to wake up to. As you're on a platform able to speak with those in your community right now, what would you urge them to do?
Right now, I would urge everyone to first stay at home. Do not leave your house right now. I don't want to alarm people unnecessarily, but there are 2 potentially shooters out there that are still at large, so we need to make sure everybody stays home and stays safe. That's first and foremost. Second of all, I want to let everybody know that the people who perpetrated this horrific crime will be caught. They will be punished. everyone in law enforcement in this city, in this community, in this state, and in this nation will be after these guys. And no mistake about it, they will be punished.
What is your, and Lauren, can I ask you this, and I'll kind of ask you again, what is your message to Baton Rouge and what we've been going through with this now these last few days, and everybody's kind of on alert at each other?
At this point, we do have to hold out hope that we will get through this. This is an incredibly difficult time for our entire community, but we will get through this. It's just going to take an incredible amount of willpower and strength of character for us to unite, but I fully believe that we're able to do so.
Councilman John Delgado, thank you very much. It's hard to wake up to this for everyone in our city this afternoon, and as it stands right now, you see the numbers on your screen: 7 officers shot, 3 dead. 5 of those officers were brought to Our Lady of the Lake Medical Center, 1 in fair condition, 1 critical, and we are waiting to hear a briefing from Baton Rouge Police. But from where it stands right now, according to our Kieran Chawla, 1 of the suspects at large in a standoff with officers.
Folks, as soon as we get any more information on that, we'll of course bring it to you, because that is probably the most important part of the story right now, is your safety as far as where these suspects are. We won't give away locations, obviously, because of police. We want to protect that situation. But if there's anything that we know of or any neighborhoods specifically affected, we'll of course tell you about it right here. I got this note while we just have just a quick moment to take a breath. Somebody sent us a note saying they're watching our broadcast in London. It says, heart goes out to the city, the public, law enforcement, first responders, to all the folks. I really feel for you at this difficult time. It saddens me again to turn on the news and hear of another shooting in the U.S., specifically against law enforcement. I pray peace comes to you all very soon. That is from Brian in London.
Wow.
So this story has reached out from Baton Rouge and has touched the folks all across the globe.
It really has. The text messages, the emails flooding into our city starting around 9 o'clock this morning have been overwhelming. All eyes are on us once again, unfortunately. And as it stands right now, we are waiting to hear a press briefing from law enforcement. But they are obviously extremely busy right now and could use your help. We are hearing from authorities to keep your eyes open, but if you can, stay inside, especially if you are near Old Hammond and Airline or near Our Lady of the Lake Hospital. That is an extremely busy part of our city right there on Essen and the interstate. And so I know it may be hard to not get out and run your errands today, but it's just a good idea if you can help alleviate the stress for officers as far as traffic concerns, because they have much more important issues on their hands right now.
They absolutely do, and it could be something as simple as you getting out and getting into a fender bender somewhere on the other side of the city. That takes away resources that are needed right now to this part of the city. So just please be careful with that, and just know that all the information, I know some of you have to get out and there are things you have to do, but we don't need any folks out there trying to look on the scene and see what they can figure out. We're being told that the governor's office of Homeland Security, there will be a press briefing at 3 o'clock this afternoon, so it's about 3 hours from now. We'll have some details on that, but we expect to hear from law enforcement officials a little bit before that. If we could, let's also, because we want to continue the reporting in the direction of the folks that are watching this, that are waking up right now at this noon hour and getting out, we want to make sure that, first let me tell you what you're looking at on your screen. This is a red car that showed up at Our Lady of the Lake Hospital. Officers were able to detain the guy that was in it and ask him some questions, so they're looking that over. What I was saying, go ahead, sorry.
But we have just heard that we need to correct our numbers. It was 7 shot, 7 that what we were telling you earlier. We have just been told that is now down to 6. Obviously, we are reporting what we hear from law enforcement as this story develops. So that is what happens with the media. The numbers often change, but we have just been told to correct that number. It is 6 officers shot, 3 dead.
We will be happy to make that correction.
Yes.
Anytime we can take these numbers down, that is great, because originally CBS had even started as far as 8. Now we're getting down to 6, so that is very good information. We do know, unfortunately, though, that those 3 have died, and we don't expect that number to change. That red car, Lauren, that we're looking at outside of Our Lady of the Lake Hospital, they did find a gun in it. What appears to have happened, we saw the officer contact the guy, talk to him. Maybe the guy told him that, yes, I do have a gun in here. The officer obviously said, do you have any weapons probably on you? Weapons aren't allowed in the emergency room. They're not allowed in the hospital. So obviously he told them, yes, it looks like, and they did recover some gun from there. What I was
That is how an encounter should go in that
Sure.
situation, peacefully led away from the vehicle as they search it in this tense situation.
What I'd like to do, if we can have some of our folks, and we're working in this direction, is we need to get, we would like to, and we hope to hear officially from law enforcement, but we need to get more information to you, and we're trying as best we can on the actual suspect that is still at large. That way we can keep you safe. David Begnaud.
Yes, we have David Begnaud live on the phone with us. He is from Louisiana, the Lafayette area, and unfortunately had to make the trip to his state 2 weeks ago after the shooting death of Alton Sterling, has not left, and now he has another tragedy on his hands. David, good morning to you. He is from CBS.
Good morning to you. I'm actually in Florida where I had returned. I'm about to board a chartered flight from West Palm Beach back to Baton Rouge. In speaking with my law enforcement sources at the scene, one of them, the first thing they said when the phone rang and I said hello, this individual said, "It's sad. It's sad here." And this is what they were worried about. I remember when we interviewed Lieutenant Governor John Bell Edwards about a week ago for a 48-hour special, there was some concern amongst the governor and his staff that he might be speaking a little too early because he was feeling confident in a way and pleased at how peaceful things had been, but he was worried about going on television and expressing that because it might be taken the wrong way and it might not remain peaceful. And this was their worst fear. Realize what happened today.
David, correspondent for CBS News, and you're obviously coming back here. What has any of your what was the sense that you got from those officials as far as, did you hear anything about any of these that are still out there, these suspects?
I have not heard anything other than the information at the scene was that there may be two others, and when I pressed the individual who called me as to why they thought there were two other suspects, they said, "Listen, we don't have a whole lot to go on other than that's what we were told initially, and we've got to take it as if it's real." So what we have confirmed is that one suspect is deceased, and there may be as many as two others. Now, remember, Greg, let's go back to the pawn shop burglary a week ago, where local law enforcement in Baton Rouge say they foiled an alleged plot to kill Baton Rouge police officers. There was some criticism to the police at that time as to, well, are they just saying that it was an alleged plot and are they making it out to be bigger than it was? And I remember talking to several law enforcement officers behind the scenes who said, this is exactly what we were worried about. And the reason we didn't broadcast it and put it out initially is because we were trying to work it, we were trying to confirm it, and we were trying to foil anything else that might be sizzling or bubbling in the area. Finally, word leaked out. Everyone, including W.A.A. and CBS News, reported on that alleged plot. And as you know, over the last 3 to 4 days, it seemed as though the protesters had gone home, many of them, at least those from out of town. Things had started to quiet down. Even the protests outside Baton Rouge Police Headquarters was significantly smaller than they had been in the past. And now for this to happen, according to just a little bit of editorial for you, I was told that Colonel Edmonson and the East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff were both in Lake Charles when they initially got word of the shooting. They both got on a helicopter and flew directly, I'm told, to Baton Rouge, and one of their first stops has been at the hospital, where some of the officers are being treated right now. Beyond being on lockdown, I've also been told that family members of the injured officers have been not only notified, but that some of them have been taken under escort to the hospitals to be near the officers in this time of need. You know, at least 2 hospitals are on lockdown for the safety not only of law enforcement, but the people inside the hospital.
David Begnaud, thank you very much. If you get anything else, please let us know, and please have a safe flight here to Baton Rouge. We'll see you momentarily. Lauren.
I'd like to take a moment and read this statement coming in from Louisiana's Governor John Bell Edwards. It reads, "This is an unspeakable and unjustified attack on all of us at a time when we need unity and healing. Rest assured, every resource of the state of Louisiana will be used to assure the perpetrators are swiftly brought to justice. For now, I'm asking all Louisianians to join Donna and me in praying for the officers involved and their families as the situation continues to unfold." That again, a statement from Louisiana's Governor John Bell Edwards. We are also hearing, as in many situations like this, emergency situations, that LSU has mobilized its Emergency Operations Center. Of course, many parents of students across the country seeing these headlines and are concerned about what's going on and if their children are safe. So that is the reason for that.
We will continue to monitor the hospital situation. You heard Graham Elkins and David Begnaud from CBS News talking about it. The one good news that Graham was able to report was that one of the patients, as an officer, is in fair condition, which that is good for that officer. Obviously still shot or obviously still injured somehow, but is in fair condition, which is obviously a very good thing. The bad part of this, the horrible part of this, the part that will kind of give you that lump in your throat that makes you almost hard to talk about. 3 officers we've confirmed have died in this shootout that happened on Airline Highway in a very busy part, even on a Sunday morning, a very busy part of Airline, just gunfire ringing out in that area. We have the dispatch audio that we ran a little earlier this morning. Do we have that to give you an idea of what one of the officers was hearing? Here it is.
Oh, shot fired, officer down, shot fired, officer down. Got a city officer down, shot fired. Shot fired on Airline. I know where the subject shooting from. Only route. Only route. Full route. Okay. So, up front of code. Quarter 10-3 of traffic, 10-3 of traffic. Shots fired, officer down behind the building, and hands found. Unknown where the subject shooting from.
That unknown where the subject shooting from is the part of that makes you really think and wonder of what's going on there. And then you couple that with the lady who was on the scene live on her Facebook page saying that she saw somebody dressed in like military style gear and even called them a sniper shooting at police. And it looked like at that point that he had stopped, and then she said it looked like he was about to pop off again at the officers.
Eerily similar when you hear sniper style in the initial reports to what the initial reports were coming out of Dallas. So coming off of the heels of that tragedy, you have to think what's going on in the minds of these officers, describing it in that same fashion. We are waiting to hear from Baton Rouge Police, but we want to remind you once again, if you are anywhere near this scene, this is from earlier today, but if you are anywhere near Old Hammond and Airline or near Our Lady of the Lake Hospital, stay back, stay home if you can. That is the biggest message coming from authorities from multiple parishes, from state police, from the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office, from Baton Rouge Police, Ascension Parish deputies, LSU. They could really use your help in making sure nothing else happens today that they need to be dispatched to.
You know, some of the confusion about how many officers were actually shot could have come in the fact that necessarily you didn't have to be shot to be taken from there by ambulance to the hospital. You could have been injured. We've seen in sometimes in encounters broken legs and things like that of officers trying to move really quickly to get to things. So we do know that some of the officers injured, but we have now confirmed though that 6 have been shot and 3 of them have died. Now we were told earlier that this doesn't just extend to the Baton Rouge Police Department, but perhaps to sheriff's deputies. And Casey Rayburn Hicks was saying that she didn't believe that her officers or her deputies were patrolling, the sheriff's deputies were necessarily patrolling with police, but had just responded to the actual scene. So
multiple departments affected, and it is a very busy time for health officials as well. We mentioned the blood centers are going to need the public's help, not just today. Don't just react today, but keep them top of mind throughout the week, as the need is already great during the summer months, and now with a tragedy like this, obviously very evident that they're going to need some help. Now, we keep getting emails, tweets, Facebook messages, which are welcome. We want all of the information, but a lot of people concerned over the specific numbers, what the national media is reporting, what the local media is reporting. We are going to be very careful that we report exactly what we hear from law enforcement right when that comes in. So as it stands, 6 officers shot, 3 dead on a Sunday morning in Baton Rouge.
Let's get out now to Graham Elkins, who is live outside of Our Lady of the Lake Hospital with an update. Graham.
Yeah, just a couple of quick updates for you. First, the man who was detained here in this red car as he pulled into Our Lady of the Lake, he's being let go. He's getting back into his car. His family showed up here as well. And we know that he was sick and simply trying to go to the emergency room, but he did have a gun in his vehicle. And that's why police detained him, just as a precaution, because there are no firearms allowed on the hospital campus here unless you are, of course, a law enforcement officer. So he is being released He had a sore throat and fever, flu-like symptoms, so he was coming here simply for treatment. The officers asked him if he had a gun. He said he had a gun. His family said it's registered to him. It's a legal gun, and he is now being let go. The other update is that Baton Rouge General did receive one of the officers. We don't have any update yet on the condition there, but that explains if we have 6 officers shot, 5 of them were brought here to Our Lady of the Lake, and we know that the other officer, that 6th officer, was brought to Baton Rouge General, but do not know the status of that officer or deputy at this point. Greg?
Thank you, Graham Mulkins. We appreciate that update. We'll get back to you as it is needed.
We have heard from State Representative C. Denise Marcel this morning. We have heard from Councilman John Delgado at the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office, and they should be here right now getting briefed, and they already have on their way East Baton Rouge Sheriff Sid Gautreaux and State Police Colonel Mike Edmonson.
Let's, since it's just, 12:09, we've been on the air now for a couple hours reporting this, and this information is going. Let's take you back to basically give you an update and where we are, where we started, and what happened. This happened just before 9 o'clock, right behind or near the Be Quick gas station, right there near the Old Hammond Auto Body Spa, the little car wash there. There were reports of shots fired, officer down. We believe that the officers and deputies engaged the suspects or suspect somewhere behind that area. From there, we started getting more reports, and then obviously the grave reports. Let's take you to one of the videos, one of the first videos we got from the scene, and it kind of gives you an idea of what they were dealing with and what we are now dealing with. All right, again, obviously you can see that there's some bad language about to happen in that, but you hear the succession of gunshots, and you hear what sounds like semi-automatic gunfire at one point.
Yes, we've been getting all kinds of emails from people wanting to help, but they don't know what to do at this point, and thank you for that. They've been asking where they can donate blood. There's LifeShare Blood Centers, United Blood Services, and we will provide that information as it becomes available to us, and we speak with them on the specific need and what they are seeing at those blood centers. But you heard that initial video, those gunshots. That is what happened around 9 a.m. And as we've heard different reports throughout the morning, we have now been told 6 officers shot, 3 dead. 5 of those officers taken right there to Our Lady of the Lake Hospital, a live look at, thankfully, a peaceful situation outside of the medical center, and unconfirmed reports that possibly Baton Rouge General has taken patients.
This is a live vantage point. This is literally as you come up Drusilla right to Airline Highway. I'm a fan of that Hammond Air Shopping Center, so I recognize this area. You can see the Applebee's there off in the distance. This is where some of the command staff was set up earlier to try and make sure that everybody was kind of on the same page. So this look that you're looking at right now is coming down as if you were on Old Hammond Highway coming from the Corporate Boulevard area. You just passed Terra at that point. A lot of folks in Terra on edge, as you can imagine. A huge neighborhood there right off of Terra Boulevard, and other neighborhoods all in there. I mentioned earlier that Jay Darden, the Commissioner of Administration, lives in that area, so this is an area that affects all sorts of people, all sorts of races and economic statuses there. It's kind of a cultural hub, really, of Baton Rouge, just when you have so many different people. I'm just getting this in. This is a text message I just received from Father Jeff V.A.A., obviously a well-known priest here. Let's see if I can pull it up. He says he wants to get the word out that there will be a prayer vigil for people who want to pray in the Zachary area this evening. It will begin at 6 o'clock at the Zachary Gazebo, directly in the back of the Zachary Police Department. We want to pray for our fallen police and pray for peace and unity in our community. and we will try to get more on that, but that is coming from Father V.A.A. So if you're in the Zachary area, St. Francisville, Baker, and you want to do something and you don't know quite what that might be, perhaps this is something. 6 o'clock tonight behind the Zachary Police Department, they will have a prayer vigil. You'll be able to talk with folks there too. Maybe take your kids and let them ask the questions that they need to ask. Obviously, Father V.A.A. we believe will be there, a priest that is well connected to this community, and will be able to answer some of those questions. And some of those answers, we know that there are young children watching now who have a lot of questions, who are wondering, am I safe? We believe you are right now. We believe that they've got the suspects contained. One of them is dead. The other, we believe, is held up. There's a SWAT situation going on. And Lauren, during the protests, we saw some of the officers on the front line, but then there was a SWAT team behind them. Those officers are extremely well trained in how to get somebody to neutralize a threat. I mean, that's exactly what they call it, and that's exactly what it is. You have a threat. It's something that we would all run away from. It's something that they are paid, and it's their calling to run toward. It's
hard to think that this unrest in our city and our country started right here in Baton Rouge 2 weeks ago with the shooting death of Alton Sterling, followed by the shooting death of Philando Castillo, then the killings of 5 officers in Dallas. Following the funeral service for Alton Sterling Friday, seems to be a peaceful weekend in Baton Rouge, and now all eyes on us once again. Graham Olkins from Our Lady of the Lake Medical Center just tweeting moments ago that the coroner's van was leaving Our Lady of the Lake, followed by several officers and deputies. This affects multiple law enforcement agencies across our state, and messages of support and love are flooding in from police departments all over the country. We even received an email from London earlier of someone watching the coverage live online and thinking of our nation.
Well, we're also getting this, speaking of our nation, imagine this, the President of the United States has been briefed on this very situation in Baton Rouge. That should put it into context for you for sure, just how serious and how sad the situation is, that they literally got to the leader of the free world, the president, and told him what's going on in Baton Rouge, and his White House officials have been in contact with those here in Baton Rouge. Now, Mayor Kip Holden said that earlier, that he had talked with Valerie Jarrett, who is the president's right-hand woman, very senior advisor there, and for her to be calling Mayor President Kip Holden, obviously folks are taking this very, very seriously, but we can tell you that the president has been briefed and he will continue to follow this situation, and that helps out with if we need any type of federal help. We did see that the ATF was on scene earlier. That's obviously a federal agency, so that in itself will help things and help this investigation.
We are expecting to hear from law enforcement and the governor's office at a press briefing at 3 o'clock. The governor issuing a statement already calling this an unspeakable and unjustified attack on all of us at a time when we need unity and healing. Again, that press conference expected to happen around 3 o'clock this afternoon. We are going to keep an eye on all of the emails and information coming into us until then, of course, but as it stands, 6 shot, 3 dead from law enforcement. There's a live look outside of Our Lady of the Lake Medical Center. If you are watching this from home, we have received messages and people even driving up offering support to officers. They appreciate that. They have told us that they are encouraging you to stay at home and make their job easier this afternoon.
It is tough to get a hold of some of these officials because obviously they're dealing with a situation that is just one that you really can prepare for, but you really can't. So we're trying to get as much information to you as we possibly can, and we also know that viewers are tuning in as they wake up, as they get alerts on their phone, as they look on Facebook, as they get calls from people around the country, around the world, as we've seen earlier. So we will continue to repeat the information for you, and as we get new information, we're bringing that to you literally as we get it. When we get it, we bring it right to you.
You have to think of some of these families. Baton Rouge, as we know it, is a strong faith-based community. A lot of families heading to church this morning and getting this alert that this is happening in our city. So it's a tense time, it's an emotional time for a lot of folks, especially those families of law enforcement at this time, and we're bringing you what we know as we get it, as this investigation unfolds. It is active, obviously.
We just got this email in. It's addressed to our news department. It says, as a police officer in Missouri, I cannot imagine what the officers, their families, both law enforcement and immediate family is going through, and I have to sit here and wonder how my family would react or feel. Please let the city of Baton Rouge, your county, and the great state of Louisiana know that the law enforcement and their families from the great state of Missouri has your six, which is police speak for we have your back. We will continue to pray constantly. The best advice we can give to the public at this time is exactly what your folks have said earlier. Pray. If you don't pray, send up positive thoughts. That from a police officer in Missouri monitoring our coverage right now.
If you are just now joining us, the president has been briefed on the shooting of police officers in Baton Rouge. We have received a lot of emails and social media messages asking where they can go to donate blood. We have just learned United Blood Services on 1 Calais Avenue is open for just another 45 minutes today. They will reopen tomorrow, which is important to note because we've received messages reminding us that blood does have an expiration date, that this is going to be a great need throughout the week and beyond if you feel inclined to donate blood.
There's a witness we have now on the phone. We're not going to identify him, but his girlfriend was working at that gas station where we believe most of this took place. Sir, what was she able to tell you?
That there was a cop inside the store when it started. A woman come in and said there was a man out there with a mask and a rifle. And as the officer exited the store is when it started.
A mask and a rifle, that matches up with what we were hearing earlier from a woman who said somebody that looked like a sniper. What else did your girlfriend say?
They escorted them out in a SWAT van, and now they're with the state police, and the state police is taking their phone.
Did you seem to think that it had happened where we've been thinking it was happening, right there behind where she was at?
Yeah, on the side.
What, obviously you've been in that area before. Describe to our viewers what that is. Is it just like a little hangout area? Was it?
No, it's the Be Quick parking lot right there. There's behind the store. There's another building back there. I guess a storage building or something. And on the left-hand side is the Be Quick car wash.
But from what she gathered, from what your girlfriend gathered, all of the suspects were taken away, were detained for questioning?
No. She was. Everybody in Be Quick.
Everyone inside the store. Okay.
Yeah.
As a witness. Now, the area that we're talking about where this person was with the gun, is that an area where people would normally be, or would it look out of place to see somebody there? You said a storage building. Would it be out of place for somebody to be
Yeah,
there?
it would be out of place. It would be completely out of place.
Obviously.
Because there's a wooden fence that separates Be Quick from the little hair store next door to it. And there shouldn't be nobody back there but Be Quick workers.
Obviously, her working at Be Quick, she has a great relationship with law enforcement officers. A lot of them go in and out of there. She had to be rattled by this.
Yeah, very much so. She knows one of the cops. Well, she knows the cop that got shot. The first one. That she was very rattled at it.
I got you. Well, thank you very much, and obviously I know you'll put your arms around her and take care of her this evening.
Well, as soon as I get to her, I will. They done took her phone and won't tell us where she is, where they are. So
I got you.
Our thoughts with both of you at this emotional time. Thank you so much. A witness there on the phone with us whose girlfriend was working at the Be Quick. We're not going to identify them, but describing those moments right after the shooting unfolded right there outside of her workplace.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us. We appreciate it. If you get anything else, something else that comes to your mind, just give us a holler back. We will take it. Thank you. We are confirming now that at 3 o'clock the governor will hold a press conference. It says this afternoon Governor John Bel Edwards will hold a press conference regarding the shooting of law enforcement officers in Baton Rouge. He will be joined by Louisiana State Police Superintendent Colonel Mike Edmonson and other officials. That'll be at 3 o'clock. Of course, we'll have that live for you right here on WAFB. John Bel Edwards has been very vocal in all of this. He is basically the descendant of law enforcement, goes back in his, I think, 3 generations of sheriffs. His brother is currently the sheriff in Tangible Hope Parish. So law enforcement is very much a part of the fabric of who is the governor, John Bel Edwards. Speaking of law enforcement, we've received a message from Chief David Brown from Dallas on Twitter, from his official Twitter account, saying his thoughts and prayers are with Baton Rouge Police. You know, Greg, I have family in Dallas, and as we watched that attack unfold last week, it was extremely tough to watch, and now their eyes were receiving messages from the law enforcement and media and folks there in Dallas as they just came off of something similar to this. Chief Brown, a face in all of this throughout the coverage as they
had the memorial services just recently for their officers there in Dallas, Texas.
You know, pardon the expression, but what a hell of a guy that man is. We've just seen just tremendous amount of leadership coming from him in dealing with that, and he takes a moment here on this Sunday morning to think about us here in Baton Rouge. Your hat has to be off to him. He's had a lot of tragedy in his life, and then to lose so many officers on his own team. And of course, we're not comparing back and forth. We don't know exactly what happened here in Baton Rouge, but we do know that officers have lost their lives, and that is very similar to what happened in Dallas. And that right there in itself is a tragedy and a tremendous act of just pat you on the back, reaching into his officers here in Baton Rouge to say, job well done.
Our photojournalist Darren DeQuano was near the scene right after the shooting happened and was kept back, but has been able to get different vantage points for us all morning. Darren, where are you now? He joins us live on the phone.
Hey, Lauren. Actually, I'm at the same spot I've always been. As soon as I got here, the interstate, actually airline by the interstate was blocked. And then since then, they blocked it to Bluebonnet. You can still get on the interstate from airline going eastbound, and you can on the interstate southbound you can get off on Airline Highway, but other than that it's all locked down. I just saw an EMS unit rolling lights and sirens about 5 minutes ago, and just a second ago an EMS supervisor went by. Not sure why, but that's what's going on now. And I've seen Ascension Parish drive through with an armored truck and constable's office, and there's about 3 helicopters kind of circling the area.
Darren, I didn't think about it earlier when we saw that shot of the Ascension Parish armored truck going there, but that's probably some of their SWAT team members going in, or at least a lot of their deputies, a quick way to get them here to help us out. Quite
possibly. There were 2, it was an unmarked unit, just a regular Ascension Sheriff unit, and that armored truck all came in together.
Can you take us back, Darren, to when you just arrived at the scene, a timeline of since you've been sitting right there along Airline Highway, what's happened?
It hasn't really changed much. I know there was one city cop kind of directing traffic, and like I said, I got up to kind of where the interstate overpass is, and there were other cars like with me, and then I showed him who I was, and he said, get up on the median. And probably about 20 cars had passed, and he was rerouting them over the median to go back southbound. And for the most part, they've had some weapons drawn around the interstate here, but nothing intense, just kind of on their side, just as a precaution. There's probably 10 units around me, but nothing chaotic here. I think we're so far away that they're trying to keep everybody as safe as possible. It must be a tense situation up the road.
Well, I, for one, Darren, am glad you're that far away
Yes.
and safe. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Let's get over to Graham Olkins. He has been at Our Lady of the Lake Hospital getting us some tremendous information that so many families need to hear. He is out there live now with an update.
Well, Greg, the families are here, obviously. The families of the officers who were killed and injured are here inside Our Lady of the Lake right now. We just talked to a state police spokesman who said currently in there with the families, the governor, the mayor, Kip Holden, State Police Colonel Mike Edmonson, the chief police, the sheriff, they are all inside Our Lady of the Lake right now. We've even seen some Metro Council members, saw Tara Wicker drive in not long ago as well. So they said, the spokesman for the state police said there are a lot of people in there right now surrounding the families, letting the families lean on them in this very difficult time. So the top brass in the entire state in this hospital right now by the sides of these fallen and injured officers.
You know, and seeing some of these, it seems weird. You know, a lot of these families, Graham, probably have never even met the governor, the mayor, or anybody like that. Maybe not even the police chief or Colonel Edmonson, but they know who they are, and they do get comfort in seeing that, you know, these very powerful people are there with their attention focused directly on them, as it should be.
Certainly, and of course, everyone is still in shock, and what they're going to really need is that kind of support in the days and the weeks and the months ahead as the reality starts to sink in. Of course, today, I'm sure it doesn't seem real for these families who were woken up early on this Sunday morning to this awful news. So no doubt, this community will certainly support these families, but they're going to need lots of support over many, many days.
Graham Wilkins live for us outside of Our Lady of the Lake Medical Center. We are again hearing from Governor John Bel Edwards that there will be a news briefing, a press conference with Louisiana State Police at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Social media, we've really been able to see it since last Tuesday, how powerful it is as these videos come into us, as this information comes into us on Twitter, on Facebook Live. And I believe we have another video coming into us just now from a witness earlier this morning.
Obviously, this video coming in, we're just out getting it. It was taken earlier today. That's why it's sideways. We apologize for that. We'll get that fixed here in just a moment. But you can see the flashes from the gun in the middle as these suspects are just firing back and forth with police. It's something that you see on TV, and even in this business, we deal with it all the time, but it just don't never deal with it on Airline Highway here in Baton Rouge on a Sunday morning. That's what's got people just scratching their heads and trying to figure it all out.
Popular shopping center, one of the busiest parts of our city. Now, Kieran Chawla has been following the latest developments from Baton Rouge Police and joins us now live with some breaking news from the Alert Center. Kieran?
Lauren, the latest information that we have is that West Baton Rouge, actually, they saw two people who went in with all black clothes into that Walmart in Port Allen, bought some clothes, changed, and left out. And again, we've been stressing it all day. If you see anything suspicious, call 911. And thanks to people calling 911, that's how it's actually the Addis Police Department that initially responded to this. I am told that it is a vehicle with a Texas license plate. So now State Police and the FBI are trying to figure this one out. No, we're not saying for sure these are the other suspects, but what I also can tell you that just a little while ago I spoke to a person who said it was around 8:45 this morning. They were headed into work. Obviously, there are several businesses around Hammond Air, and at 8:45 they saw someone dressed in all black with a gun strapped to them go behind the Be Quick, and after that they heard shots ringing out from the Be Quick. So that is kind of consistent with what we're being told, that everybody went in with black clothes. Again, it is the Addis Police Department that got the call that there were two men who went into the Walmart in Port Allen with all black clothes on, came out, changed their clothes, and were starting to head out, and that's when Addis Police stopped them. Now, State Police as well as the FBI are looking into this. We have reached out to the FBI to figure out what is going on. As soon as we get that, we'll bring that to you. But again, this stresses how important it is right now. If you see anything suspicious, call 911. There's probably not a call right now that they would prefer not to have. This is still a very active scene, and it's not just here in Baton Rouge. It's spreading now. So if you hear anything, see anything that just doesn't look right, call 911. So that's the latest information we have. As soon as we get more, we'll bring that to you. Again, we were told that there were 3 gunmen. 1 is dead, and they were looking for 2 more. Lauren, Greg?
Kieran Chawla, thank you very much from our Alert Center. You've been on top of it. We appreciate that, and in getting us the information out. We've talked about how the story is reaching around the world, and you just saw that, was it Donald Trump?
Presidential hopeful Donald Trump tweeting, "We grieve for the officers killed in Baton Rouge today. How many law enforcement and people have to die?" He goes on to push to his Facebook page for his full statement. We've heard words of support and encouragement from the Dallas police chief, from the Texas governor, Greg Abbott, as they are coming off of the heels of something tragic in their community as well. We just saw last week 5 officers killed in Dallas. Not comparing the two, as you said earlier, Greg, but it's top of mind when this just happened, and now we have this in our own community. The timeline of unrest, shall we say, started last Tuesday, or 2 weeks ago, almost 2 weeks ago, with the death of Alton Sterling, followed by the shooting death of Philando Castile, and then 5 officers killed in Dallas. And now we have 3 officers killed here in Baton Rouge, 6 shot.
It's amazing to see the men and women in blue out there actually working, live on TV. Never thought that police officer would ever have to go up to a citizen's car while carrying a rifle and have to answer any questions. That just doesn't happen in Baton Rouge that we've always heard and seen, but apparently it does. You can see at the very bottom under that graphic there, the water and Gatorade that people have dropped off. They have plenty of it now, but that's people trying to take care of the law enforcement officers, and you can see that they need it.
And if you do need medical attention, as you can see, they are letting some people through who are in need of that at Our Lady of the Lake Medical Center. But as far as visiting or bringing anything to them, they are good to go from what they tell us right now. And the best thing you can do for those officers is stay home, keep your family safe, and if you see anything, call them.
See anything, call them. And it doesn't just mean right there in the Old Hammond area, right there where it meets Airline. As you heard Kieran say, there are people across the river dealing with some things. So wherever you are, if you see something, say something. It's almost become cliche, but it is very important now, as so many people in our city are on alert and looking where to go next. They have asked that no one protest today out of respect for the officers, they being some of the people on the front line. State Representative C. Denise Marcel and the owner of the SSS store. For some of you folks that are watching here, a lot of our city's unrest began when a man by the name of Alton Sterling was in an encounter with police. He was killed outside of that store. That is now being investigated by the federal government as to whether that was justified or not. Protests erupted from there. A lot of people focused their attention on that SSS store, and we've heard from the owner asking people not to come to the store today out of respect for the police officers and out of respect for this community in general. No matter where you stand on this, I know you're heated on both sides, but they've asked that you please just stay home. Let's have a day of calm and a day of rest. And earlier I said, Lauren, it could even be something as simple as a fender bender on the other side of the city that draws attention away from this, and you don't want to be out there and cause more issues and more problems, especially since we still have a suspect on the loose.
That really ties them up, and it's important that you just heed this warning. It's easy, as you can see on social media, for people to get fired up and jump to conclusions on what happened here and what it could possibly be connected to. We don't know that yet. This is what we know so far. 6 officers shot, 3 dead. We are going to hear from the governor's office and state police at 3 o'clock this afternoon, but until then, I can imagine that law enforcement just wants everyone to stay calm and to wait for them to provide exactly what happened here. Outside of Our Lady of the Lake Medical Center, you will see a huge law enforcement presence. That is an extremely busy part of Baton Rouge, right off of the interstate. So let's not make it busier. If you feel inclined, the Blood Center on 1 Calais United is closing its doors here shortly. They're only open for a few more minutes from what we understand, but they will reopen tomorrow. And we have heard from health officials that today is not the only day to go donate. To keep in mind, blood has an expiration date, that they could use those blood donations for these officers and for our entire community over the next couple of weeks. It's already a time during the summer months where their supply is low.
The New York Police Department, the chaplains unit, is just put on Twitter, our thoughts and prayers are with our colleagues in BRPD. May God give you strength. So the folks in New York looking at us right now. Violence is not the answer. People, please, I am begging, stop this destruction. Coming from one of our viewers there. People want to do something. They want to be able to react in a way and try and get a part of this, not in a bad way, Lauren, but just a part of this story, and right now it's being asked that you just pray for these folks.
Mayor Mike Rawlings from Dallas, another face of the tragedy there, the killings of 5 officers, just now posting to Facebook and Twitter. Reports out of Baton Rouge this morning of 3 officers killed and others wounded are deeply disturbing. This must stop. Violence against our police officers under any circumstances is not acceptable and poses a grave threat to all of us. Those peacefully protesting police across the country must swiftly condemn this type of violence against law enforcement. And as you were just talking about, they have done just that this morning in Baton Rouge. One of the people on the front lines of the protests and even involved in a lawsuit with police, the owner of the SSS convenience store, urging people not to protest. Obviously, we're watching videos and information coming into us on Twitter and Facebook.
I'm monitoring right now Eugene McNeely. He's one of the press people for the Baton Rouge Police Department. He's talking with a number of media right now. It's being streamed online. Right now, he's basically telling you what we've been telling you, just to kind of avoid the area, and that the suspects, or at least one suspect, is still at large. We'll try to get some information from Mr. McNeely coming up very shortly, as soon as we can, on anything else that is involved with this. And a lot of you are wondering about your own safety, especially if you live in that area, the Drusilla Lane area, Terra Boulevard, Broadmoor, just areas in there where they've got all of this. You're very close to the situation. They think they have it contained, but there could always be a chance that something else could be happening, so just please be careful.
We had some video that just came into us moments ago, but it was from earlier this morning during the time of the shooting. It was sideways earlier. We've now flipped it so you can see and hear what's going on. Let's take a listen. There you have it, a video from a witness shot earlier this morning. It's chilling, even seeing it a second time.
It is chilling, especially when you know it's happening in your own city. Not to mention, I'm getting a little bit of shot of this, and I just I checked in with Steve Caparata, and Jeff Morrow is here as well. We've got some storms moving into the area, so that is going to complicate this situation greatly, as you can imagine, and there's some pretty significant storms headed this way we think that they're about 20 minutes out. Jeff Morrow telling us that about 20 minutes out. There's a look at your radar right now, and so you can imagine what is going to happen as far as what that can complicate the situation.
You kind of see the dark clouds behind our Kevin Fry. He is in the Goodwood area at Airline and joins us now live with an update on what he is seeing there. Kevin?
Hey there, Lauren. Just for reference of where we are, we're at the corner, as you said, of Airline and Goodwood, which is right next to BRPD headquarters, which is where we have seen all of that protesting over the past week. But as you can see right behind me, this is where the scene is, about a mile or so up the road. And just within the last couple moments, we saw a SWAT vehicle go flying up to the location. There's also, of course, a police helicopter, numerous helicopters going around the scene from the above. This is about as far as we're allowed to get up close to the scene. Now, just to kind of give you some context, we've been driving around to various scenes throughout the day. We were over at the Cortana Mall a little earlier, which is where there was some reports of possible something going on there. There were apparently shots fired at some point there, though nothing at this point known to be related to this scene. Also, some other locations that we have driven by where there have been a lot of police officers with large guns standing by on high alert at this point. We even were at a gas station where they were just trying to get gas, and quite frankly, there was a whole SWAT team basically standing around the car as it went on. High alert here for police officers. And again, you can see lots of vehicles up ahead, a lot of flashing blue lights. That is the scene of this incident. They are still ongoing, and the investigation continuing as, again, that SWAT vehicle went in there earlier. And you can see the sky is getting increasingly darker as the day proceeds, which may complicate things a little further here at this point. But again, we are at the corner of Goodwood and Airline, which is, again, where all of those protests have happened in the recent week. Still no indication of if all of this is connected necessarily, but nonetheless, just kind of give you the context of where we are. So we're going to keep monitoring this, but again, we are a little ways up from this, and we will be heading a little later. The governor will be holding a press conference with other law enforcement officials. That's coming up at 3 p.m. We'll be there as well. But for right now, that is what's going on at this scene. A lot of officers on high alert. We're seeing another couple vehicles flying up this way as we speak, heading into the scene. You can see them now. I'm going to step out of the way. Some of them marked, others not marked vehicles going up to the scene, but it's certainly all hands on deck, it appears, at the location at this point. And we just saw a lightning flash off into the distance as well, so that storm approaching rather quickly. So again, that's where we are right now. We're going to keep monitoring this, but again, the investigation ongoing. We are at BRPD headquarters right nearby this scene. We're going to throw it back to you guys.
Kevin Fry, thank you so much. So to recap what he was talking about, and we've gotten several messages about this, the reports of shots fired at Cortana Mall, those reports have been investigated. Police telling us they have not been able to determine that shots were actually fired there. They've cleared the scene, but there are some officers there staging the area.
You know, as Kevin was showing you there, the heavens are about to open up on hell on the ground right there at Airline Highway, and we are thinking about those folks out there. Let's recap what we have so far now. We do know that 6 officers have been shot. 3 have died at this time. Some of the officers are in critical condition. It happened behind or near the Be Quick on Airline Highway near Old Hammond. Happened about just before 9 o'clock this morning. So a lot of the businesses might not have been open, although the Be Quick was, but the Hammond Air Shopping Center, I think being a Sunday, doesn't open until a little bit later on. Some of the officers are in critical condition. One is at least in fair condition at this point, which has so far been some good news, and a lot of this information is just coming in. This here is a statement from This is a statement from the Louisiana Republican Party, bringing this into us. They say this cowardly crime is an attack on the values of law and order that members of the Baton Rouge community so desperately tried to maintain in the last 12 days since the eyes of the world focused on our state. We send this message to those who threaten to divide us. We are Louisiana, and we stand united and prayerful against evil.
We've gotten a lot of messages and support from Texas and those very high up in Texas. This coming in from Texas Governor Greg Abbott saying, I spoke with the Louisiana governor about the tragic police shooting. We agreed that as a nation, we must unite to end these heinous crimes. We also had a tweet we showed you earlier from the face of the tragedy there in Dallas, the killing of 5 police officers there recently. Chief Brown, our thoughts and prayers are with Baton Rouge Police. So a lot of support coming in from across the country, and it already had been since almost 2 weeks ago in the wake of the shooting death of Alton Sterling that kind of fueled this unrest that we've seen since then.
Okay, do we have access to that press conference that is about to happen? Okay, we're working to get access to a press conference that is happening with Baton Rouge police authorities, including the chief, and there are several people there. Let's, we have somebody on the phone now, I believe. Let's check in with Father Josh with St. Aloysius. Father, what do you say to your community right now?
Yeah, I mean, right now we're all pretty shocked. But the only thing that we can all do right now, and I think the most important thing that we can do, is turn to the Lord and pray. All of us, no matter what faith you are, is turn to your God and pray, because it's only when we turn to God that we can encounter peace. I think right now a lot of people are afraid and they're feeling fear right now, and understandably so, and many different emotions. But only the Lord can give us peace, and only the Lord can transform hearts. And so whoever has committed these crimes, it's only the Lord that can transform hearts. And so we have to turn to Him right now to do that, because we can't do it on our own. We have to turn to Jesus. We have to turn to the Lord.
The faith-based community, Father, we've heard that there is going to be a vigil in Zachary later this evening at 6 o'clock. Are there any other events that you are offering up to people who want to come together in prayer? I know right now it's very important that everyone just stay home, but are there any plans moving forward?
Yes, so I just got out of Mass just now, and we have another Mass this evening at 5:30, and so we're certainly going to be offering up that Mass at St. Aloysius for the victims as well of this crime. And so that's what we have right now, and we'll have more coming on the way as we are able to communicate with other people and collaborate with something that gets together.
Father Josh, I think we have a few things in common. You're a fairly young priest. Give me a little bit about your background. You're connected, your background goes across racial lines. Am I correct about that?
Yeah, my dad's black, and he was actually the captain of police in Baton Rouge for a number of years, and my mom's white. So growing up, I have a very, I think, unique experience of life. I mean, because I've encountered good cops, great cops like my dad, and I've encountered some bad cops. I've encountered good people in the streets and bad people in the streets as well. And so I have a very unique experience, I think, to hopefully be used to draw people to turn to the Lord, so the Lord can give us peace.
What do you say to young people out there?
Well, that's another. I mean, it depends on what crowd of young people you're talking about. In general, I invite everyone to come to the Lord, but particularly for young people who've experienced perhaps police officers who haven't been good to them, I try to invite them to listen. I invite everyone to listen to the Lord in prayer, so that in listening to the Lord in prayer, we can learn how to listen to other people who are different than us, because there are so many brave, awesome, good cops who've done nothing but give their lives to serve us as a people. And so I want them to know that if they're willing to listen, then they can hear that there are really amazing, awesome cops that are giving their lives and dedicating their lives for our protection. As well as I invite all people to listen to the Lord in prayer in general, because the more we listen to God, the better we can listen to everybody who's different than us. All of us have different experiences, different backgrounds, and different histories. And so I think the more that we can learn how to listen to each other, we can hopefully have dialogue with each other, who are all different. And from that dialogue, we can form relationships, and from relationships, we can build a civilization of love. But as long as we live in this culture, in this society where we only think one way about something and think one way about a certain group of people, we're always going to have this tension and this drama and this violence. And so it comes down to, first and foremost, turning to Jesus Christ in prayer and trying to really hear the voice of God. And the more we struggle to hear his voice, the more we'll be able to be in a disposition that's conducive to hearing the voices of other people who we encounter throughout our life. And from that will come peace, hopefully.
Father Josh Johnson, we appreciate you taking time with this. I know this hits close to home with your dad being a former captain in the Baton Rouge Police Department. And
certainly, yeah, it does.
Thank you, sir, and we'll be in touch with you. I think you have a tremendous story to tell, and I think people need to hear it, and we will get that out there. Thank you, sir.
If you're just now joining us, we are investigating and looking into the shooting of 6 police officers. 3 are dead, and this is a conversation that's been unfolding in churches across our community. You just heard from Father Josh, and a friend of ours and the pastor over at Acacia Church in Baton Rouge gave a message to his congregation this morning. Pastor Russ Cripps on the phone with us now. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, thanks.
What was that message, Russ, that you delivered to your congregation? I'm sure when you heard the news, it was a tough message to have to give off the cuff.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, just in times like this, the point is just for everybody to come together. But I had already prepared a message in reference to just the sanctity of life and the preciousness of life, and how all of us need to be focused on the larger pictures at hand. And then, you know, we get the news of something like this even before church started. And so what we did is we just kind of scrapped most of our service programming for the traditional Sunday morning, and we had the entire congregation come around the front as part of our praise and worship setting, and everybody just got together hand in hand and shoulder to shoulder and just prayed and just, you know, asked that God would just protect the policemen and women that are out there trying to help and protect and serve our community, and just the families of all these officers that have been killed. And then I preached a little bit on the topic some more, and just the severity of the situation. And then again, at the end of service, we actually came back down around the front again together, and families got together and friends got together, and we prayed again for our community that, you know, that in such a time of darkness, we would just be a little bit of a ray of light, and instead of spreading discord and anger, that we could do a little bit just to try to share a little bit of love and a little bit of light.
Pastor Russ, this is Greg Merriweather. What do you say to the young people out there watching, the older people out there watching, when you know they hear, okay, pray, 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 and people have been praying, and something like this happens? How do you answer? This is a tough question. How do you answer the question of why do things like this happen?
Well, yeah, that's a absolutely huge question, and I guess the shortest answer that I would be able to give to you is it's just the brokenness of humanity. You know, in my opinion, all of this points back to Genesis 1, 2, and 3. Whenever we were created to be in community with our Lord, and whenever that separation happened, the fallen nature of man became a part of who we are. And I believe that so much of all that is happening today is a direct result of that fallen nature. And I understand some people may disagree with that based on their faith, but that's how I would attempt to answer the question: is the evil that is out there, the wrong that is out there. This is what I told the congregation this morning. This is not a black issue. This is not a white issue. This is not a blue issue. This is a heart issue. And we're just whenever humanity became in fallen, and we went into our fallen state, we've been making some terrible decisions ever since.
Pastor Russ Cripps of Acacia Church, thank you for joining us, and thank you that you were able to get so many people together and pray for all of Baton Rouge and all that they're dealing with. We appreciate you, sir.
Thank you so much, Pastor Russ. Now, if you're just joining us and haven't looked outside, the weather is likely going to be affecting the investigation and all of the law enforcement out there right now. as we hear reports of 6 officers shot, 3 killed after a shooting unfolded earlier this morning around 9 a.m. There you see a look at the radar. Jeff Morrow is in the First Alert Storm Center keeping an eye on this, and you've been able to see behind our reporters the dark clouds overhead.
You can see Mall, Louisiana there, right there on your screen. And I said it earlier, the heavens are literally about to erupt on what is hell on the ground. You have to imagine that there are officers that are still very close to this scene that know the 3 that have died, and they are still trying to contain a suspect. And now there is a lightning storm headed their way. You could see there on that radar just above where Mall, Louisiana is, and all that they will have to be dealing with.
Kieran Chawla joins us now from the Alert Center with some breaking news on this investigation. Kieran, what are you learning?
Well, Lauren, Greg, it looks like we actually just got some new video that came into the newsroom of a car that is being towed in Addis. Let's see if we can go to that. Now, what we were told is that it is up right now. You can see this vehicle that is being towed. This was the vehicle that was in question. It has a Texas license plate. Now, what we can tell you is that people actually called you see that Texas license plate right there as it just came, was leaving your screen. You saw that Texas license plate we were talking about. What we can tell you is that people called 911 saying that they saw 2 people going into the Walmart in Port Allen dressed in all black, and then they came out with a change of clothes. And again, we've been stressing it all day. You see something suspicious, say it. Their car, we were told, had a Texas license plate, and they were possibly even heading out of town. Now you see that vehicle. It is a gray Nissan vehicle, and you see that Texas license plate again from the side. Now, what we're told is that state police is now involved, as well as the FBI. You see the Addis police officers there. Addis police is who took the call, and they're the first people who got out to the scene. Again, 2 officers dressed, or 2 men, should I say, dressed in all black, went into the Walmart in Port Allen, went in, changed clothes, came out. Again, somebody called 911 and said, hey, this seems a little out of place. Addis police went out, and now you see that vehicle is being towed. We'll work to find out where that vehicle is being taken. Earlier today, I did take a call that about 8:45, someone who was headed into work around Hammond Air saw a man dressed in all black with a gun strapped to him, went behind the Be Quick, and then all of a sudden he heard shots ringing out. So this would be consistent that if someone did see 2 people going in dressed in all black, so quick action here. Again, it's thanks to you guys. Make sure you call police if you see anything. We're also being told, I'm sure this has been put out there, that there are several different agencies. I've been getting calls all day that there are several different agencies that are coming in and assisting. It's not just Baton Rouge Police, East Baton Rouge, and State Police. Several different agencies are assisting. You see the shot out there, and obviously we've been telling you all day that the rain is coming, synonymous that the black cloud looming over the city of Baton Rouge right now.
Kieran Chawla, thank you from the Alert Center. If you would you check with some of your sources, and we'll check back with you in just a few moments, but we need to get a little bit more, I think, for the folks on what's going on with this suspect. So I know you're very well connected in that. If you could just get us together some things, we'll come back to you and get an update on where we are with this suspect that is still out there. Even if it's stuff we've already heard, we need to reiterate that for our viewers.
A lot of people just turning on
Thank you.
the televisions right now or watching live streaming online are very curious about that. But from what we know from law enforcement, the best thing you can do right now is stay home, make their job easier. We are going to hear from officials at 3 o'clock this afternoon. There is the information on your screen, a news conference being held with Governor John Bel Edwards. It will be right here on WAFB, also on WAFB.com. You can watch it live streaming on our mobile app. Greg, we've also just heard from 2 of the blood centers in our community, United and LifeShare. It kind of goes against what we're saying if we're telling you to go out and donate blood if you need to be staying at home. So they are reminding us that they are closing this afternoon, but tomorrow and beyond, they will kind of assess that situation moving forward. They're going to extend their hours as the need is great, but blood does have an expiration date, and they will continue to need those donations.
We just got this, just a terrific sentiment. This is from the management team over at Cracker Barrel, the restaurant. Many of you go there. They're about a block away. They want to let the police officers know that they have water and food there for any of them that may need it. So if you're an officer maybe watching this in your car, if you could spread the words to your brothers and sisters. If you need anything, that business, which is very close to there, will be able to take care of you. So that is a good thing coming out of that area.
You see 2 helicopters for law enforcement circling over the scene there as we see a live look at the interstate from one of our cameras, and that whole area blocked off right there near the scene.
So that's the old Hammond area, the Hammond Air Shopping Center. It's got the Marshalls in there, not Marshalls, Burlington Coat Factory and all of that area. That's that area we're talking about, that shopping center, K&G, Superstore and all of that. That would normally be just about kicking right now. It's a little bit after noon. Most of the stores would be open, but that is all closed off, as that's where a lot of the deputies and police officers and state police officers are kind of figuring out this situation and where that we believe a suspect is still at large. We're going to check back in with Karen Chawla here shortly for an update on that.
Over at Our Lady of the Lake Hospital, we confirmed with our Graham Elkins and health officials that 5 officers were taken there. BR General confirming with our partners over at Talk 107.3, they are treating 1 officer with non-life-threatening injuries. 2 are still hospitalized at Our Lady of the Lake, 1 critical, 1 fair. And we are, of course, just waiting on pins and needles on the conditions of these officers, and we'll provide that information to you as soon as it's available. You see former Baton Rouge Police Chief there, Jeff LaDuff, arriving to Our Lady of the Lake earlier this morning, shaking hands with his brothers and sisters. An emotional time for him and for everyone out there representing our law enforcement community.
We haven't seen the acting police chief, or the chief right now, Carl Dabney. That is because he is with the families, and that's where he is supposed to be at this moment. 3 different sets of families, 3 different perhaps wives and husbands. We don't know, but we do know 3 families for sure affected in this. So Police Chief Carl Dabney is with that. That doesn't mean that the tactical situation that's going on airline or in that area isn't being taken care of. We have people that are under him that are extremely well versed in what to do and are able to lead this situation. As you take a look at one of the helicopters now live from
in the
above.
sky, a very different picture of what you saw just moments ago from that video earlier in the day. That is a live look at what it looks like. Our Graham Elkins telling us that it's just coming down on him right now over at Our Lady of the Lake, and he clarified on Twitter, we mentioned that patient, that officer being treated at Baton Rouge General. It is, in fact, from what we're told, an East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office deputy with non-life-threatening injuries. We've been talking about the Sheriff's Office and Baton Rouge Police initially involved with this.
Since we have a suspect still at large in an operation trying to get him or her into custody, we're going to bring in Jeff Morrow here shortly just to give us just a quick update on this weather situation, because obviously with the lightning going over on top, we're not going to be able to have a lot of folks out in the open, and that includes who are, having to do this perimeter around here. Obviously they can take shelter in their cars, but we have a very significant storm that is about to go right through that very area where a lot of folks are trying their best to contain the situation. We did hear earlier, Lauren, from Sergeant Don Capola with the Baton Rouge Police that they believed at that time, and that was about an hour ago, that the situation had been contained. That doesn't mean that it's over, and that doesn't mean that they've made arrests and all is well and done.
And they, again, have told families to stay home, but to reiterate, even if you were heading this direction, Baton Rouge Traffic and DOTD reporting the Airline Highway is still closed in both directions between Goodwood and I-12 because of all the police activity. So you need to use an alternate route, or better yet, just stay home.
Some of the officers in critical condition, some of them in fair, which is good news for that officer there. 6, though, have been shot and 3 are dead at this moment. And we do believe that 1 suspect is dead and several others are on the loose. Let's check in now with Karen Chawla. We asked her to get some details on that suspect. Karen, what did you find out?
The latest information we have, Greg, is that that vehicle that you saw that was being towed away, it was actually the West Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office that took it away, and it is now being taken for just some examination. Also, the 2 people who were in question, they have been detained. They are now en route to the state police headquarters, and they will be questioned there. Again, for those of you just joining us, this is what we were told, that it was just some random people who saw 2 guys going into the Walmart in Port Allen in all black clothes. They went in, changed clothes, and came out to a car with a Texas license plate, and somebody called police. And that's when the Addis Police Department responded to that call. You see that vehicle right there. It is a gray colored Nissan, and in the next shot you'll actually see that Texas license plate that they are talking about at looks like it's the Kyle's Express. There it is, that Texas license plate. Now that car has been taken to the West Baton Rouge Detective's Office to see if they can get anything from it. Also, 2 people have been detained in West Baton Rouge. They are now headed to state police. Again, let's remind you, we were told that there were 3 gunmen in total. 1 was dead and there were 2 others. These may possibly be the other 2 who have been detained. We're also told that state police and the FBI are now investigating and involved in this as well. We have reached out to both agencies to see if we can get some response and get some more information, but the latest we have is both of those guys have been detained. They are now en route to the state police headquarters to be questioned.
And to be clear, those are 2 suspects in West Baton Rouge, but we don't know if that is the other suspects here in Baton Rouge. So thank you for that, Kieran. We appreciate you staying on top of that. That has been a big help for us.
The weather is impacting this entire investigation. The people who are out there right now, the families trying to get to their loved ones at Our Lady of the Lake. So we're going to work on some of the facts here for just a moment as far as the investigation goes, as Jeff Morrow updates us on the forecast. A storm blowing through, right, Jeff?
Yeah, absolutely, and it's running right along Airline Highway, unfortunately, which is headed just towards the scene. We've kind of labeled it here. You got Cortana Mall here, Broadmoor, the neighborhood right there. So this is Old Hammond, this little white line here just to the north of I-12. So this big thunderstorm is moving in that general direction, probably will be arriving here shortly, if not already. You see all the amount of lightning. Now, the National Weather Service has said this is not a severe thunderstorm, but it is a strong thunderstorm. Expect frequent lightning, wind gusts upwards of 30 miles per hour, and also some heavy rainfall and some frequent lightning as mentioned. So we're going to zoom out a little bit. I'm going to take control of radar here from the desk. We'll zoom out and we'll get an idea of just how many lightning strikes we actually have with this cluster of thunderstorms as it makes its way into Baton Rouge. And lightning is probably one of the more dangerous issues with this thunderstorm. So 455 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes just within the last 15 minutes associated with this cluster. If folks are, if the Baton Rouge Police Department is watching from their vehicles through the live stream, they need to either seek shelter inside a sturdy building or inside their cars. They do not need to be out in this event as it makes its way into that local area. We're going to go street level and show you exactly the location of the scene of where the issue is right there. So as we zoom in locally, you can see that right here by the Cortana just to the south of that. That is where it is. And so we have that shower and thunderstorm moving directly overhead. Lauren, Greg?
Jeff, stand by. We'll get back to you. Thank you. Let's get out to Darren DeQuano, I believe, who is...
This is a live look from his camera. A man trying to confront police, from what we're told, was walking near police, down the median, confronted officers, and that is what we know so far.
Yes, we do believe he was tased, so we'll check in with our photographer. That's the one that we've been checking back and forth with all throughout the morning, Lauren, and the information we're getting now is that you just said someone trying to come down the median there confronted police officers and they tased him to get him to stop.
And we don't want to jump the gun with what happened in this particular situation, but it's very tense moments over here. If you're in that area, let law enforcement do their job. They're serious about this, and they will detain you or take necessary measures if you're interrupting this investigation near that area. Definitely not a good idea to walk in the median or approach them at this time as they investigate the deaths, the shootings of their men.
Yeah, there's no reason for any citizens at all right now to be trying to talk with police officers out there on that scene. If you need any information, we'll try to bring it to you. You can call the non-emergency line at this point, 389-2000. If you have something that you need to get to Baton Rouge Police, there's no reason at all to go to that scene, and we don't know what this man was doing or what he was trying to say. Darren DeQuano is one of the people that were out there that saw this. Darren, what did this look like to you?
Hey, Greg. I'm shooting down. I mean, I'm sure you see my shot. Then I noticed walking down the median with a shirtless white male, long, tattered, like blue jeans, and he's walking towards the cops that are staged underneath the interstate. And then he starts pointing at him and kind of bowling his chest up. Keeps walking. The cops are just sitting watching, not overreacting. Then finally he gets close to him, and he starts pointing, and he points back towards the scene and yelling, and then he gets tased and he falls flat. I mean, he goes straight back. They turn him around, arrest him, and they put him in the car. Who he is, I have no idea.
Obviously, he appeared that he was upset with something, perhaps the situation, maybe he has some type of mental issues, we don't know. You'd have to be crazy right now, though, to try and confront Baton Rouge police and try to get into or even talk about this scene at this point.
Absolutely. I mean, when I first saw him, I'm looking at him through a viewfinder in the distance earlier, and he picked up a hubcap on the median. He stopped, turned around, picked up a hubcap, and walked towards the police. It was finally curious that he was in the middle of a scene like that. So he starts walking, starts blowing up. The cop tased him, put him in the back of the car. Yeah, his mental. He didn't look like he was mentally stable. He was definitely arguing with him. But you know, I'm not a psychologist or anything, but just from my my vantage point here.
And that vantage point, for folks who are just joining us, Darren, can you describe to people what exactly we're seeing, where you're located?
I am located right under the overpass on Airline Highway. I'm probably 50 yards away from the overpass, actually, where there are some police officers stationed, keeping everybody back. I mean, it's Airline Highway is completely blocked off in that direction.
All right, Darren DeQuano, thank you very much for that. To put this in perspective, this is obviously somebody who had an encounter with police and was tased there. This just goes to show you now we have police dealing with this suspect and not being able to concentrate on what they were trying to do, which is hold that perimeter. Obviously, there are plenty of officers around, but when we start directing attention is where we start getting into trouble there. We're trying to check back in, folks, just to kind of let you know what's going on behind the scenes with a lot of our crews, and the weather is impacting our ability to do that. So,
sure, it's affecting traffic across the board. You just heard Darren mention that whole area is closed off, and here is a more specific map just built by our Johnny Asian and First Alert Traffic. Airline Highway closed in both directions, as you heard Darren talking about, between Goodwood Boulevard and I-12 because of all of that police activity. You see the Be Quick there on the right across from the Hammond Air Mall. Normally a very busy time on a Sunday afternoon. Families just getting out of church, going shopping in that area. Only busy with law enforcement today.
And we believe that if you're in your house right now, you're safe. We don't know that for sure, though. We're giving you the information just as quick as we can get it to you. So right now, that's why police are asking you to stay in, because there's this talk of perhaps a suspects at large. We heard at one point that one of the suspects was held up, had barricaded himself inside of a building or a structure there nearby. So that's the reason why we're putting out. And as you can see here on this map, all the homes and neighborhoods right there in that area. Police do not want any type of other incident, no other situations. We don't want anybody else involved in this. So right now they think they have it contained, but that is why they're asking you to please stay put and try not to get to that area. Surely you can call and text your loved ones in there, because I'm sure you're worried about them, but there are a lot of populated neighborhoods in there, very mixed part of town there, and that is just the center right now of the nation is looking at that intersection, wondering what happened there. Just before 9 o'clock here. We do know that 3 officers lost their lives as a result of some of the things that transpired there.
Congressman Garrett Graves is joining us now live on the phone to talk about the events that have unfolded. Good afternoon to you, sir.
Good afternoon.
What kinds of conversations have you had since you heard of this shooting this morning? Who have you been on the phone with, and what have those conversations been like?
Well, I've been on the phone with obviously local and state law enforcement, federal officials. Been on the phone with some of our congressional delegation members, including Congressman Richmond. Just talking about what we need to be doing to help bring this community together. I mean, what happened today is completely senseless. And I'll say what else is this. This isn't us. This isn't the way our community actually responds to disasters, and we certainly have had more than our share in South Louisiana. We come together, and really disturbing what we're seeing happen right now.
Congressman Graves, your family lives here. You spend your time back and forth between here and Washington. What you said kind of lines up with what I was thinking as well, is that Baton Rouge, this doesn't seem like our culture. What is going on here?
You know, I think when you look at what happened following the Alton Sterling shooting, you had folks that were protesting, and those people absolutely had concerns, and they wanted to voice those concerns, and they have a right to do that. But it was done peacefully, and you didn't even have the police there. They were protesting peacefully. yet you have these people coming from out of town that I think served as agitators, and they began very aggressive tactics, and they brought the protest to the police headquarters. I don't think that's us. I know many people that have been having very constructive dialogue since the shooting and talking about solutions, and I almost feel like some of this has been hijacked.
Congressman Graves, what do you say to the folks out here that are maybe restless and wondering what is going to happen? Are there things going on behind the scenes that are working to improve community and police relations?
I think that there are discussions that are happening now. I think obviously with the actions of today, there's going to have to be an awful lot more. I mean, you can't undermine our law enforcement officers. They are the basis of our rule of law. And if you undermine them and if you try to scare them and actually even doing their jobs, you have chaos. And so I think the support, strong support from our community for our law enforcement officers is appropriate right now. We do have to continue these dialogues to help bring people together. But importantly, we need to make sure that these agitators are allowed to impose their values and their violence on our community.
Now, we cannot link this particular shooting to the events that have happened over the past couple of weeks, but in your opinion, is it hard to not just have them in the back of your mind as we look at the video and the pictures that we're seeing now?
I think it's impossible. The reports, and I've been on the phone with law enforcement, the reports of a masked man dressed in black carrying an assault rifle walking down Airline Highway. I've been here my whole life. I've never heard of that. I think that to try and separate this from the Alton Sterling shooting would probably be a stretch at this point.
Congressman Garrett Graves, what can you do from Washington to help us here?
I think the most important thing that we can do, again, show some leadership in actually bringing people together, having the dialogues. We got together with Congressman Cedric Richmond, a Democrat, and filed legislation with him. While we have obviously very different voting records and policies, we recognize that we've got to come together. We filed legislation to give police more tools on non-lethal technologies, to give them better technology. I think looking at this incident and figuring out what we can do to help bridge the divide between our community, some aspects of our community, and our law enforcement officers is something else we're going to have to be now. And we're going to continue these discussions over the next few days to extract lessons learned to prevent this from happening again.
We have heard that the president has been briefed on the situation in Baton Rouge. Can you confirm that?
I have been told the same, yes.
Okay.
Congressman Garrett Graves, we appreciate you joining us, and thank you for offering your thoughts. What's your message to Baton Rouge right now?
Rouge value, and this absolutely is not going to yield any type of outcome that's good for any of us, no matter where you are on the Alton Sterling shooting, where you are on the political spectrum, where you are in regard to race. It is not going to advance any goals that make sense for our community.
Congressman Garrett Graves, thank you so much for your time this afternoon.
We appreciate it, sir. Thank you.
This is just coming in. We've been talking about the blood share centers, the blood services, and how they were going to close today and extend their hours starting tomorrow. They are extending their hours at Life Share Blood Services until 5 p.m. from what we were just hearing. If you are near that area, again, law enforcement urging you to stay home if you can, but the need will be great moving forward for blood donations. Already during the summer months, we just ran a story about it, how they have a low supply, Greg, and so especially in the wake of this tragedy, it's needed.
With this many officers shot, this many people losing blood, even the suspects. Let's get to our Kieran Challa now in the News Alert Center with an update. Kieran.
Hey guys, we just got some more information in on those two men who were detained, so let me fill you in on what I do have. Again, we heard that the two men fit that description, and this is actually new information, should I say, that the call that the Addis Police Department heard, it is their officers who heard the call go out on the radio, that it was two men who went into the Walmart in Port Allen with all black on, changed their clothes. They actually did make it out to their car. They were on LA 1 southbound, so going away from I-10, like I guess going towards Plaquemine, and it just so happened that they were in the city limits of Addis, which is why the Addis Police Department stepped in. They initiated a stop on LA 1 southbound, basically towards Benedetto's, for those of you who are familiar with that area. They questioned the two, and that's where they caught up with them, should I say, actually, on LA1 near Benedetto's. It's the Kyle's Express where they stopped, and they questioned them, and after that, the FBI and the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office were called in. Now, we have reached out to the FBI requesting some information. Obviously, in these cases, very rarely can the FBI say anything besides just telling us that it is an ongoing investigation. So we'll keep you updated what we get. But I think the most important thing to take away from this is the first time we're being told that looks like a description was sent out to all of law enforcement to be looking for specific people or a specific type of description. And when this description came over the radio for all of police, they knew that, wait, this fits the description that law enforcement is looking for, and that's when they stepped out, made this stop, and now we've got two men who have been stopped and they are being questioned over at the state police headquarters. Again, these are the two men who have been detained. No, this is in West Baton Rouge Parish. They are now being taken back to state police, and that is where they will be questioned. So we'll keep you guys updated as we continue to get it. Greg, Lauren?
Now, Karen, a perfect case of if you see something, call in, unconfirmed if that's connected at all to what we saw at Old Hammond and Airline Highway, but a suspicious scene there in the Walmart in Port Allen. We have some video from earlier today, if you're just now joining us here on WAFB, of what this looked like unfolding around 9 a.m.
3 officers are dead after, and then we believe 6 shot in total. This happened just before 9 o'clock. Right outside of the Be Quick gas station across from the Hammond Air Shopping Center, a little ways down, walking distance perhaps, from Baton Rouge Police Headquarters, the site of a lot of the unrest here in the last few days. We do know that 1 suspect is dead and 2, we believe, are still at large. We've heard the conflicting reports that 1 person was barricaded in. You're hearing the reporting from Kieran Chawla that 2 suspects have been detained in the Addis area across the river. What could lead us in the direction of that could be a little bit more credible is that they are actually being brought to the violent crimes unit at state police headquarters, where they're trying to investigate much of this. Lauren, earlier today we heard a description of a lady. She's on her Facebook Live, we believe. Let's play that for our viewers. She's very excited. She's very nervous, as you can imagine. These things are unfolding. No one ever expects on a Sunday morning on Airline Highway to see what she describes as a sniper, somebody from the military, she says, but she's obviously talking about what they're wearing. So let's listen to her description, and keep in mind she's very excited and very nervous.
This is actually a different video, not the woman we were referencing, but another video near the scene. And here she is.
I have no idea what's going on right now. The police, they got a sniper over here on Be Quick on Airline. This Lord, I don't cuss on my Facebook. I'm nervous. Y'all gonna have to excuse me. Look at this. Y'all have no. The police are everywhere. This man is shooting at the police. They probably finally just got him. He has a mask on, looking like a ninja, baby. Nice little sniper rifle. He is military. I don't know who this man is. He about to start popping again, baby. Y'all need to go around back.
Emotional words and thoughts coming from that woman on her Facebook Live, and that has been very interesting to watch over the past couple of weeks, the role social media has played as we investigate these reports of officer-involved shootings, and it helps give us an idea of what witnesses are truly seeing and hearing and their emotions as they watch that. We are expecting to hear once again from the governor's office and state police at a press conference at 3 o'clock this afternoon, but what we know so far, 6 officers shot, 3 are dead, and a separate investigation, possibly connected but we don't know, happening over in Port Allen, where 2 suspicious men were reported entering the Walmart in all black clothing, changing, and then exiting the building.
Very suspicious indeed. Let's get to our Kevin Fry now. He is live along Airline Highway with a little bit more from the scene. Kevin.
Hey, yeah, we are around the same location we were earlier at the Circle K, which is where a lot of those protests out front of VRPD have been happening right now. So we're at the corner of Goodwood and Airline still. It's starting to rain at a pretty steady pace right now, but we are joined by 2 folks who have been monitoring things the past 2 weeks and seeing it kind of happening firsthand. Keon Preston, you've been at some of these protests, but you also are just a person who promotes peace all the time. What is your thoughts on what we're hearing about this morning?
There's no word that you can use to describe this incident. I mean, innocent officers are being killed and injured for absolutely no reason. We understand what has happened with Mr. Alton Sterling or whatnot, and we understand the innocent officers that was killed in Dallas, Texas a week ago. But clearly, from what I'm seeing out here, there's a copycat. Someone or some people or some type of organization has decided to come out here and just, hey, shoot officers just for no reason. I mean, shooting police officers would not solve this problem whatsoever. That is not how you're going to get justice. That is not how you're going to get peace. What's going to happen is this is only going to get worse, and just making matters worse. You know, just let the justice system do what they have to do to investigate the Alton Sterling's shooting, and let's pray for justice, and let's continue to pray for peace. But shooting innocent officers and targeting them, ambushing them because what happened to Mr. Alton Sterling would not, and I repeat, will not solve our problem. I'm going to continue to pray for peace, and I'm going to continue to ask our protesters to please, if you're going to protest in a peaceful manner, in a peaceful way. But going about it this way, with guns and taking innocent lives, will not solve our problem. But I'm going to ask our protesters to cease the protesting. Let's just stop protesting for a while, because clearly this has rolled over to the next page. Clearly, this is not good whatsoever.
And we do want to comment that at this point we're still kind of trying to figure out what inspired this incident, what sparked this. But obviously tensions, and you can both, Darren, I'm just bring you in, tensions have been high in recent days here in Baton Rouge. I mean, there's no denying that.
Right. Well, I mean, honestly, you know, we here listening to some people talk, there's really some angry people. I'm not going to lie and tell it, you know, it is honestly. But we try to come here and bring peace and talk to some of them, but we listen to them. Unfortunately, what happened is not the answer, but there's still really some angry people. And, you know, we talked to some police officers yesterday. They came meet us while we was protesting over here. And they know we out for peace, but they say, you know, there always going to be one or two in the crowd that you're not going to be able to control, and it's the truth. So, I mean, people have the right to protest, and we know that. But if you're going to protest, like Keno said, we got to do it the right way. You know, killing cops is not the answer. That's not going to work. We got to come together. We want some common grounds. I mean, is the system perfect? No, it's not. Are we perfect? No, we're not. But what can we do to make it perfect? We have to come and talk to each other. You know, this is not going to work. This is not going to happen. I mean, we got to change our mindset. If we don't, I don't want to be talking positive and saying that we're trying to promote violence, but it's not going to get better. We represent peace, and that's why we're here. And I'm glad that I was able to talk to some of the police officers. I work with police officers throughout the community where I'm at, and they try to help, the ones I know, try to help the kids that I work with. So all cops, people, it's not bad cops. They do have bad people, but they got bad people all over the world. But all cops is not bad. I mean, that's somebody that's got to go home crying. I don't know who the officer is, but I hope it's not nobody I know personally, because it will hurt me even more. But still in all, that's still a life that's being lost today behind something that we need to change.
And so the community already frustrated, already angry.
Yes.
And now just from what you're both telling me, and I want to make sure you're facing the right way here, Kian, just now frustration, but in a different way.
It is in a different way. However, since I've been out here about an hour, and I've been speaking to the community and protesters that are out here, currently out here right now, and some are angry, some are upset, and some just disagree with these actions of whomever, because I don't know who these people are, but clearly they had a plan, and they went with their plan, and it's not right. I don't think that's okay. That's okay to just shoot an officer. I mean, innocent officers at that, just to do it. I mean, just to get a point across, or just to say, we don't like police, or police lives don't matter, or whatever. Clearly, we need law enforcement in this world. We need officers, okay? Now, when it comes to officers, yes, we have police officers that just think they can do anything that they want to, clearly, but that's why there's certain processes that we take of getting rid of those officers. I'm not about to encourage anyone to just start shooting police and just for no reason.
Just one final thing, guys, and kind of quick. Where do we go from here?
Where do we go from here? I don't know. I can tell you one thing. Like I said once before, the pot thickens, and we have turned to another page. This has turned to another level. Clearly, the officers are upset and angry, and the community is upset and angry. So it's like, what's going to happen from here? What will happen?
I just want to say, I think we need to pray. I mean, we need to pray. There's a lot of people praying right now on the back burners, but we need churches. We need the real leaders to come out. We need churches to come out. I'm not saying get engaged in what's going on, but be some type of forefront for the community, because they got innocent people that wants to do the right thing. We want peace. It's, so help us. I mean, we need churches.
And before you end, I'm calling for all male preachers.
Right.
All male deacons.
Black and white.
All male activists, black and white,
That's
to
right.
come out here and get involved, because we need to preach to our young people that violence is not the way. Violence is not the way. We need to preach them salvation. Because clearly there are some lost souls that need Jesus as their Lord and Savior. So I'm calling all the preachers out from amongst the four walls, which means the church, to get involved into this community, and let's fight till we can't fight anymore, to grab our young people and to also fight for justice.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah, one more thing I just want to say. I mean, and like you said, and if you come out, don't get me wrong, you can't control the ones that got their own mindset. It's a free country. You can't. Because if I could, I would tell them all go home. But they have the right to protest. But if we can come together and be in one mind, one accord, we can change things. We can. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you both, gentlemen. Thank you. And again, calls, you just heard it, for unity, for peace, and for almost a stop to the protests, at least for the time being, as we continue to go. And we're going to just kind of look at the scene again. This is right where we were a little earlier today, at the corner of Goodwood and Airline, north of the scene, right at the corner where BRPD headquarters is located here on Airline Highway. We have been seeing, again, vehicles going in and out throughout the afternoon, up toward the scene, lots of vehicles. Again, SWAT vehicles as well. I just saw a little earlier an EMS driver. You don't think of them wearing sort of a SWAT-type helmet, but they were indeed as they went down toward the scene just a little while ago. But the rain is picking up, thunder and lightning ahead, which is certainly changing the dynamic of how this investigation will proceed going forward. So for now, we're reporting live near BRPD headquarters, up north of the scene. I'm Kevin Fry, WAFB 9 News. Back to you guys.
Okay, Kevin, thank you for that.
Yes, you heard calls for prayer. We want to remind you, if you haven't heard from earlier in our broadcast, there will be a gathering, a vigil tonight in Zachary at 6 o'clock, also at St. Aloysius, at Mass tonight at 5:30. So while law enforcement urging you to not get out in this right now, and by this we mean the weather, police activity, traffic, those are some options for later on this evening if you'd like to come together.
Let's get over now to our weather center. Jeff Morrow is standing by. He's been here this morning tracking these storms. Jeff, obviously we have a situation going on and this weather is impacting it.
Yeah, absolutely. I've highlighted the scene of where this crime occurred in purple here. You see the lightning bolts around the scene. But one thing that I want to show you, or at least take note of, I'm going to put this into motion and then I'm going to zoom out. And what I want you to see is the fact that this storm actually kind of went around the scene. It split and then kind of reformed, intensified north of the scene. So if you think your prayers don't get answered, it looks like if you prayed for our officers to be safe as the storms approach, it looks like maybe those prayers were answered. You can see heavier thunderstorms kind of moved off towards the east and to the west and really kind of split Airline Highway. So we're seeing the heavier thunderstorms to the north. You see behind it, though, not a whole heck of a lot of activity, more or less just light rainfall right now. So as that makes its way through, we're probably going to be diminishing the lightning threat probably within the next 5 to 15 minutes, and then it's going to be more or less just sort of light to moderate rainfall pockets for at least another hour before things maybe begin to dry out just a little bit in the Baton Rouge area. So that's sort of the weather highlight. It looks like things are going to be gradually winding down for the investigation for those folks. So you take a look at the live scene, though, and it certainly doesn't seem to be letting up just yet. But as mentioned, we got probably another hour, a light to moderate rainfall to come. The lightning threat probably diminishing within the next 10 to 15 minutes for those folks that are caught out in the rain investigating this horrific incident that Baton Rouge police are having to deal with in East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office and all the other responding agencies. So just a terrible situation. The weather not necessarily helping that at all. Lauren, Greg.
Jeff Morrow, thank you very much for that. We appreciate it. It's unbelievable that weather affects a story like this, but it is happening.
That's interesting.
Right
it went around too,
yeah.
as he was saying. So
very, very interesting.
He of course will keep an eye on that in the First Alert Storm Center as we continue to pour over these videos we've received starting just after 9 o'clock this morning after reports of an officer-involved shooting, multiple officers down. Witnesses have been Facebook Living and sending us clips of what they've seen around the Old Hammond airline area. I believe we have one of those to show you right now.
Sorry. Okay, let's reset here just for a moment. We're going to get to that video. Let's first get over to Johnny Asian. He is standing by in the traffic center with a look at what folks are having to deal with as the traffic moves in and around that area. Johnny, obviously people have been asked to stay away from there, but sometimes folks have to do things, and a lot of people live in that area.
Yeah, and that's my sole purpose today, Greg. You'll see me only in as-needed basis, but basically to solely focus on traffic situations and as related to what's going on today. This is a live shot of what's happening right now on I-12. Let me orient you. Here's the Struma Baptist here. This is I-12 westbound going toward the downtown area. You can see police officers have staged crews here. Blocking the off-ramp going on Airline Highway northbound. I'll show you why in just a moment. Likewise, the northbound airline exit loop from the eastbound side of I-12 is also completely blocked right there. If we could go to our map, I'll show you kind of what's going on as far as that is concerned. Airline north and southbound in both directions completely closed between Goodwood Boulevard and I-12. A little hard to see. Let me show you. Here's Goodwood Boulevard. Florida Boulevard is up here. This is Hammond Air Mall right here. Here's Old Hammond Highway. This is Airline Highway and I-12, and Airline Highway is completely closed between the interstate and Goodwood Boulevard in both directions. That is not expected to open anytime soon. If you can put off errands until tomorrow, that would be advisable. Hammond Air is closed as well, and Old Hammond Highway between Airline Highway and Drusilla, which is about right in that area. That section of Old Hammond is also closed today due to this activity. We will continue to monitor traffic all day long. You'll only see me on an as-needed basis, but I'm solely focused on traffic. Please keep up with that on our website, also our social platform, and like us on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter at traffic@wafb.com. Guys.
Johnny, some important information. Thank you very much for that. Now, earlier we had gotten to that video. It was we heard from our photographer on the scene, Darren DeQuano, that a man had tried to charge the line there at police, trying to get to him under Airline Highway and the interstate. Here's what that looked like earlier.
You see him being confrontational with officers before being tased. And he falls to the ground. We're told from our photojournalist Darren DeQuano there at the scene, he was put in the back of a police unit, he was detained. And this just goes to show you, officers, they don't need any trouble right now. This is tough enough as it is. This man was apparently walking on the median, approached officers, and they detained him in this fashion as you see him tased.
And you know, at one point you can't see where his hands are, so you do see the hubcap there that he was threatening them with. This just is a part of this story because it is right there at the line where they're trying to be focused on other things and having to deal with that person who obviously has some type of mental something going on to go out there and confront police.
There's a lot of emotions across our city and across our country. A lot of prominent figures are tweeting and talking about this right now. LSU officials are telling us they have mobilized their emergency operations center. As you can imagine, kids in summer school or kids just here for the summer in Baton Rouge from out of town, those parents wanting to know that they're safe, and so that is the reason they have mobilized their emergency operations center. They've been taking calls there and saying his thoughts and prayers are with our city and with the police department. Hashtag pray for Baton Rouge.
All right, our Kieran Challa now is in the News Alert Center with an update on this situation. Kieran, what can you tell us?
Well, we've been telling you all day that we've been reaching out to the FBI to get a response on if those two men who were detained in Port Allen, or in Addis, should I say, had any connection to this. They did respond. Let's see if we can pull that up as a full screen. I believe we have that. Here it is. The FBI New Orleans Division has personnel on scene in Baton Rouge to assist our law enforcement colleagues. At this time, our focus is to help identify and bring to justice those who are responsible for this heinous act. I did specifically ask if they could give me anything as far as their involvement in those two people who have been detained in Addis, and they said no comment. But it is typical in an ongoing investigation, especially with the FBI, that they cannot say anything. We obviously have to do our job and try and ask. But for those of you who are not familiar with this, let me fill you guys in one more time of what we are being told. Two men went into the Walmart in Port Allen on LA1 in all black clothes, went in, changed their clothes, came out, actually got in a vehicle, in a silver Nissan vehicle, now that we know, and they were headed back on LA1 southbound, basically away from Interstate 10, so they were kind of headed towards, I guess, the Plaquemine direction. Addis police heard the call come over the radio, and it was within their city limits. They made that stop, and that is when they stopped them at the Kyle's Express and stopped the two men. And that is when we are told that the FBI came in and started questioning them, and they have since been taken to the state police headquarters here in Baton Rouge, and they have detained these two men. Again, we don't have confirmation that these two are the other suspects that the officials were looking for, but again, it just sounds very really familiar. One thing that we did kind of tell everybody last time is that what we learned is law enforcement have a description. In fact, we just got emails saying that please put out that description. We'll work on that, but the description that looks like law enforcement has is that look for somebody with all black on. And in this case, that's what you guys, you the public, did this. Somebody called 911 when they saw something suspicious, and thanks to you, these two people are being detained right now. Of course, as we continue to get more information, we're going to give it to you. But again, that's a response from the FBI. So now we know that the FBI is involved. They cannot go into detail as to what their role is, but we are told that it is the FBI who is questioning these two people. We'll keep you updated as we continue to get in updates. Greg, Lauren?
Kieran Chawla, thank you. We're just getting this in from the New Orleans Police Department. They've issued what they call a patrol officer's safety warning to all of their officers in direct connection to the shooting in Baton Rouge, no longer having them in one-man cars, but having them team up and double up to what you would think of when we were kids. You would see police officers with their partners. Now that is happening in New Orleans as a direct result of what is happening here, and they're also being told to be very careful when they are responding to calls of services from citizens. So the New Orleans Police Department, NOPD, now teaming up two people to a car as a direct result of this shooting here in Baton Rouge.
Many officers across the country, many departments doing that in the wake of the Dallas police shooting, and it appears from the audio that one officer watched his partner go down. We have the dispatch tape from that very moment when he called in. If you would like to take a listen now, this is from the company Broadcastify providing us this audio.
Oh, shot fired, officer down, shot fired, officer down. Got a city officer down, shot fired. Shot fired on airline. I know where the subject shooting from. Point around. Point around. Full okay. So, up on the code. Quarter 10-3 in traffic, 10-3 in traffic. Shots fired, officer down behind the building, and hair found. I know where the subject shooting from.
You heard him say he doesn't know where they're shooting from. That was the first information we got in from his dispatch tape and also from witnesses, which is eerily similar to what we heard in Dallas when they at first had no idea where the gunfire was coming from, thought it was possibly a sniper. So that was from earlier this morning along Airline Highway as an officer watched his partner go down.
Or at least, yeah, was somebody that he was responding to. We don't know if they were connected as far as
partners,
partners. What we do know is, though, that matches up with that police dispatch call with what that lady was saying when she was so excited on her Facebook page talking about seeing somebody in all black. Perhaps she called him a sniper. She said it looked like he was wearing military stuff, which you can imagine what that looks like. and that is what she was saying, so that does kind of match up. I believe that we have Robbie Reynolds, who is standing by live. Let's check in with Robbie now and see if we can get an update from him. Robbie. Okay.
Having a little trouble with his audio there. We'll get right back to him, as he is right where we've been joining Darren DeQuano throughout the morning outside of the scene there, Airline Highway in Old Hammond, approaching the overpass. And that is also where we saw a man detained earlier after being tased for approaching police in a confrontational manner. Robbie, I believe he's ready now with his microphone working. Robbie Reynolds joining us live from right outside the scene. We will check back in with him. Okay, Robbie, do we have you now?
Lauren, I'm here at Airline Highway, and as I was going to say before, we have seen earlier this morning cop cars coming in and out of the scene. I'm going to step out of the scene real quick here. You can see it's a little bit quieter right now, not as many cars going through. And another interesting thing, and this may be because of weather, but we don't hear any choppers anymore. The weather has taken a turn for the worst. Rain was pouring down earlier. It's just kind of lightened up right now, really dark in the skies, but we haven't seen choppers going through in quite some time. If you look off really in the distance, that really is the big scene right there, is where the cop cars are all grouped up. But this is really the first we can go. And Lauren and Greg, I've been driving around all day just looking for new areas, looking at what the scenes look like, and I can tell you that Old Hammond Highway, Drusilla Lane, all that area is blocked off right now. We have a really wide perimeter the police are dealing with right now.
Robbie, thank you very much for that. We'll get back to you as you get new information. We appreciate it. This information is going worldwide, and it's showing up on social media for sure.
Quarterback Brandon Harris for LSU tweeted earlier today, we have that thoughts and prayers are with the Baton Rouge Police Department. Remember, God sees no color, race, nor gender. We are all the same. Wake up. We also have another tweet from Jacob Hester. Baton Rouge is a special city with special people. Prayers for the capital city and all the families who have been affected. Many families across the country affected, with students at LSU. Again, their emergency operations center is active right now. They are taking calls and accounting for all of the students, for these families who are calling, maybe can't get in touch with their loved ones who are at LSU.
All right, we'll be checking in, I think, in about an hour and 15 minutes now. We'll hear from the governor and the police chief and all of the law enforcement involved. That'll be at 3 o'clock. We're going to carry that here on WAFB. We'll also have it on your mobile device if you need to step out and you have to get out somewhere. We'll have that for you. You can also share that with your family and friends who are also really concerned about what's going on. We'll have a lot more details at that point. Again, that's about an hour and a half from now. Governor John Bel Edwards will speak along with all the law enforcement involved in this, and you can follow it and watch everything as we get it on WAFB.com and our various social media pages. Now, it's important to note, for some of you watching outside that don't understand this, it's important to note that race has been brought into this because of what Baton Rouge has been dealing with these last several days, almost 2 weeks now, of the Alton Sterling killing by Baton Rouge police. And race has become a big part of that story, even though the Justice Department is literally trying to see if his civil rights were violated. Race may or may not have anything to do with what has happened here today, but that is why you have so many people on both sides bringing up that issue and asking people to please be calm and not protest today. We've just heard from the president, Lauren.
Yes, he has issued a statement just moments ago. We got this in, quote, I condemn in the strongest sense of the word the attack on law enforcement in Baton Rouge. For the second time in 2 weeks, police officers who put their lives on the line for ours every day were doing their job when they were killed in a cowardly and reprehensible assault. Again, this is coming from President Obama. He goes on to say these are attacks on public servants, on the rule of law, and on civilized society, and they have to stop. I've offered my full support and the full support of the federal government to Governor Edwards, Mayor Holden, the Sheriff's Office, and the Baton Rouge Police Department, and make no mistake, justice will be done.
Strong words there from the President of the United States, focused in on Baton Rouge. It's, living in a city and dealing with politicians, you like to get the ear of the President, but this is not at all the way that you want to get that attention. Let's focus our attention right now, if you could, on that thing at the bottom there of your screen. It says 6 officers shot, 3 dead. In the middle of all of that, that's just a very simple statement. Think of the families that are involved in this and think of what they may be going through at this very time. And that's where you can channel that energy and anger sometimes and to see what you can do. We have a lot of folks that want to go out and help the officers and give them water and Gatorade and stuff. We've been told that they have plenty of that and they are very much appreciative of that. We also have people who want to give blood, and that is a good idea. But right now, the blood centers are having their hours extended, I guess, today until 5 o'clock at the Life Share Blood, and then they're going to be open tomorrow. So while it appears that they have what they need right now, that could change in the days and weeks ahead here on the situation.
Yes, we have heard Governor John Bell Edwards and Baton Rouge Police Chief Carl Davidy have been visiting with the families of the officers at Our Lady of the Lake Hospital. We are expecting to hear from the governor's office, from state police at 3 o'clock at a press conference, and of course we'll bring that to you on our social media pages and live right here on the air. But it's important to note those numbers as you're thinking about it, as you're going about your day. 6 shot, 3 dead. And this is just beginning as we learn more information throughout the day, a rainy day in Baton Rouge, and much of traffic affected, and just a time where authorities involved are urging you to stay home, and that is the ultimate service to them at this time.
The beautiful Sunday morning that you woke up to is no more. There is rain and clouds and plenty of heavy hearts as you see this live shot of Airline Highway. Airline Highway has been the center of so much here in Baton Rouge these last few days, and now the center this morning at about shortly around 9 o'clock. 3 officers being killed, 6 shot altogether. There were several different things going and bullets flying around. We heard a number of the gunshots. Some of them were together as in a set of gunshots, and then you heard what sounded like almost semi-automatic rifle fire. And you know, at the end of some of that, there were officers going down. To have 6 officers shot in one area is just unheard of, especially along Baton Rouge when there wasn't a big gathering. This wasn't like Dallas where there were police concentrated into an area. These were officers responding, and now they have been taken down. And you see the activity on your screen, some cops running, some trying to figure out exactly what is going on. And we don't know if this is related to the suspects that are still out there. And Lauren, you know, we have talked about faith here a lot, as you hear some of our weather instruments going off in the background. We've talked about faith here a lot, and we've even told people to pray, and we understand not everybody believes in God and that might not be something for everyone, but you can give positive thoughts in our direction. We talk a lot about that because this is a Sunday morning. This is a Sunday morning in the South where people are gathering to pray, to have church, to do whatever they may do all across our city. And we have Father Jeff Bailly on the phone right now with us. Father Bailly, what goes through your mind when you see something like this? You're a person very close to God. You're very close to this community. What goes through your mind?
First of all, we have come way too far. We've come way too far, Greg, to allow someone's religion, their color, or their sexual orientation. We've come way too far to allow that to separate us. And there are people out there who want to separate us, who want to destroy what we've worked for. And of all people, our men and women of law enforcement and emergency services, they've done so much to keep us safe. And God bless them. Whatever they do, it can always be wrong. And Greg, I've got to say this now that we're on the phone. There are those people in the media who last week, right after 5 policemen were killed in Dallas, were critical of keeping our policemen safe by wearing riot gear. We never knew who was going to shoot. They threw rocks, they threw frozen water bottles. And here are these people out there to keep us safe, and people want to kill them. Greg, I told my people this morning that, you know, that emotions are not going to solve this situation. Because if we hold on to our emotions of anger or hatred or revenge, or think we need to get these people back, we're going to get deeper and we're going to get worse. We need to go to God and ask God to change our hearts, to change our circumstances, give us the grace to let go of some of these things and to work together to be a real community. Doesn't matter, you know, your religion, your creed, your color, your sexual orientation.
We're all made in the image and likeness of the same God. And Greg, we need to hold on to that. And if we think we're going to solve it by just, all of a sudden a wave is going to come over me and I'm going to have a change of heart. We change our heart by letting God change it. We don't change our heart by feeling the pain and the emotions of the situation and just relieving it. And that's what I'm really hoping and praying happens. That's why we want to invite all the ministers, all the people of, within striking distance. We're in Zachary, right in back of the Zachary Police Department. There's a little town gazebo, and we want everyone to come and pray together. I don't care what God you believe in. We want God to help us grow together as one. We want all the ministers there and all the people there. And you know what? If weather and crowds affect us, our church is a half a block away. We'll move inside the church and pray together because we're made in the image and likeness of the same God. And until we deal with that, Greg, we're going to keep these divisions, and they're senseless.
Father, right now there are families and friends connected to these police officers, the ones shot and the ones who have died. In your way, offer some comfort to those families. We realize the immediate family might not be watching now, but there are some friends and family. There are people in Baton Rouge there and beyond that have been touched by this. What's your words of comfort to them?
Greg, our salvation for Christians is bound up in the fact that someone laid down his life for people he didn't even know. And in their service, they imitate our Savior. And in imitating our Savior, I know God looks lovingly upon them. I can't explain the madness. I can't take away the immediate hurt. But I hope they find comfort in knowing that their loved one died in many ways the same way our Savior did, laying down his life for those that they loved and served. And that's what Christ was. And the madness is the madness. And please know that any time like this, when we do this loss, and I don't care, what the situation is, loss is always painful and tough. It's more painful when it's just senseless. The only consolation that we have is to know that one day we'll see them together again. And certainly those who laid down their lives for those that they love and serve without even, worrying about who they were, what color they were, what religion they were were just here to keep the public safety. And I think they imitate our Lord's sacrificial love. And I feel very good at telling them, as painful as it is right now, one day we'll be together in the presence of the God that we all believe in.
Father Jeff Bailly, we appreciate you. Thank you, sir, for taking time out on this Sunday, which I know is a busy day for you. Obviously, we appreciate that, your service and your ask for people or your call for people to get out there and pray behind the Zachary Police Department at 6 p.m. this evening. Thank you, sir, for joining us. We're getting a report, Lauren, from, we're going to attribute this to our folks at our friends over at the Advocate, Baton Rouge's newspaper here. They are saying that the shooter is from Missouri. The one that has been killed. We've been saying that one suspect is dead. They are reporting, we've seen this elsewhere too, but we're being able to confirm through them that they are quoting sources as saying the shooter is from Missouri and he is dead in that one, but we do believe two others are possibly still either out there or could be the two others that have been detained over in West Baton Rouge and are now in the custody of police at State Police Headquarters.
That West Baton Rouge situation we've had Kieran Chawla following, there were reports of two men wearing all black entering the Walmart there in Port Allen, changing clothes and coming out. Now, those two men have been detained, but we have not officially confirmed if they've been connected to this shooting on Airline in Old Hammond. We are getting information in from across the country, questions from across the country, support, and the LSU community is a big part of that. We've just received a statement from F. King Alexander, the president over at LSU, and he says our thoughts are with those officers and their families, as well as their fellow officers who are responding to this tragedy. Although the shootings occurred some distance from campus, LSU is taking precautionary measures to ensure the continued safety of our LSU campus community. Again, this coming from F. King Alexander issuing a statement saying our Emergency Operations Center has been activated to assist the LSU police who have been called upon to support local law enforcement. And the LSU police are also taking steps to increase security around the campus. We have heard from LSU's quarterback, Brandon Harris, tweeting his support for law enforcement and calling for peace in our community, saying his thoughts and prayers are with the Baton Rouge Police Department. Remember, God sees no color, race, nor gender. We are all the same. Wake up. That is the message that we heard from the leader of peaceful protests, the Stop the Violence movement. In recent weeks, he got out there and spoke with our Kevin Fry, and so did the owner of the Triple S convenience store, saying this is not a day to protest. This isn't a day to talk about race or any of that. It's just a day to call for peace and for the safety of our officers as they get a handle on this situation.
A lot of young men in the inner city and beyond the inner city look up to the LSU athletes, so them stepping forward and putting their message out there, it resonates with young people, so that is very important to see. Keep in mind, now we're about an hour away from hearing more details on this from the governor's office. He will have everybody with him, and we will get a lot more details on that. It's about 1:58 right now, so at 3 o'clock we're expecting that press conference. From that, we hope to learn more about what is going on. We hope that we will get the all clear as far as all suspects in this. We do know one is dead. The Advocate newspaper here in Baton Rouge is reporting that suspect was from Missouri, which leads you to believe some of the outside influences on Baton Rouge. That points to part of that, but we will learn more about the specifics and what they want to say to the community. That will be happening at 3 o'clock. We're going to carry that here on WAFB, but if you need to get out or somewhere, go somewhere, we'll also have it on our mobile device as we do this broadcast now, so you can watch what we say and what we learn from our reporters and all of our folks, all of our journalists fanned out across the scene out there trying to give you the best information. And in the middle of all that, we're also trying to hold these precious families a little tighter tonight that are dealing with the loss of their loved ones.
We have Andre Morrow joining us now live with some new information coming in. Andre, what can you tell us?
Yeah, we're at the Triple S right now, and Reverend Reginald Pitcher is here. Had called a news conference of sorts. We spoke to him a moment ago on Facebook Live, speaking to him again also now, right now. Reverend, you came here to the Triple S for a message to give.
Yes. We came here primarily to give the same message we gave last week. When Alton was killed, we came here and stood at this spot, calling on all of our people to show restraint, no violence, no destroying of property, and to conduct themselves with intelligence. So we're standing in the same spot, calling on the police to do the same thing. We're all hurting, we're all in pain, we sympathize with the family, and we sympathize with the community who's hurting. Just as we were hurting then, they're hurting now. So we're calling on them as we called on our people to show restraint.
Right, okay. A different scene, a different situation is happening right now and still unfolding, and how do you address that? It's senseless.
Well, it's senseless, and the African American community are just as in horror and disbelief as anyone else. We're peaceful people. We don't believe in an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. We don't believe in retaliation. If that was the case, we would have done a lot worse through the ages, through the time, through the years. But we're peaceful people. We don't believe that violence should beget violence. And we're not in agreement with what happened today. As a matter of fact, we sympathize completely and wholeheartedly with the family, and we'll continue to lift them up in prayer. But we're also saying that dialogue must begin. We need to sit down at the table and have realistic conversation about race relations in this city.
I think I told you just a moment ago that I believe that dialogue has begun, that it's been apparent on many levels that it has begun. Today interrupts that because in the middle of a quiet Sunday morning, It's interrupted by an ambush-style attack of police, and that breaks down everything because we're grieving, we're in an active situation trying to take care of an urgent matter that's still happening.
Well, I agree with that, and I also agree.
A dangerous situation.
Yes,
obviously.
a dangerous situation, but I also agree that if we as a people can exercise restraint when we were confronted with RoboCop type riot police officers, then I'm calling upon the police department to exercise that same degree of restraint in regards to the way we're treated. I know that the pain is still present with Dallas situation, and even more so now. But as we called on our community to make sure that cool heads rule the day, we're calling on the police officers to let cool heads rule the day. We were criticized for lumping all police officers together, and we're hoping that they don't do the same thing.
Yeah. All right, Reverend, we appreciate it. C.D. Marcel, you've been everywhere. You were at a station earlier. Any other words since the past hour or so?
No, I'm just actually coming to stand with Pastor Pitcher. I hope that he would lead the conversations and opening up the dialogue. And not only that, but let's talk about changing policies. Let's talk about getting these types of weapons off of our street. I talked about it the other night on HBO. There's nothing we could do if someone passed by here with that type of weapon.
All right, we lost reception there, but we will check back in with Andre Morrow outside of the Triple S convenience store where a small crowd has gathered. Again,
which I do want to iterate, they've asked you not to do.
Not to do that, yes.
So some of the very people asking you not to do are out there, so let's just be calm in that respect, and let's take it back to what physically happened here with those 6 officers shot, Lauren, and kind of reset the scene, I think, for the
Yes,
viewers there.
around 9 o'clock this morning, shots were fired. 6 officers shot as we learned more information from law enforcement. 3 are dead. Here is video from a witness near the scene earlier today. You can take a listen here. And as the day went on, the weather moved in. We heard different information. Those officers at Our Lady of the Lake right now, also a sheriff's deputy, we're told, being treated with non-life-threatening injuries at Baton Rouge General. 1 suspect is dead, according to law enforcement, 2 others at large, but it is possible those 2 suspects could be connected to an incident we saw in Port Allen. Our Karen Shawlow reporting on that. But take a listen to this video.
All right, and at the end of that video, you hear just a succession of shots there. Very chilling that when you know that 3 officers have been killed as a result of it.
We want to get now to Graham Wilkins, who is live outside of Our Lady of the Lake Hospital along Essen, where officers are checking each vehicle that comes into the medical facility. Graham, what can you tell us now?
Guys, just want to give you an update on the situation on the ground here in front of Lady of the Lake. The ER is open, even though the hospital remains on lockdown, but that's what these officers behind me are doing. Any vehicle that shows up to try to get into the emergency department, you will be checked to make sure there is an actual need for you to get into the ER. But the ER is open. It's the same for the Baton Rouge General Bluebonnet. Their ER is open, but their hospital is also still on lockdown right now. So you just need to be advised to stay away from these hospitals if you don't have any need to come here. We also saw someone show up to try to donate blood here at the hospital. They don't need it right now. The hospital said that their blood supply is stable. They appreciate all the concern. They know that people want to help, but their blood center is not open today. You can make it over to the LifeShare Blood Center on North Boulevard until 5 p.m. today. The blood center here at Our Lady of the Lake will be open all week. You can start coming at 8:30 tomorrow morning if you would like to come here to Our Lady of the Lake, but the blood supply is stable, and they're asking folks to stay away from here, of course, to make the job of these officers officers easier. We know too that the governor, the state police colonel Mike Edmonson, the mayor, the sheriff, the police chief were all here inside the hospital at one point as well, speaking with families. We've seen some high-profile vehicles with blacked-out windows leave in the last few minutes. So of course they're going to be having a press conference at 3 o'clock, so they're going to have to leave here at some point. But we know that they've been here. The highest officials and local officials have been here much of the day to comfort the families just as much as they can, just to show them that they're here and they have their backs. Guys.
Graham Elkins, outside of Our Lady of the Lake, thank you so much for that report.
All right, we're going to get to Kieran Chula here in just a moment, but first, though, I think we have a little bit of the road closures. And
yes, road closures are still in effect for that entire. It's a big area, folks. It's on Airline Highway, I-12 to Old Hammond in both directions, so steer clear of that area. Also, Old Hammond Highway, the airline to Terra in both directions. There's a map. You see where the Hammond Air Plaza is, that shopping center there on the left, across from the scene, directly across from it, and that big stretch in red that is entirely closed off with police activity and homes surrounding that area. People living there being asked to stay inside, but to call if they see anything suspicious. Immediately call 911.
Part of that immediate area is going to be closed, maybe not the whole entire area, but right around where it actually happened. We're talking about a several-day situation. It takes hours to process a scene when one person is shot. You can imagine with 6 officers shot, some of the suspects shot, all of the investigative means that will have to take place there. So you are talking about a long time, a long situation that started just after 9 that will continue for several days at that scene as they try and process exactly what happened, look for video, surveillance cameras, and all of that, and find out what led up to the fact that 6 officers were shot, 3 dead at this time. There's been some questions about the suspects. What do they look like? Are they black? Are they white? We've not heard specifically what they look like. We have heard that they were males, and that only came from our witnesses that say they saw a guy walking with a gun. There was an original report that we had seen out there that maybe police were in the area. Someone had spotted someone walking with a rifle down Airline Highway. That is something that's out there that police are trying to get to the bottom of, and perhaps that could have been part of what started this. But we heard from witnesses that at least one of the suspects, Lauren, was dressed in all black, had a mask on his face. It's illegal to wear a mask in public in Louisiana unless it's Mardi Gras or Halloween. So that right there throws people off when you see somebody walking with a mask on, and then if they're armed and dressed in all black.
Through recent events, it is very easy for people in the community to get emotional and jump to conclusions. We want to remind you, we don't know exactly what happened from law enforcement in the initial moments of this shooting just yet. We are expecting to hear that information at 3 o'clock, but authorities, faith-based leaders just urging for calm in the community as far as taking to social media and sparking some of this unrest online, because that has a lot to do with the emotions and the fear of what people are dealing with right now across our country, not just here in Baton Rouge.
I think it's okay for news people sometimes to just say, we don't know. We do not have all the facts right here. The facts we do have is what we're bringing to you, that 6 officers have been shot, that 3 of them unfortunately have died. That is basically what we know. We do know from what we've gathered from witnesses that it happened behind the Be Quick, or near the Be Quick, right there on Airline Highway. It happened just about 9 o'clock this morning on what was a quiet Sunday morning. We heard from the initial officer who got there that shots were fired. He said he saw a city officer down. We believe that was a sheriff's deputy or someone that was making that call. We do know the sheriff's office is involved in this, as are Baton Rouge City police officers. Now everyone, of course, is involved in this. Our Kieran Chula is standing by now live in the News Alert Center with a update for us. Kieran, you have been reporting on some of the suspects involved in this. Kind of update our viewers, some of them who may be just tuning in. Where are we right now with the search for suspects, and what's going on with that?
Well, right now, Greg, what we can tell you is that 2 men have been detained, and they are now with at the state police headquarters, and we're told that the FBI has actually stepped in and that they are questioning everybody. Let's kind of fill you in from the very beginning for those of you who are just joining us. It was some viewers actually, or people, called 911 when they saw 2 suspicious men walking into the Walmart in Port Allen, and they said that they walked in with all black clothes on and went in, changed clothes, came out. This silver vehicle you see right there is what they were supposedly getting away in, and they were headed southbound on LA1. Now, for those of you who don't know the directions, that's basically away from the interstate. It is going back like towards, say, if you're going towards Plaquemine or that direction. It is important to note that this vehicle that you see right here, it did have a Texas license plate. We're still trying to get some more details on that, but this is the vehicle that they saw. The Kyle's Express is the gas station where this vehicle was stopped. It is the Addis Police Department. Their officers actually heard the call come out on the radio. They immediately got to LA1, and it was near Benedetto's on LA1 where they saw this car. They spotted it on LA1 southbound. They went into that Kyle's Express that you just saw and stopped the car. They had 2 men in there, and that's when the FBI came in and questioned them. Now, they are both over at State Police being questioned, and we have also reached out to the FBI to find out what their role is. Let's take a look at that statement that they did send us. It says that the FBI New Orleans Division has personnel on scene in Baton Rouge to assist our law enforcement colleagues. At this time, our focus is to help identify and bring to justice those who are responsible for this heinous act. I did specifically ask what their role is and if they did detain or if they did hold on to these 2 men, and if they're the ones questioning them. The FBI told me no comment. Obviously, in these cases, the FBI has very little that they can actually say, and majority of the times, even if they are involved, all they can tell us is no comment. Now, another thing to note is that a person who worked around the Hammond Air, obviously there were several businesses around there. He said about 8:45 he was headed into work and he saw a man dressed in all black with a gun strapped to him, and he jumped behind the Be Quick, and all of a sudden he started hearing gunfire. So that kind of goes hand in hand with what we've been told, that these guys at Walmart were dressed in all black, and then this guy telling us earlier this morning around 8:45, when that's the time around when this shooting took place, they were all dressed in black. One key thing to take away here is that law enforcement told us that the description they got, that's what the words that they use, is specifically saying that the description that they got that came over the radio is the description that was being put out for law enforcement. So they kind of knew what they were going for. I did ask what that description is so we can pass it on to you, that in case you guys see anything. They have told me that it's too early to say anything right now to the public. Maybe they will address that at that 3 o'clock press conference. That information kind of slowly but surely trying to come in, and still, again, no word yet if these 2 are the suspects who have been detained and being questioned right now. In total, we were told that there were 3 gunmen. 1 is dead. There were 2 out there still. I have reached out and asked law enforcement if they feel like they have all of their suspects in custody. They're still saying it's too early to say that right now. This is still, even though the scene happened around 9 o'clock this morning, hours later, it's still an active scene, and there's still everything going on. And not just Baton Rouge. Obviously, you saw this was in West Baton Rouge, where we had 2 men who have been questioned. As soon as we get more information, I will make sure I pass that on to you. We'll send it back to Greg and Lauren.
Karen, thank you for that tremendous job there. What makes her job difficult is she has different information coming in. Some of it may seem related, but we don't know. So our job is just to bring it to you, and we will eventually connect the dots sometime. But one of the things I thought was important that she said, it doesn't appear that they're putting out a description right now of a suspect. So I believe if they thought that there were 2 people still out there involved in the shooting, we know 1 suspect is dead for sure. If there were suspects still at large out there, hopefully we would have heard from police on exactly what and who to look out for.
Hopefully they would provide that. And we talked about connecting the dots from these 2 separate scenes from Port Allen stretching over to Baton Rouge. We're hoping to connect those dots at this press conference happening at 3 o'clock at the Governor's Office of Homeland Security. Our Kevin Fry is there setting up with multiple media outlets, and we'll have a preview for us in just a moment of what's happening there. But again, 3 o'clock is when that's happening. We have heard from President Obama. We have heard from F. King Alexander. We have heard from top officials from across the country. The president calling these attackers, these gunmen, cowards, and condemning this attack. So WAFB.com and our free mobile app is where you can catch that streaming press conference at 3 o'clock, where we will hopefully learn some more information about what has happened here, what has left 3 officers dead and 6 shot.
Well, we heard from Graham Elkins earlier that the governor and I believe the police chief and some of the other top law enforcement brass were actually at the hospital with the families of those who have been affected by this. 3 families have obviously lost a loved one. Another set of families, extend out from that. So a lot of the top officials, not to say that they don't always call all the shots, but there are plenty of people that are under them that are able to call the shots out there on the scene. One of them right there you see is Jeff LaDuff, who has dealt with losing police officers under his tenure. He's now a former Baton Rouge police officer, but obviously still very connected. We talked to him earlier on the phone, Lauren. We weren't able to, he did not want to go on the air because he said he was emotionally just drained at that moment, and he actually knew some of the officers involved in this.
He is now very active, not only with the law enforcement community, but training the public on keeping themselves safe from crime, and is very active in that respect. So again, we want to reinforce, if you're just now turning on your TV or joining us on WAFB.com, if you want to do something for these law enforcement officials, if you want to gather, now is not the time. It needs to be an easier job for them today. It's already difficult enough. Protesters calling for a day of peace who have been protesting in the days following the Alton Sterling shooting. There is a call to stay home. Any little incident on the roads, traffic incidents, tie up these officers, and that's just not what they need right now in the wake of losing 3 of their own, as 6 more remain in the hospital. Now, Kevin Fry is right outside of the podium at State Police Headquarters, where we are expecting to learn more information at 3 o'clock about what exactly has transpired. Kevin, what can you tell us?
Hey there, Lauren. We're at the GOSEP building here on State Police grounds, and we have been here time and time again in the past week getting debriefings and updates on the security concerns, and the latest briefing is expected to happen in about 45 minutes. That's when the governor, as well as Colonel Mike Edmonson, head of the State Police, will be addressing the media with any questions and updates on what is going on, what the latest is on this investigation into this morning's shooting. Now, as we are speaking right now, the governor is currently getting a security debrief back in the GOSEP, further back in this building. There is a room where he can meet with all sorts of officials and law enforcement from across the state. He was, as you spoke earlier, at the hospital a little earlier, but he has now arrived on the scene. Now, of course, this is where, as I mentioned before, we've been in this building a few times in the past week. Earlier this, I think it was on Wednesday or Tuesday, we learned that there was a plot against police that had been cracked by investigators, and they were able to stop that threat. But there were, again, other threats against, at one point, a sheriff's deputy, and we have now seen something come into fruition this morning. Exactly what went into that attack, we still do not know all of the details, and we'll hopefully learn more. But again, the governor will be addressing at around 3. Now, he already released a statement earlier this morning, at which point he called this an unspeakable and unjustified attack against these officers, expressing his sorrow and for himself as well as for the First Lady Donna Edwards, as we continue to go through what has been a very difficult day here in not only Baton Rouge but across all of Louisiana for law enforcement and the community as a whole. But again, press conference starting at 3, where he will take questions from the media and provide the latest update on the security situation as well as the ongoing investigation into this case. We're going to be standing by, and we'll bring that into live both here on WAFB as well as on our website, WAFB.com, with the latest updates. For now, though, reporting at GOSEP, I'm Kevin Fry, WAFB 9 News. Back to you.
Kevin, thank you very much for that. We'll, as you heard Kevin say, we're going to bring it to you, I guess it's about 40 minutes from now. We hope that it will start right at 3 o'clock, because that is the only time that we will be able to get direct information from police.
Are those suspects in Port Allen connected to this at all? What led to the initial shooting on Airline and Old Hammond Highway, which, by the way, again, is completely blocked off right now. If you have to get out and about, avoid that huge stretch. Here is a live look from one of our WAFB cameras at what it looks like there right now. And of course, our crew is being asked to keep a safe distance back as well. And this, Greg, you mentioned it earlier, this isn't just going to be shut down for the next few hours. This is likely going to be an area affected in our community as far as the traffic goes for quite some time if you have plans in this area.
The last time we had something even similar to this, Officer Terry Molason lost his life. I remember that summer day very well in the Capitol Heights area. They were trying to serve a drug warrant. They went in, and the suspect literally picked them off as they were coming in. 2 officers, their lives were forever changed in that. They were shot, and one of them basically maimed for life. Terry Molason lost his life in that, and I remember all of the community coming together and how they responded to that, and that, of course, was out of the climate of what we've been dealing with. But you can only hope that we'll get something very similar to that as a lot of folks come and try and put their arms and their arms around those families. And unfortunately, from what we're gathering is that this extends not only to Baton Rouge Police, but to sheriff's deputies as well. Oftentimes we try to differentiate between officers and deputies, and in this very case, it's going to be law enforcement, because we do know that the sheriff's office has some members of their team affected in this shooting that were injured today, not only Baton Rouge Police.
Yes, we've been told one deputy is receiving treatment for non-life-threatening injuries at Baton Rouge General. We've had Graham Olkins over at Our Lady of the Lake Medical Center, where five officers were brought. Again, 3 confirmed dead this afternoon, 6 officers shot. The faith-based community calling for prayer and unity and calm at this time, planning a vigil for later this evening in the Zachary area. And that is really all law enforcement can ask the community to do right now. They appreciated all of the donations that folks brought to them earlier, but they want you home, they want you safe. And as they continue to look at all of the details and pour over this massive crime scene, that at this case we don't know where it stretches to. Could it stretch just from this airline highway location near Old Hammond all the way to Port Allen? Are those 2 separate scenes? We're unclear on that and hoping to get many more answers from top officials, including Governor John Bel Edwards, at 3 o'clock there at GOSEP.
Let's see what the world of social media is, how they are reacting to this right now. Several folks pouring in some of the names that you may recognize here. This is Jarvis Landry.
God, this nation needs you. Very simple. Hashtag pray for Baton Rouge. We're getting a lot of prayer messages and thoughts, especially with this happening on a Sunday morning. It's the last thing you want to wake up to see. These are difficult times in Baton Rouge. This is from Greg Sankey, home of LSU. We pray for the families of those lost and for healing of our great city.
You know, sports is very important to this, but there's also the other part of this, and this is from our former Public Service Commissioner, Scott Angel. We need more people backing the badge and fewer people attacking the badge. Pray for Baton Rouge, hashtag back the badge. I was saying a minute ago about the sports. I was talking with one of our sports guys, Jacques Doucet, and he was saying oftentimes sports is a way, especially in South Louisiana, how we, with what we've been going through, it's our release, it's what we go through. But this is the first words out of Coach Miles's mouth at the LSU Media Days was about Baton Rouge, were about Baton Rouge and what was going on here. So it's affecting that world too. This isn't something where you can put your head in the sand and hope that it's all going away and that people are just overreacting or it's being overhyped. Obviously something is happening, and obviously our city has just been rocked today by this.
Former coach Nick Saban at SEC Media Days being asked about this very place that he used to call home, and talking about the relationships in our community and what we need to do moving forward. And that is the big question being asked. How do we move forward from these recent events, these weeks of tragedy that we've seen across our country? For now, we want to check in with Johnny Asian, because aside from everything that's been going on, it is affecting the drive, the commute this afternoon, and he has a better idea of specifically on that map where to avoid. Johnny?
Yeah, if you're just joining us this afternoon, a lot of folks were in church when all of this happened. Airline northbound exit off of I-12 West is closed. Here's the Struma Baptist Church over here. This is westbound traffic on I-12. There's the northbound exit going north onto Airline Highway northbound. That is closed in both sides of the interstate. The DOTD MAP vehicles have been very great and donating their time to help out with those closures so the city police and state police, sheriff department can work the actual situation. Here's the situation. This is the little Be Quick store right across from Hammond Air Mall. This Hammond Air Mall on Airline Highway at Old Hammond. And Airline Highway is completely closed in both directions and will remain so probably all day today. And that's going to be between Airline Highway and Goodwood Boulevard in both directions, north and southbound. Additionally, Old Hammond Highway is closed in both directions between Airline Highway and Terra Boulevard. That's going to be the case most of the day today. You really need to plan accordingly. If you have to get out and about and run errands, do so, but do so safely. Avoid these areas. And also, if you can put off anything until tomorrow or Tuesday, that's also being suggested, is to try to stay off the roadways completely so as to avoid any accidents that might happen unrelated to this situation, which might require police officers to respond to your accident situation. There are enough officers available to respond to normal traffic situations, but they're asking that if we minimize our traffic on the roadways, we'll minimize the possibility of a wreck. We've already had one on I-10 at Acadian. That slowed westbound traffic down right near Acadian. That's getting back to normal. I'm going to pop over to a couple of the camera B, if you could. And I'll show you what that has kind of gotten back to some degree of normal. It was bumper to bumper from the 1012 merge to College Drive. This is the 1012 merge right there. This is I-10 traffic going westbound toward the downtown area. Was bumper to bumper until just about 15 minutes ago. But again, Airline Highway north and southbound remains closed and will be most of the day today between the Interstate I-12 and Goodwood Boulevard. Old Hammond Highway remains closed between Airline Highway and Terra Boulevard. Please keep up with the situation on our social platform. Like us on Facebook, follow us on our website, and follow us on Twitter at WAFB Traffic. Guys.
Johnny, thank you. As we follow some of these updates on Twitter, we're being told that NOPD's Superintendent Michael Harrison is speaking right now and talking with Mayor Mitch Landrieu about their response procedures moving forward with their officers. They are saying all units will have at least 2 officers in them. Police departments across the country in the wake of the Dallas shooting and now this, having to kind of take a second look at how they approach the job.
It is. It's now a different day, and it's going to be a different tomorrow for our men and women in blue. Obviously, the sheriff's office affected by this as well. That initial dispatch call comes from somebody who says there's a city officer down. We believe that to be a sheriff's deputy who made that initial call. Obviously working across lines and just trying to keep Baton Rouge safe, and this is what they come upon here on this Sunday morning.
It's important to note we've unfortunately seen a couple of videos from our crews of people trying to instigate things with police. We saw at least one man trying to do that, and he was detained after being tased near the scene, and it's just not a good idea to do anything erratic like that. This man walking along the median and approaching officers in a confrontational manner. They have a lot on their hands right now. It's not the time to just go up and carry on a conversation. Not
a time at all. What it is a time to do, though, if you so feel inclined to do something and you don't want to pray or you do want to pray, you can also get on social media and express your thoughts. And a lot of people are doing that, and I'm reading a lot of them now. And it's good to see that the other agencies around the country, one of them I even had to look up, Edgertontown Police, looking at Baton Rouge now and praying for all of our folks and all of our friends and family here.
Yes, the president, again, condemning this attack. He has said for the second time in 2 weeks, police officers who put their lives on the line for ours every day were doing their job when they were killed in a cowardly and reprehensible assault. As we take a live look at the White House, we also spoke with Representative Garrett Graves on recent events in our city and unrest, and he said something that stuck with me, that this is not our Baton Rouge. This is not what we're used to seeing in our city, talking about the people, the protesters in recent weeks who have come in from out of town and caused problems. This isn't our city, and we have to agree with them. We don't like to see this anywhere, but it's just not Baton Rouge.
We're being told, the Advocate is reporting that the shooter that is dead, the suspect that is dead, is from Missouri. We'll try to get more on that. When you saw that shot of the White House there, we're told that President Obama will speak to the nation regarding the events in Baton Rouge following Governor John Bel Edwards' address, and we expect Governor John Bel Edwards to start in about 30 minutes from now, right at 3 o'clock. From there, we'll hear from the president probably about 30 minutes after that regarding the events here in Baton Rouge.
To recap, earlier this morning, 6 officers shot, 3 were killed after a confrontation on Airline Highway and Old Hammond. A couple of hours later, we received a report of another incident, 2 men wearing black clothing walking into the Port Allen Walmart, coming out after changing clothes. They have been detained. No word if those situations are connected, but we expect to learn more at that 3 o'clock press conference. Let's take a listen here to a video sent in to us from a viewer from earlier this morning.
All right, that We play that because you can get a sense of what's going on there, and then you can also hear and feel those gunshots. We have another videotape that shows the officers actually engaging what we believe to be the suspects. You can see in the middle of your screen in this videotape puffs of smoke come from the officer's car, or at least from his gun, his position as he's trying to engage this suspect. This is your video as well. What?
Only imagine what that person behind the cell phone filming this is thinking and feeling, and that's just not something you see or hear every day, but we are getting those videos into us all day long. We appreciate it. Elizabeth V.A.A. was just at the VCU area and has a little bit more on some of the activity that she saw there. Elizabeth, what can you tell us?
Hey guys, the VCU, of course, is the Victim Violent Crimes Unit that is located at State Police Headquarters. Now, first off, going into State Police Headquarters, they actually have guards posted out front, which is unusual for that area unless you have credentials. They're not letting people in. But VCU is where we're told that those 2 people detained in Addis were taken. We got some video of the activity outside the VCU. There you see a bunch of people gathered outside. I noticed a bunch of people in polos. It's a possibility these could be some of the folks that witnessed the shooting on Airline earlier today. Of course, we're told that they were taken back there. Police, of course, are interviewing witnesses, going through any evidence there. But a very active scene here at State Police Headquarters. You can see those folks hanging outside. There's several officers. It's also at nearby State Police Headquarters where the governor is expected to speak in a little less than 30 minutes now, that actually right next door. But again, VCU is where we're told those 2 people that were detained in Addis have been taken to for police to talk with them. We also found a large crowd out there. Again, State Police Headquarters right now under guard, as there are several units and policemen standing outside at the main entrance, briefing anybody trying to come through. And if you don't have credentials, you're not going to get back there. So a lot of activity going on as we kind of continue to piece together, obviously what is a very tense time right now.
Listen, I hear you say, and earlier we had heard from some of the folks that were tied to the people inside the Be Quick, that gas station there where this kind of happened, that the witnesses had been taken from the scene. Did you say that you had saw, or at least some of the witnesses maybe there at VCU giving their statements, helping to piece this together?
It is a possibility. We know with VCU that is where detectives will often take witnesses or take people involved in a crime for debriefing or for interviews. And we were told that witnesses at the scene were taken away by law enforcement for review. The folks standing outside, of course, I was not up amongst them. They are there with officers, but they were wearing polos. It seemed to be a uniform, and it would be my guess that they were possible witnesses to the airline. Of course, that's not something that we have confirmed with officials, but that does seem to be the case outside State Police Headquarters.
Yeah, definitely the folks there probably have a heck of a story to tell, so they'll definitely want to get with that.
At 3 o'clock, the press conference again at State Police Headquarters. We expect to hear from the president shortly after that. And although law enforcement urging everyone to stay home, some people, as you're about to see, haven't really been able to help themselves and are already laying flowers outside of Our Lady of the Lake Hospital, where we join Graham Olkins live now. Graham?
Yeah, guys, a young man just stopped by with a bouquet of flowers and asked if he could go lay it up by police officers. Some video of that we can show you. He says he's from Slidell, but he's been in Baton Rouge for several years and was just watching the stuff unfold on TV and felt like he had to come out here to let officers know that we were thinking about them. Do we have the interview with him, though, guys? Listen to that.
The whole community is being touched by it and just wants to show their support, whether it's for the officers or for everybody else in the different, situations we've had going on. Everybody feels for this community, and we wanted to come together and show our respect and support for everybody.
Now, Now, clarification for you as you watch him bring in the flowers here, but the hospital is not technically on lockdown. I just talked to a spokesman for Our Lady of the Lake. She said the hospital is on what's called controlled access. So that's why these officers are out here stationed outside the emergency room. The emergency room is open. If you have someone in the hospital, you can come. You're just asked to use the main entrance on Hennessy, not this emergency entrance right off of SN Lane. So not technically locked down, but it is a heightened state of security, an alert around here at Our Lady of the Lake, as of course there are still family members of those officers inside. I asked for an update on the condition of the 2 remaining officers. One is critical, one is listed in fair condition. The hospital spokesperson said we probably will not be getting any sort of updates, at least from the hospital, anytime soon. The latest that they have is that one officer remains critical and the other officer is in fair condition here at Our Lady of the Lake. There is also one other sheriff's deputy at Baton Rouge General Bluebonnet who is also listed in fair condition with at least non-life-threatening injuries. Guys?
Graham Elkins live outside of Our Lady of the Lake Hospital, where people are doing what they can to show their support for the folks here in Baton Rouge.
At least 40 people from the media were told from one of our producers who was over at State Police headquarters waiting for that press conference to start at 3 o'clock. But before we take you there, we want to get to Robbie Reynolds live near the scene. We'll join him in just a moment, actually. He is near the area, Airline and Old Hammond, the crime scene that stretches a good bit in that area, blocking off traffic for anyone who has plans in that part of town.
The crime scene you're speaking of, it started about 9 o'clock, so now several hours ago, before anybody could really get their bearings on Airline Highway. There was just gunfire erupting. Here's what it sounded like, the first calls from police.
Oh, shot fired, officer down, shot fired, officer down. Got a city officer down, shot fired. Shot fired on Airline. I know where the subject shooting from. Point around. Point around. Full around. Okay. So, up on the coast. Quarters 10-3 in traffic, 10-3 in traffic. Shots fired, officer down behind the building, and hair crown. I know where the subject shooting from.
Heard him say he does not know where the shooting is coming from. Earlier this morning when the responding officer you heard there talking about an officer down, and that is the first call that we heard from dispatch.
It matches up with the woman who we heard from earlier that was on her Facebook Live saying that it looked like a sniper was shooting at police dressed in all kinds of long gear, black gear, and wearing a mask. We don't know much about the suspects, as far as we do know one is dead and that he's supposedly from Missouri, but as far as the other 2 suspects, we don't know what's going on with them right now. Kieran Chawla has been reporting that 2 of the folks were detained that could possibly be a part of this. They were detained in West Baton Rouge. A person there saw the 2 people go into Walmart over there in just across the river, dressed in all black, and come out wearing something else. This car was towed as a part of that. It has a Texas license plate. It was towed just a little bit of ways down after they got on LA1, and they were able to pull them over. Those people are being questioned right now at the violent crime unit there that Elizabeth was talking about on Independence.
There has been no description provided of possible suspects at large, so that leads us to believe that that could be a good thing, but we're not sure. Are these 2 suspects connected to what we saw at Airline and Old Hammond? Do we have Robbie, who is near the scene now? Let's check in with Robbie Reynolds live near where this all started. Robbie?
Yeah, Lauren, I just want to give you guys a little update on what we're seeing out here. As I've said before, we've had police cars coming in and out of this area. We're right in front of Airline Highway, just yards away from the scene, quite away from the scene, but still cars have been coming in and out. I also want to show you just something new that kind of developed up on the interstate there. You see DPW is putting down some cones. I'm not sure exactly what area or lanes they're blocking off, but it looks like they're doing some work on the interstate there. Really, we haven't seen a lot of action. Earlier I was talking about choppers. We did see one chopper fly by several times, flying by pretty low. We had some bad weather earlier, so I'm not sure how that affected their flight plan or anything. Really, what we've been seeing is what we've been seeing all day. These cop cars going in and out, officers standing guard. This area is still blocked off to drivers, and they're still doing work at the scene there.
Okay, Robbie Reynolds, thank you for that. We appreciate it. We just got a statement in. I guess we can read it from the Attorney General of the United States, Loretta Lynch, involving Baton Rouge.
Yeah, this is coming in. We're working on pulling that up for you in just a moment. CNN reporting that she has issued a statement on it, but we have heard a statement from not only the president of LSU, but the president of the United States on what has happened. President Obama is saying that he condemns in the strongest sense of the word this attack on law enforcement in Baton Rouge. As we take a live look there from the White House, the statement coming in from the mayor of Dallas as well, talking about the reports out of Baton Rouge this morning and that the violence must stop. That city, of course, dealing with the tragedy that killed 5 of its officers in recent weeks. And F. King Alexander saying his thoughts and prayers are with those officers and their families as well as their fellow officers. And although the shooting happened some distance from campus, he's talking about LSU taking the precautionary measures for its students and the families calling in worried about their children who maybe are in summer school or getting ready to go back to class over on LSU's campus.
Back to the President of the United States for a moment. We plan to hear from him at 3:30 our time. He's going to go to the briefing room there at the White House and address this very situation. The briefing room is where you often see the President's spokesperson taking questions with the blue background there. Well, that's where the president will speak to the nation and let everybody know exactly what he has on this. That's obviously being coordinated with the governor's office because we expect them to talk here in a little more than 15 minutes from now from their position, and from that we hope to learn more about this. We can only imagine that the governor's office, at least the governor himself, will start off with his condolences to the families of this. I mean, we have 6 officers shot, Baton Rouge police and sheriff's deputies. 3 of them are dead. One of the officers was listed in critical condition. Another one was listed in fair condition, which is probably the only little bit of good news we've heard in this, other than the suspect being killed and the other 2 suspects perhaps being detained so they can get to the bottom of all of this.
Throughout the week, we are expecting blood centers to extend their hours. They have told us they have already done that today until 5 o'clock. It's coming up at about 2:45. This all starting as many families were headed to church or just getting out around 9 o'clock, hearing about this on a day that you just didn't expect to wake up to this at all after what we've already seen in recent weeks. And it's absolutely horrific. We are learning more information in about 15 minutes about what exactly has happened, but faith-based leaders asking you to keep these officers and our entire community in your thoughts and in your prayers if you feel inclined to send up a prayer this afternoon.
And a lot of the state and local leaders are asking that this not be a day of protest, that if you had planned to protest the recent shooting death of Alton Sterling, that you stay home today and just kind of give the community just a little bit of breathing room, for one, so they can figure this out, and we don't need anything else to escalate. Let's kind of break it down for you, what we know, what we expect we're going to find out. This is kind of our fact sheet of where we are and what we have here. Do we have that for them? Okay, here it is. Just bear with us just a moment so we can just kind of bring it all home. We have the 6 officers shot. That graphic there says or 3 that had been killed, 3 officers shot and hospitalized. There were 3 shooters, we believe. 1 is dead and 2 possible suspects detained. Now that graphic there says that 3 officers were shot, but we do believe that number to be 6, which is, yeah, okay, I'm sorry, I'm doing the math wrong. 3 shot, 6 killed, 6 shot altogether, 3 of them killed. I apologize, we're trying to make all of this make sense in our head. Here's what we do know. There are families hurting from this, and we will have much more details coming up in about 15 minutes.
And these are not just Baton Rouge police officers. We are told one of the 6 officers shot was actually an East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's deputy who was at the scene and has non-life-threatening injuries. He, from what we're told, is over at B.R. General. The other 5 officers were brought to Our Lady of the Lake Medical Center. Law enforcement urging you to stay home, especially if you are in the area of Airline Highway and Old Hammond. Now, we have been told at last check that 2 suspects are at large. Yes, we know about the situation in Port Allen, that 2 suspects were detained who entered that Walmart in black clothing, according to witnesses, changed clothes, walked back out, and they were taken into custody. There is the video from West Baton Rouge of their cars being towed. We have not been given a description of 2 suspects at large. We only know that 2 suspects, possibly in a separate incident here in West Baton Rouge that you're seeing right here, have been taken into custody. Very suspicious when you hear that they entered the Walmart in all black clothing, changed, and then walked out. In less than 15 minutes now, law enforcement at State Police Headquarters going to provide us with hopefully the information to connect the dots here for all of the questions that we have. But in the meantime, there are calls for prayer, calls for peace on all sides of this issue, spanning the past couple of weeks leading up to this shooting, whether there are protesters involved with the Alton Sterling investigation, their leaders from Stop the Violence movement calling for a day of no protesting, and law enforcement obviously wanting everyone safe and to stay home at this time to make their jobs easier and to just keep everyone safe.
I believe that if the police officers and the folks that are investigating this really think that there are people in danger at this point, or if there are suspects out there, we would have gotten a little bit more details on that. That very well could still be true, but we have not received anything on any suspects still being out there. Earlier, we were reporting that police had a suspect barricaded inside of a building. We don't know if that is related to this. It very well could be, but as you saw earlier here today, there was a man who tried to rush the line there. He was detained and taken away, tased. This is video of that. Obviously, if you're standing by and you're hearing, oh, well, they just arrested someone, you would think that it is connected to this, but while this may be connected, and that is graphic video, we apologize for that, while this is connected to the actual scene, it may not be connected directly to the shooting. So if you're sitting out there in one of those neighborhoods, Tara Boulevard, all of Tara, the Goodwood area, part of Broadmoor, a good part of Broadmoor, and you're worried, it is best to stay inside, but we do not believe that there's actively anyone out there right now that could pose a threat, but that of course could change, and it very well might change in about 12 minutes.
Indeed, we have heard from pastors across our area who had to change up their message as this was happening. Some planning a vigil at 6 o'clock tonight in the Zachary area near the police department for those who feel inclined to come together and talk of peace and pray for these officers and their families. In the meantime, the weather has played a part in this today, and the traffic, of course. It is Baton Rouge. Johnny Asian joining us now with a look at where the drive stands now and areas that you need to avoid.
WAFB's Robbie Reynolds was talking about cones being set up on the interstate, and we believe that the cones are being set up to relieve the vehicles that have been set here. The MAP vehicle, for instance, is not a part, the MAP drivers are not a part of the Baton Rouge Police Department, so that's a separate entity that is also involved in helping to block some of these off-ramps. This is I-12 going toward Denham. You see the Estruma Baptist Church right there, and this is the I-12 northbound exit that takes you north onto Airline, the Cloverleaf, and they put barrels up there to relieve the MAP vehicle that was sitting there helping police to block that off-ramp. Off-ramp is also blocked right here. This is going from Denham toward Baton Rouge. Again, this is Airline, this is I-12 westbound, and the northbound exit to Airline Highway northbound is blocked as well. So we think that that was because to relieve those MAP officers. Take our next DOTD camera shot. This is Florida Boulevard's camera. This is Airline at Florida Boulevard. Now this is facing down Florida Boulevard. You see downtown in the background right here. This intersection right here is Wooddale Boulevard right here. This is traffic going east on Florida Boulevard toward Denham Springs. Police officers are blocking the exits that take you down Airline Highway southbound off of Florida. Because if we can put the map up, Airline north and southbound completely blocked in both directions between Goodwood Boulevard and the interstate, I-12, and Old Hammond Highway is also blocked from Airline Highway to Tara Boulevard. I think, I'm not sure if we're having, here we go. So that's what the police are blocking, folks getting from Florida Boulevard onto Airline southbound. So north and southbound of Airline Highway will remain closed probably most of the day today. Plan accordingly, because Airline north and southbound between Goodwood and the interstate completely closed, and right now Old Hammond Highway between Airline Highway and Tara Boulevard, that's also completely closed. Hammond Air Mall, as we understand it, is closed, and of course the scene this morning, the Be Quick area right across Airline from Hammond Air, is where that active police shooting was. So again, from a traffic standpoint, avoid running errands if at all possible. Minimize our road, minimize running around today so that police officers will not have to worry about working a wreck that might be unrelated to what's going on here. Like us on Facebook. Follow us on Twitter at WAFB Traffic. We'll keep you up to date on our social platform. You'll hear and see me as necessary here on the air, but we're very active on our social platform, guys.
Johnny Asian, thank you for that. We appreciate it.
Let's take a live look at the press conference we are waiting to hear from. There is a live look at the podium at State Police Headquarters, where in just moments we should hear from Governor John Bel Edwards and other law enforcement. We also have a live look from the White House where the president is expected to speak on this tragic shooting in Baton Rouge. And the Attorney General Loretta Lynch issuing a statement just moments ago on this, saying, in part, for the second time in 2 weeks, multiple law enforcement officers have been killed in the line of duty. There is no place in the United States for such appalling violence, and I condemn these acts in the strongest possible terms. I pledge the full support of the Department of Justice as the investigation unfolds. Our hearts and prayers are with the fallen and wounded officers, their families, and the entire Baton Rouge community in this extraordinarily difficult time. That coming from Loretta Lynch, and we expect to hear from the president shortly following the press conference here in Baton Rouge at State Police Headquarters.
That video you just saw there is them getting ready for that, and that's going to happen at about 3:30, so a little bit more than about 40 minutes from right now. That will follow our governor's press conference. We can update you on what a witness was telling us earlier, and they seem to be going with that again. That Brady Vansel that was with us earlier, he was saying that one of the suspects was running with black shorts and a shirt, running from the scene from where the 3 officers were killed just about right before 9 o'clock, and that was what he was saying, because we were talking about suspects. People want to know, what's going on, who are these people, is there anybody we need to look out for? That is the only description we have of suspects.
And again, we expect to hear more shortly to possibly piece this situation together, and we have no problem saying here, as we've said before, we don't know yet what exactly happened around 9 o'clock this morning. All we know are these bits and pieces that we've heard throughout the day and the videos from witnesses we've seen coming in, the gunfire ringing out in some of those videos. Not the Sunday morning anyone expected to wake up and run their errands, and we heard from one just going into a job site this morning, and all of a sudden you have this happening. We have a woman named Kathy on the phone now talking to us about grief counseling in the wake of recent events and now this shooting today. It is something top of mind for many families right now. Kathy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Lauren.
Now tell us who you represent, for the folks, who you represent and what you're talking with us about today.
I'm the executive director of the Grief Recovery Center. It's a nonprofit grief counseling agency that's been in the Baton Rouge area for 25 years.
Kathy Vigils, we have live on the phone now.
Kathy, what do you say to folks out there? We've had members of clergy on here and pastors talking about people. Okay, so Baton Rouge was already involved in something, and then this happens. What do we do now?
Remain calm. Don't stay focused too much on what is happening. Go about your daily lives. But of course, as you're saying, stay off the roads for right now. Tell your children that this is something that is rare. Keep them calm because they don't understand. And to reach out for help when you need assistance with this, whether you're affected directly or indirectly. It does affect the whole area.
How much do children need to know about this? Do they need to be sheltered from it completely? Is there a certain age where maybe they can understand and learn something from it? What do we do with kids?
Older kids certainly can understand and will find out because they're on social media. So, yes, but to be available to talk with them and to put it in perspective that this is not the whole Baton Rouge area. This is not everyone in Baton Rouge. And that they are safe. Now, younger kids, it's important to shelter them as much as possible, but in today's world, it's almost impossible to keep kids from knowing things. So to just remind them that they are safe, that they're loved and they're safe and they're protected, and this is not about them.
You've been busy, no doubt, not just today, but in the wake of recent events, Kathy. What are some of the most difficult questions your counselors have received in the past couple of weeks, and how do you go about answering those questions, the families at home?
The main question has been just that, how to deal with the children, and what I just said about that, because they're the ones who don't really understand. Not that any of us understand what's happening, but the children really don't, and they need our protection, and they need us to stay calm and rational. And one of the things we don't need is the rumor mill.
The rumor mill, absolutely.
Yes.
You said it well. Kathy Vigils from the Grief Recovery Center, thank you so much for talking with us on the phone.
And you see that number there on your screen, 924-6621. Kathy, I guess people can call that number if they need to talk with somebody?
Absolutely. Absolutely. There are 9 counselors. We have 9 counselors and 3 ongoing grief support groups. So if they call that number tomorrow morning, we will be at the office and can schedule them and talk with them as they need.
Okay, Kathy, thank you very much. And if you need help before then, there are various different places you can call on the phone and all of those helping people out. Kathy, thank you very much. Villius, thank you for joining us with that, with a little words of comfort of what to do and how to process this even with your kids. Lauren, I'm looking back through my notes as we're about 4 minutes away from the governor speaking. Obviously, this happened about 9 o'clock this morning. There was some suspects firing guns, long guns, rifles behind the Be Quick there on Airline across from Old Hammond Shopping Center. From there, we heard from the dispatch that at least one officer arrives on the scene and already sees a city officer down. A suspect is also down. A witness told us that he saw a suspect running in black shorts and a shirt away from the scene carrying a rifle. Then we get this, that police in Louisiana used a specialized robot to check for explosives near the body of the suspect who was down from the shooting. So obviously they weren't taking anything off the table. They were taking all the precautions necessary, so they checked for explosives. We don't believe any were found near the shooting scene where one of the suspects is down. We know 3 officers, unfortunately, are dead, a total of 6 shot in all of this.
That's a fairly new piece of information we've received as far as how Baton Rouge Police handled this. We heard from the officer who arrived at the scene and called into dispatch on that call that he did not know where the shots were coming from. We heard from a woman who sent us a video or was Facebook Living it, very close to what was happening. Kind of a similar situation. Didn't know where the shots were coming from, a masked man with a long rifle. And those seemed to match up, but a lot else doesn't. So we really hope to learn more about the suspects involved, if they are still out there or if law enforcement has detained them. At this press conference set to begin in about 2 minutes, they have said it will start right at 3 o'clock.
The governor and all of his top staff and all of the top folks that kind of move and shake things here in Baton Rouge have been with the families. We cannot forget the families of these law enforcement officers through no fault of their own, just the fact that that's part of their job and they are connected to them by being their loved ones. We cannot forget about them in all of this, and obviously the officials have been with them and have literally put their arms physically around them, hugging them. I was saying earlier, there's more than 500 police officers in Baton Rouge just in the city department, and you can imagine, you might not know everyone, but you know someone that knows them and you're connected, and all of the folks are connected just by wearing that badge.
It's a family, and they're a part of our family here in Baton Rouge. We've heard from many officials, top officials in politics, in sports, that this isn't our city, and how do we move forward from this, and we expect to hear more on what exactly happened and then get into that process slowly of moving forward from this tragedy. But a Sunday morning in Baton Rouge rocked by this news that 3 officers were killed, 6 total shot, one of them an East Baton Rouge Sheriff's deputy, the others, from what we understand, Baton Rouge police officers. And we are expecting to hear from the governor, State Police Colonel Mike Edmonson, the mayor. It is a packed house there, waiting for those officials to take the podium at State Police headquarters.
We said it earlier, so it's a Sunday when so many people look up to the heavens, and literally a little piece of hell opened up right there on the Be Quick, right there on Airline Highway, and that's what folks are just trying to wrap their head around, and that's what we're hoping to hear from here in a matter of moments as the governor takes to the podium there at his position normally reserved for hurricanes and times of emergency, this time reserved to tell the folks of Baton Rouge and the world is watching, that this is what happened in Baton Rouge and where we can go from this. We'll expect to hear from the President of the United States on this very thing as well in about 30 minutes. He's obviously going to wait for the governor to talk to his people and let us know what's going on, and then we will hear from the President at his briefing room. Let's go ahead now and go back to GOSEP at the governor's podium. They tell us that it's going to start right at 3. They obviously are trying to time this up so we can get as many folks in that need to hear this and hear this information. You see obviously members of the media there, our radio partners are there, all of the folks are there. And as soon as we get this information, if you're unable to perhaps watch it, if you need to go somewhere, this is also being carried live on your mobile device. Perhaps you're watching on it right now.
Yes, WAFB.com, the 9 News app, has a little tab if you click in the top left where you're able to click on down to WAFB live stream, and that is where you can watch this as top officials meet before taking the podium and delivering this message that the country will be watching at this point following weeks of unrest, not just here in Baton Rouge, in Dallas, across the United States.
Let's show what we don't know right now. This is what we do know. Obviously, 3 officers shot and killed, 3 more officers shot and hospitalized. We believe 3 shooters. We don't know all of this 100%, but we do know 1 suspect for sure is dead and 2 possible suspects detained. We know exactly when this happened, but let's give you a sense of what we don't know, because maybe we can get these answers. Motives, names of the officers and suspects. We don't expect the names of the officers to come here, but we do at least want to know more about these suspects. The Advocate is reporting that one of the shooters whom is dead is from Missouri. That right there can take you in all kinds of different directions. Hopefully we'll be able to maybe put a little more concrete information on that and see if that has anything to do. We don't know the motive. We don't know if this was an attack on police. We don't know if this was a shootout that police arrived to, but we hope to find that out. Let's get now to the governor's office. You see the folks walking in, the sheriff, the colonel, and the governor of Louisiana. That's Doug Kane there to your right, whom you're about to hear from now.
Good afternoon. I'm Major Doug Kane with Louisiana State Police. We're here today to give you an overview of what occurred today in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Today with us that will be speaking will be State Police Superintendent Colonel Mike Edmonson. He's going to give a rundown, an overview of what we can provide, what info we have available now. Following the Colonel will be East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff Sid Gautreaux to speak to his deputies that were lost today, followed by Baton Rouge Police Chief Carl Dabadie, who will speak to his officers that we lost today, followed by U.S. Attorney Walt Green, who will give a comment on the federal perspective, followed by remarks by Baton Rouge Mayor Kip Holden and our Governor John Bell Edwards. We will not be taking questions at the end. We're going to provide you everything that we know up to this point. So the briefing will conclude with Governor Edwards' remarks. Thank you.
First of all, thank you all for being here. I'm Colonel Mike Edmonson, Superintendent of Louisiana State Police. First of all, let me tell you something. We're getting phone calls from around the nation, around the world. We want and need your prayers. Baton Rouge is in need of those prayers right now, so we thank you for those, and we want you to know that we appreciate every single one of them going on at the time. We're not going to take questions into this because it is an active, it is an ongoing investigation that's got a lot of moving parts right now with multiple agencies. Louisiana State Police is the lead agency as with regard to the investigation itself. We'll be working very, very closely with East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's Office and the Baton Rouge Police Department from a local perspective. And then we'll be joined from all our federal partners as we work the many, many leads that's taking place right now. We're going to give you a 1-800 number for the public to have as we move forward. Let me make something clear right now. You're getting a lot of information. You're interviewing a lot of people. If it does not come from myself, the Chief of Police, Carl Dabadie, or the East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff, Sid Gautreaux, if it does not come from these individuals, we cannot confirm it as being factual. So just know that up front. We're going to have another press conference tomorrow afternoon at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. 1 p.m. tomorrow. We'll give you a complete update as we have it at the time, but we want to allow our detectives and all our investigators, the crime scene, it's a very large crime scene. We're going to tell people in the Baton Rouge area, if you do not need to be, absolutely need to be in that area of Airline Highway and Old Hammond Highway, please stay out of that area because we're going to be working that throughout the evening, throughout the night as we work in that specifics. Please also know that there is not an active shooter scenario in Baton Rouge. No active scenario that involves a shooter in the city of Baton Rouge. We do believe, based on the information that we have, and again, this is ongoing, we believe that the person that shot and killed our officers, that he is a person that was shot and killed at the scene. So that's what we know right now. We do not believe or do we have any other shooter held up in any other area in the Baton Rouge area, but understand this investigation has got a lot of moving parts and pieces. We'll be moving and going on each one of those, but right now there's no active shooter scenario going on in Baton Rouge. I'll tell you this, I'm going to read it because I want to make sure you get the information so you'll have it as accurate. Today at approximately 8:40 a.m., several Louisiana law enforcement officers were shot near Airline Highway and Old Hammond Highway. A call came into Central Dispatch of the Baton Rouge City Police Department saying that there was a guy carrying a weapon, carrying a rifle, walking in that particular area at Airline and Goodwood. That was the information that came into us. Multiple officers were transported to local hospitals for treatment. I will tell you that 3 officers have died from injuries, 2 from the Baton Rouge Police Department, and 1 from the East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's Office. 1 East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's deputy is in critical condition, just got out of surgery a short time ago. The sheriff and the chief are going to speak on those. 2 additional officers suffered non-life-threatening wounds. They are in stable condition at the hospital now. At approximately 8:40 a.m., Baton Rouge PD officers at the convenience store observed the individual. He was wearing all black, standing behind a beauty supply store, holding a rifle. At approximately 8:42 a.m., reports received of shots fired. At approximately 8:44 a.m., reports received of officers down on the scene. At 8:45, reports received of more shots being fired. At 8:46 a.m., reports were received of the suspect, again, that was wearing all black, standing near a car wash located right next to the convenience store. At 8:48, our emergency EMS unit started arriving at the scene. They were staging so they could start approaching and getting the bodies that were at the scene to render first aid. Officers engaged the subject at that particular time, and he ultimately died at the scene. That was officers that were responding to the scene itself. State police and multiple agencies responded to the scene in an attempt to secure the area and identify possible potential suspects and further threats in the area. We in law enforcement ask the public, look, stay vigilant. We want you that if you see something that is suspicious, and you know what's suspicious and out of the ordinary in your particular area, call your local police department. You know that number, call that particular number. If you need one from us, and we ask that if you see suspicious activity and you don't contact your local police department, call the following number. It is 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-225-5324. 1-800-225-5324. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Again, we do not have an active shooter scenario in the city of Baton Rouge. We are working the investigation. It's going to take us in multiple directions. A lot of leads out there we're following on. You can help us as the public. If you see something out of the ordinary, please call us. And again, we'll have a 1 p.m. press conference tomorrow afternoon, and we'll completely update you on anything that's going on with this.
Sure.
Thank you, Colonel. As the Colonel has just stated, we've had 6 officers that were shot today in East Baton Rouge Parish, 3 of which are Baton Rouge City police officers, 2 of which are deceased. 1 is still alive, and Chief Dabadie will speak to those individuals in a minute. We've had 3 East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's deputies that were shot. 1 that is deceased, 45-year-old. 1 is in critical condition, fighting for his life as we speak, 41-year-old. And 1 had non-life-threatening injuries. He's in surgery now. He's 51-year-old. Each one of these individuals married. Each one of these individuals have family. We're grieving as a law enforcement community. We're grieving for each other. We're grieving for our loss, and we're grieving for our families. And we ask for your prayers. Not only for us, like I say, for the deputies, but their families and their co-workers. As law enforcement, we are a family, and we stand here together, as you can see. But our number 1 priority is the safety of our community, the safety of the people that live here, the safety of law enforcement. We've activated the Louisiana Sheriff's Association Task Force, and as you can see behind me, several of my fellow sheriffs are here. And we want to assure you that we are having a coordinated effort that is going forward to ensure that we continue to provide the services necessary to protect the citizens of this parish. With God's help, we will get through this. To me, this is not so much about gun control as it is about what's in men's hearts. And until we come together as a nation, as a people, to heal as a people, if we don't do that and this madness continues, we will surely perish as a people. So I would just ask for your prayers and your support for all of the families of those that are involved here today, and continue to pray for this parish, this city, this state, and this nation.
It's with a heavy heart that I stand here today. As the others have said, we've had 6 officers shot today. 3 of those officers would be RPD officers. 2 were killed in the line of duty. One is 41 years old and has just under a year of service. The other is 32 years old with 10 years of service. Our one non-life-threatening injury officer was 41 years old, and he has 9 years of service. We would ask that for prayers from this community, for our officers, for our families, for the families that have been affected by today's senseless shootings that went on this morning. Prayers for all law enforcement, not just BRPD, but for all of us. As the sheriff and the colonel have said, we stand united, and this is a united front. Make no mistake about that. This is very united. Public safety remains our priority, and we will continue to do our job in the light of what's happened. We have several agencies from outside that are coming in to lend support and help. Our officers have been depleted for the last 12, 14 days. So there's other agencies who are coming in to help us and back us up. And that is for this community's safety. As the sheriff said, we've activated the Sheriff's Task Force, and it is a coordinated effort going forward. We'll get through this as a family. We'll get through this as a community. But I want all of the BRPD officers to know that I support you. Every single one of them, I stand with you, I stand beside you, and we are going to get through this, and we're going to get through this together. This is not going to tarnish this city or this department. We're going to move forward. Thank you.
This is indeed a tragic day for the city of Baton Rouge. On behalf of the Attorney General of the United States and myself, I want to offer my condolences to the family as well as the officers that were involved in this shooting. I can promise you, with the backing of the Department of Justice and the Attorney General, all federal law enforcement assets that are needed will be given to this investigation. We will go wherever it takes us to conclude this investigation. I would tell you that our continued support with federal, state, and local law enforcement in this matter has been great. We have agents from the ATF, the FBI, as well as the United States Marshal Service, as well as people in my office currently assisting with the investigation, and we will continue to do so until justice is served. Thank you.
Let me tell you what, this is truly a sad day in Baton Rouge as we now meet again behind senseless killings. We continue to ask the question and continue to make the statement, let peace prevail in Baton Rouge in this parish. We must look ahead. The President has acknowledged this violence and will reiterate those things in about, I think, around 3:30 our time. But again, the people that you see here today, let me say unequivocally, the President has responded to the needs of Baton Rouge. Not only that, the agencies you see here have always been partners with the state police, the sheriff's office, and the city police. We are one family, all seeking justice for all of our people. And so let me thank the President and also Ms. Jarrett for their calls, and the governor will elaborate on the call he got also from the President. But we must say that we ask you now for your prayers. We also pray for those who were killed or injured today in the incident. We want you to pray for their families and be with them not only today, but in the future. They are our first responders. Now we pledge to them and their families, that we will be their first responders. We must strive every day to be one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We thank our officers who have fallen in the line of duty. We pray for their families, and we pray for peace everywhere. God bless you.
Well, today has been a very tough day here in Baton Rouge and in Louisiana and in our country. An absolutely unspeakable, heinous attack on law enforcement here in Baton Rouge claimed the lives of 2 Baton Rouge police officers, 1 sheriff's deputy, and injured 3 others, one of whom today, right now as we speak, is absolutely fighting for his life. It's unjustified, it's unjustifiable. The violence, the hatred just has to stop. And it's at times like this I wish the command of the English language that I have were more adequate to the task to convey the full range of emotions that I am feeling and to express them on behalf of the state of Louisiana. Earlier today, I, along with Mayor Holden and the law enforcement community here, gathered with the family members of the victims at the hospital. And when I tell you unspeakable tragedy, it's unspeakable. That these men, risking their lives to protect and serve this community, were taken out the way that they were. They are real-life, everyday heroes. As you've been told by Colonel Edmonson, this is an ongoing investigation. There are a lot of moving parts in multiple agencies. I want to reassure everyone here in Baton Rouge and around the state that we are doing everything humanly possible to make sure that everyone is protected. Every resource is going to be available to be used to bring these perpetrators, if there's more than one, to justice. And obviously it means federal, state, and local. You just heard from the U.S. Attorney from here in the Middle District in Baton Rouge, but we're being aided by the FBI, the ATF agencies as well. But I also spoke with the President of the United States a couple of hours ago, who called to express on behalf of himself and the First Lady, but also the people of the United States, their condolences, their best wishes, obviously, for those who were injured for a full and speedy recovery, but also their prayers for the people here in Baton Rouge and around the country. We have to do better. An attack on one of us is an attack on all of us. And the people who carried out this act, the individuals, they do not represent the people of Baton Rouge or the state of Louisiana or what's best about our country. They don't represent the values we stand for. Obviously, our community is hurting, and only through peace and unity can we heal. And that's going to take constructive dialogue. There simply is no place for more violence. That doesn't help anyone. It doesn't further the conversation. It doesn't address any injustice, perceived or real. It is just an injustice in and of itself. And we are not going to tolerate more hate and violence tearing apart the communities and families of Louisiana. So as I did just a few days ago, I'm inviting the people around the country to join their prayers to mine, that our nation, that our community here can heal, that we can get past this, and certainly pray for the recovery of those officers who were injured today, but pray for all of their officers, all of our officers here in Baton Rouge and around the state and around the country, and their family members who every day expose themselves to great risk of harm simply so they can protect and serve as they have sworn to do. As you were told by Colonel Edmonson, we are not going to take questions at this point. There will be another briefing, press briefing tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and we will then update you all with any additional information that we gather between now and then. So I want to thank you for covering this press conference, and again, ask everyone to join with the folks of Louisiana in solidarity so that as a nation we can heal, we can get past this, and we can be what we're supposed to be in the United States of America, because we're not there today. God bless you.
1 o'clock tomorrow, we'll have a briefing. Anything significant happens before then, we'll make sure you're notified of it. But please stay with us on that. Thank you all very much for being here.
Will you all activate the National Guard? National Guard coming out?
All right. A lot of sad information, frankly, from that press conference. The first part we'll start off with is that they believe the suspect is dead. So there is no active investigation, no active shooter out there right now. That will ease a lot of the minds of the folks living right around there. The unfortunate part of that, Lauren, we have 3 dead in all of this. 2 of them are from the Baton Rouge Police Department. One of them is an East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's deputy, 45 years old. He had a wife and family, according to the sheriff. The 2 Baton Rouge police officers who lost their life this morning just off of Airline Highway. One was 41 years old. He had not even been with the department a year. The other was 32 years old and had been with them for 10 years. So started when he was a police officer just after his 22nd birthday, really. There are 3 injured, and one, we're told, is literally fighting for his life as we speak.
One is 51 years old from the sheriff's office, we're told. One 41 years old with 9 years of service for the Baton Rouge Police Department. And you heard Baton Rouge Police Chief Carl Davity saying he is with you, all of the officers from Baton Rouge Police, and that this law enforcement community is truly a family. You heard Mayor Kip Holden saying that we have our first responders here in our community, and it's time for the community to be their first responders. Chief Davity saying his officers were already depleted when this happened based off of recent events, and that law enforcement from surrounding parishes and across the country coming in to assist them. The Louisiana Sheriff's Association Task Force has been deployed at this point, and the head of that, Sheriff Sid Gautreaux from East Baton Rouge.
The mayor called it a sad day. We obviously know that that is indeed what it is. They obviously ask for prayers and continued support. If you're actively out there praying, we do know that someone right now is in surgery, and they're trying to survive this and hopefully get home to their families one day. So somewhere, somehow, there's a person in Baton Rouge that's literally on the doorstep of death, and they need your help with that. The governor said that he basically did not have a command of the English language to be able to put this into words. So they all are kind of struck at this. Some of the details that we got out of that press conference that we had not heard before, but we had kind of thought. This originally started at 8:40 in the morning when someone called, I guess 911, or they got in touch with police about 8:40 and said that there was a guy carrying a rifle along Airline Highway right there at Old Hammond. So a person walking dressed in all black, carrying a rifle down the interstate, not necessarily illegal, but something that people want to check out. At about 2 minutes later, the Baton Rouge Police Department were able to get there, and they get into a gun battle with the suspect, described as wearing all black and carrying that rifle, and that suspect, they believe, is now dead. At 8:44, there was another call, so about 4 minutes later, of more shots being fired. So this was a long and sustained gun battle. Long, you say, well, it was only 4 minutes, but can you imagine being in there in that 4 minutes? At 8:46, they tell us that the suspect moved to the car wash next door. At that point, EMS is there trying to get in, but they're not armed, they're not protected, so they have to wait and stage until the scene is secure. Eventually, they get in there and they're able to get to the officers. We've seen before, and I've talked with EMS technicians. Obviously, they want to stay safe, but they also know that some of their folks are down in there. Their brothers on the law enforcement side are down. They want to get in there and get them as fast as they can to the hospital. And obviously, they did get some of them there.
Very important information coming from Colonel Edmonson right off the bat. There is no active shooter scenario in Baton Rouge right now. They want families to stay home and stay safe. They're taking this investigation in multiple different directions, which is why they can't update us until 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon in another press conference. But if you see anything, he put that number out that we've heard before, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Very simple, 1-800-225-5324. If you do happen to see anything you feel could help them in their investigation, or if you've already seen something earlier this morning.
And any little bit helps. So you don't know something you see. Obviously, a person this morning saw someone walking down Airline Highway with a rifle that didn't look right to them. They called police. And then unfortunately, this is what has transpired, that we have 3 of our law enforcement officers dead, and of course the suspect is dead as well. And then we have another deputy in critical condition right now fighting for his life, and then there were 2 other injuries. The persons were injured, but we expect them to survive. That number that you see there on your screen is the federal authorities, obviously, the FBI. That is now what we will think is the FBI coming in. You saw Walt Green, the U.S. Attorney's Office, so the feds are now involved in this. We plan to hear from the president in about 4 minutes or so. He will be speaking to the country to let everyone know exactly what the federal response will be and what the nation is thinking now that we've lost officers here in Baton Rouge.
We have already heard from him in the form of a statement earlier today, also from Attorney General Loretta Lynch. We have heard from top officials in the U.S. government and all across our state. The president condemning in the strongest sense of the word this attack on law enforcement in Baton Rouge. He goes on to say that for the second time in 2 weeks, officers putting their lives on the line for ours every day were just doing their job when they were killed in a cowardly and reprehensible assault. He will go on to speak about what has happened in Baton Rouge at the podium in just a few minutes. We are expecting 3:30 our time as officials get ready there in Washington. Another quote coming from Sheriff Sid Gautreaux that was pretty powerful just moments ago. He says, "To me, this is not so much about gun control as it is about what's in men's hearts." Talking about the community, trying to unite us as one family in this difficult time.
This is a live look right now of the scene as it still is very active, in the sense that there are a lot of people out there trying to process the information and keep people away. It is not active in the sense that they're still looking for somebody. So if you're a young person that's watching this and confused, or anybody that's watching this, just to let you know that they are there just to make sure that the scene stays exactly how they need it to be for investigative purposes. They're not checking to see if there are any suspects still out or any of that. They believe that the suspect that they have was killed. They did not take questions, so we were unable to ask them if the 2 suspects that were detained in West Baton Rouge have anything to do with this, or it was just a horrible coincidence that 2 people walked in there with all black into the Walmart across the river and then walked out in different clothes. They did bring those people in for questioning, and you can imagine they are being questioned as we speak here at 3:30 on this Sunday in Baton Rouge.
Meanwhile, outside of Our Lady of the Lake Medical Center, where our Graham Wilkins has been reporting, he met this young man from Slidell who felt compelled to bring flowers and place them right outside where he saw law enforcement standing. Now, even though authorities are urging everyone to stay home, I believe we're going to see more gestures just like this one as the week goes on in the wake of this horrible tragedy, for people wanting to make a donation or just do something. If you can donate blood, those services, LifeShare, United, going to be open and extending their hours in some locations throughout the week, because it's an already low supply during the summer months from what they tell us, and now in the wake of this horrific situation, they're going to need those blood donations from those who are able.
Going to need the blood, going to need the prayers within this next few days as we move forward in this. A lot of people are inclined to act now, but they're going to need your support as we continue to go. One of the things that the sheriff talked about, and he had several people involved in this, some of his deputies, all of them had families. All of them were married. All of them had families, and so those are the people right now that the Baton Rouge community is rallying around to try and see if we can make some type of sense out of this. Here is the info of the folks that have been involved in this. It looks jumbled, there are ages and things like that, but you have to know that those all belong to real people and real families that are suffering.
2 BRPD officers killed, ages 41 and 32. One of those officers just under a year of serving Baton Rouge Police, according to Chief Dabity. 1 East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's deputy killed, age 45. And again, we don't have their pictures, we don't know their names, we just have these numbers. But just think what's behind these numbers as you go about your day and your family's day, and then what their families are dealing with right now. The most dangerous thing is the rumor mill, according to many officials, but we do know this. We do have this information that's on your screen and what they just briefed us with. Now, 2 East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's deputies who are wounded are currently, 1 is in surgery at this very moment. 1 is critical, age 41, 1 is in surgery, non-life-threatening injuries, age 51. And then we have 1 Baton Rouge police officer who was also wounded, age 41.
It's an observation. Carl Dabney there. Obviously, it has been a hell of a week for him, week and a half, dealing with the Alton Sterling situation and now this. You could just see the pain and things on his face, and this is the absolute worst case scenario. This is what they had prepared for, this is what they hated to hear, and you can only imagine what went through an officer's head. He's driving down Airline Highway on a Sunday morning after 8 o'clock, gets the call that there's somebody walking down the street with a rifle. Within a matter of minutes, literally minutes, that officer who got that call is engaged in a gun battle for his life in a matter of literal minutes. Here's what it sounded like this morning from viewers who sent this in to us. From earlier today, just before 9 o'clock when that shootout was happening, there just behind the Be Quick, we heard from one of the witnesses who said that they saw a person dressed as a sniper, is what they called it, in like military looking outfit. That matches with what we were told and matches with that 911 call.
That dispatch call, the man calling in saying officer down, saying they didn't know where the shots were coming from. A bunch of law enforcement units are driving up to the scene there. This is a live look near Airline and Old Hammond. The governor, to borrow some of his remarks, recently saying just at the podium, we are not going to tolerate more hate and more violence, tearing apart the families of Louisiana, that an attack on one of us is an attack on all of us, and that the hatred just has to stop. You see law enforcement units moving through the scene there. They're just arriving. This is live.
You know, I've covered crime in this community specifically for almost 16 years now, and just from personal observation, it takes a long time to process a crime scene when one person is shot. I can only imagine what they're having to do right now, that they had 6 officers shot in total, and they have to be able to meticulously go through this crime scene, and it looks like a very large crime scene right there, and that is why they're bringing in a lot of this additional reinforcements, because they have to hold that perimeter and make sure that all of this is that can stand up in court if they ever had to do that. If there turns out to be somebody who's not dead in this that is tied to this and there has to be a case made, they have to do all of that. Imagine just with your own work having to do your work knowing that your own colleagues were killed in this very spot. That's just not, I don't care how you're trained, that's hard to do, and that's what's happening there on Airline Highway. A lot of those are officers coming in from other areas because, as Carl Deputy said, the police chief, they're depleted right now.
They're already exhausted. They've already been working around the clock because of the unrest we've seen in our city in the wake of recent events. So you have officers, deputies coming in to assist them, and really that's the mindset that I keep thinking of. How do you investigate and move forward when you know this has just happened to your brothers in blue? And that's what they're having to process and deal with at this moment. So they have some help. You saw it coming in live at the scene there, Airline and Old Hammond. Some help on the way for Baton Rouge Police during this difficult time.
The good news, if there is any of this, that there is some survivors in this, but also that there is no active suspect out there, that the shooter in this is dead. So we do know that you can breathe a little bit easier if you live in some of those areas around there, and it's a very highly populated area. If you live anywhere in those areas, that the suspect, they believe, has been killed, and that would have been early this morning, right when this happened, because we heard from the officer that gets there. He says a city officer is down. Let's actually let you hear those comments as we still await the president to speak. The initial officer dispatch tapes that we got from the Broadcast.fi website, and you can kind of hear exactly what's happening, and this is literally minutes after they get a call of a man walking down Airline Highway with a gun.
Oh, shot fired, officer down, shot fired, officer down. Got a city officer down, shot fired. Shot fired on Airline. I know where the subject shooting from. Point around. Point around. Point around. Okay. So, up front of code. Quarter 10-3 your traffic, 10-3 your traffic. Shots fired, officer down behind the building, and hair crown. Unknown where the subject shooting from.
That in itself sounds almost like, and you heard the governor call it an attack on police, because they get the call of a man walking down Airline Highway with a rifle. They get there, they can't find him, and then all of a sudden here comes some shots.
And we still don't know if it was indeed an attack on police, but the president, we will hear from momentarily on this shooting. He was quick to come out with a statement about what had happened, condemning this, along with Attorney General Loretta Lynch. As far as the two possible accomplices we heard reports of in this investigation, not much was cleared up in that respect at the press conference just now, but no active shooter scenario to report, according to State Police Colonel Mike Edmonson. We will hear more as the investigation goes on from them at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. In the meantime, you need to stay away from this area. Airline Highway does remain closed in both directions between Goodwood and I-12 because of all of the police activity. And aside from there not being a suspect out there that they believe right now, it's what we've been talking about for the past couple of hours. Let's say you get into a fender bender. Let's say something else happens and police need to respond to you. That's taking away from what's happening here. So it's crucial that if you're at home safe, hug on your family a little tighter tonight and just enjoy the evening at home with them.
Absolutely. Another thing that we've been thinking about in all of this is, where will Baton Rouge go from here, and what type of healing will come? Obviously, we are days away from even approaching that, because there is still an active investigation and still a lot that we'll need to know. And in the days to come, we're going to introduce you to these officers and these deputies who lost their lives, and we will have more on their families, obviously their impending funerals, and all that will come from this. And Baton Rouge, we're not out of the woods just yet. There is still plenty left to be done at Airline Highway and for our community, trying to get past this and move forward.
We have heard from state representatives, athletes who are very involved in the community. We have several tweets to show you. Scott Angel just tweeting, "We need more people backing the badge and fewer people attacking the badge. Pray for Baton Rouge, back the badge." We heard from the Dallas police chief right away earlier this morning as soon as this happened. Of course, he is dealing with his own recent tragedy, the loss of 5 of his police officers. Chief David Brown tweeting his thoughts and prayers are with the Baton Rouge Police Department. Also, Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, sending his regards, saying he spoke with our governor about the tragic police shooting and that they both agreed as a nation we must unite to end these heinous crimes. The list goes on of people voicing their support, their concern for our city and for our country in the wake of this officer-involved shooting that left 3 officers, 2 officers, 1 deputy dead this morning in Baton Rouge.
That just shows right there how Baton Rouge has come together. The fact that you have a sheriff's deputy going by, hearing what's going on the radio, and is able to get there and get involved in this, and this unfortunately having to spread across 2 different departments, but it does show you at least how they were working together to try and keep Baton Rouge safe. I said earlier that live reporting is often a rough draft of history, and part of that is true in the fact that we don't believe there is a suspect barricaded anywhere. That was a part that was coming out, and folks were looking for that, so you can feel safe in knowing that they have that the suspect that they initially thought of and needed to neutralize was indeed killed there at the scene.
Officers are standing guard outside of Our Lady of the Lake Medical Center right now. We have a live look at that, and that is so that they can check each vehicle coming into the hospital. That's not to say, according to Our Lady of the Lake, we've heard from them that if you need medical treatment that you cannot get it. They are open and available for that. But in the wake of this tragedy, of course, all precautions being taken by officers outside OL right there. We've seen them check a couple of vehicles and just make sure nothing suspicious is in them, and making sure that there's a legitimate concern medically for the people to get in.
Here's the difference of where we are now. That officer there on the right side of your screen, I recognize him. I know him personally, and most of the time I'm used to seeing him on duty in and around the Live After 5 area. A happy time, a concert going on. You go from that, out shaking hands and being with the community, to having to stand in front of one of the hospitals of the city that you live in with a rifle, and you don't know what you might need to do, and you don't know if there's anyone targeting you, and that's what's going through his mind. Plus, he most certainly knows those that are involved in that very shooting. Plenty of media, obviously, looking at this from all across the world. We've had people chime in, just regular citizens from as far away as London, England, looking at what's going on in Baton Rouge and sending their prayers and thoughts. We heard from the faith-based community all day today that this is just something that you really have to internalize in yourself and try and deal with on your own terms. If you're not inclined to pray, that it doesn't matter. You can at least send positive thoughts, and that is what folks have been wanting to do.
Many people are going to be coming together doing just that. In the Zachary community tonight, we've heard from faith-based leaders encouraging them to come to kind of a pavilion area near the police department around 6 o'clock. Of course, Sunday evening services going to be a bit different tonight as these conversations continue among congregations. And we heard from Pastor Russ Cripps from Acacia Church in Baton Rouge earlier today about having to hear about this and then completely flip the script on what was talked about in church services all across our city this morning as we watched this unfold.
Well, you know, and local news is basically a mirror to your community, and there are probably people watching that are like, you know, I can't believe the news people are talking that much about praying and God and things like that. But that is a part of this community. This happened on a Sunday morning when there were a lot of folks headed to church. Parkview Baptist Church is not very far from there. You had Bethany, you have all these huge churches. You have the smaller churches that are right there in that area. A lot of folks on a Sunday morning here in the South, that's what they do. They go to church and they worship however they so seem fit. And in the middle of all that, some of them did not make their service this morning because they couldn't get to their church because of this very incident. And some of them, as you heard Lauren talking about, Pastor Russ Cripps completely changed his sermon to deal with Baton Rouge and deal with the healing that he hopes that will come to us. Because not only are we dealing with this horrible thing, the community already had been injured from the events of just about a week ago with Alton Sterling being killed.
Now, this is just coming in from CBS News. We had heard reports that the gunman who was killed from Missouri was from Missouri, and we are hearing from CBS. They are identifying that man as Gavin Long from Kansas City, Missouri. So that report being confirmed, if that is indeed true, MSNBC also identifying the gunman by that name, Gavin Long of Kansas City. And so that raises even more questions as we hear that this man was not from Baton Rouge. This coming off of a time of protests in our city in the wake of an officer-involved shooting a couple of weeks ago, and many people coming in from out of town, and officials, politicians, city leaders saying that most of the trouble was caused by out-of-towners, that this isn't our Baton Rouge, that most of the protests planned from our city leaders were somewhat peaceful. So again, that just coming into our newsroom, a report of the gunman who was killed in all of this, a report of him being from Missouri, confirmed by CBS News and other media outlets, Gavin Long from Kansas City.
Further on that, authorities say he was armed with a rifle and wore black fatigues in this. The initial call came out about the suspect walking down Airline Highway with the rifle, which again is not necessarily 100% illegal from the first part, but then that is something that the police wanted to check out. It's very suspicious. The Kansas City, Missouri thing came out, or at least the Missouri part came out very early on in this. And, you know, sometimes officials are quick to say that these are outsiders coming in, but we do not know what his connection was coming from Kansas City to here. Perhaps he lived here for a long time. I'm from Louisville, but I live here in Baton Rouge, so we don't know exactly how long he had been here. Perhaps he'd been here for some time.
What's going to be interesting, too, is that we heard he was in dark fatigues, but if he was indeed wearing a mask, that's a whole different situation as far as carrying a gun and his rights there in the laws of Louisiana.
Right?
29 years old.
29 years old is what we're hearing his age is. From Kansas City, wearing all fatigues. The city of Baton Rouge Police lured to the area by the 911 call. That not necessarily. We're getting also information that several sources are telling that he has a military background, possibly a Marine. That would match up with what happened in Dallas, as these two kind of intertwine. A former military person, taking out aggressions on police.
Again, we are talking about the gunman who is dead, Gavin Long from Kansas City. There is no active shooter scenario happening in Baton Rouge right now. That coming from State Police Colonel Mike Edmonson just moments ago. This is a live look at the now much calmer scene at Airline and Old Hammond Highway as the investigation continues into what happened here. Reports of a man wearing dark clothing who we now believe to be Gavin Long from Kansas City came into law enforcement earlier this morning. They got the call at 8:40, and in just a matter of minutes, we're hearing, really within 6 minutes, Specifically, 6 officers shot, 3 of them now killed, 2 from the Baton Rouge Police Department, 1 from the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office.
As soon as we get more information on that officer, the deputy who's in surgery right now, we'll pass that on to you. We're hoping to get that. We might not get all of it, you know, in a nice release, but we're going to try and get as much information as we can. I know a lot of you are out there wondering and praying and thinking about these officers, so as soon as we get the condition on that, we'll check in with him. We have folks there at the hospital that are giving us all of the information. We have confirmed, though, that all 6 officers involved in this are males. All of them, all of the sheriff's deputies at least, were married with families, which makes it even worse, obviously.
Now, while we have heard the possible identity from several media outlets of the gunman, we don't have the identities of these officers, as you keep them in your prayers tonight. But this is what we do know about them. The 2 officers killed from Baton Rouge Police were 41 and 32. One of them had just been with the department under a year. The other was a veteran. And the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's deputy killed age 45. And you see a look at the deputies who were wounded, one in critical, that one in surgery right now, age 51. A Baton Rouge police officer wounded, age 41.
Facebook and Twitter has removed anything related to Gavin Long. If he may have had a profile or anything, they have removed all of that, and obviously the investigators will have that information to see if maybe what was in his mindset, what was going on, what propelled this, what had him come to Baton Rouge with a rifle and literally walk down the street there, Airline Highway, which would have been, even with what Baton Rouge has been going through these last week and a half, that would have seemed odd to most people on a Sunday morning, somebody walking down Airline Highway dressed in all black, wearing fatigues and having a gun. That one woman whom we heard from, she said that, you know, it looked like a sniper and he's got a sniper rifle. She said,
and a mask.
And a mask.
Multiple people reporting this man in a mask. We did not get that from the press conference at 3, just that he was in dark clothing. But that's an unusual situation at all for Baton Rouge, and really for anywhere, but in our community to just see that walking along Airline Highway. That's why the call was made. That's why the call was put in to law enforcement.
Maybe you're out there and you may have come in contact with Gavin Long, who's alleged to be the shooter at this point and is alleged to be dead. Maybe you have come in contact with him throughout his little travels here in Baton Rouge, or perhaps he lived here. We don't know that. But if you have any information on that, the police would like to hear from you. You can use that FBI number that they were talking about, 1-800-CALL-FBI.
That's 1-800-225-5324. 1-800-CALL-FBI. If you have any information that you've kind of pieced together throughout the day and think maybe they should know that, call that number. They need you. They are taking many different directions right now with this investigation, as you heard them say. And we are waiting for the president to speak on this very situation from Washington that was set to begin at 3:30, beginning a little later now as he is briefed on what's been happening. But we have reason to believe he was briefed much earlier in the day from Representative Garrett Graves with ties to Washington, and from the president.
Yeah, putting out his statement condemning the attacks, calling the shooter and or shooters cowards in this. We do realize that earlier we were reporting that one suspect was down and that 2 shooters were at large. That is not believed to be the case anymore. They believe that they have contained the effort. We do know of 2 arrests in West Baton Rouge Parish of 2 men fitting a description in this case. But keep in mind that initial 911 call was just about 1 man walking with a rifle. So they are questioning the people that were picked up in West Baton Rouge Parish. They towed away their vehicle. This is it here. They saw them go, a witness saw them walk into Walmart dressed in all black and then come out wearing different clothes. And law enforcement officers were getting word as they were spreading around Baton Rouge that there could be possibly suspects out there. So everybody was on high alert and looking around, and then this happens in Addis right there across the river. They took those 2 suspects once they got them pulled over a little ways down the road, and they took them to Baton Rouge to be questioned at our violent crimes unit to try and see if they have any information or any connection to this. This car that you keep seeing, that is what they were in, and it was towed away. It had a Texas license plate on it. You can see it there in the front. Texas requires you to have the license plates in the front and back, unlike Louisiana, and you could see there that that car was from out of state. Plenty of state troopers and things involved, plenty of officers around there, so this could or could not have something to do with this case. We'll have to wait and see on that. We're expecting a briefing tomorrow at 1 o'clock, which seems like an eternity and seems like a long time away. However, we are able to work our sources and get information from you before there. We'll have it for you as soon as we get it.
With families with ties to the LSU community watching this across the country, the Emergency Operations Center is out there for LSU right now. We've heard from F. King Alexander earlier this morning in a statement saying his thoughts and prayers are with the officers and their families, and that Emergency Operations Center is activated to help with LSU police. You saw earlier some of the video outside of Our Lady of the Lake, former Police Chief LaDuff shaking the hands of an LSU officer. So this is really all law enforcement agencies on deck with this one, helping build each other up in the wake of this.
And unfortunately, when they have to, they all bleed the same blood as they do with us. I mean, they're not these superhero people. They're real people out there trying to keep you safe. And if you were heading to church this morning, driving down Airline Highway, and you were scared off by a man walking with a rifle, it's Baton Rouge Police and the authorities' job to go in there and contain that threat and try their best to keep us safe. Mayor Kip Holden said that this was a sad day in Baton Rouge. He has been very upset by this. This is his city unraveling at times. It was important, though, that we heard from the grief counselor that unraveling is not everywhere. The entire city is not burning. There are plenty of people that are still doing the right thing. There are plenty of people that will spend this Sunday afternoon getting ready for what will be a rough work week for so many.
Yes, as we move forward and wait to hear from the president there in Washington, it's important to wrap your mind around the facts. With that time period we're going to have between that press conference we just had and the one tomorrow, it's easy for folks to get fired up. It's easy for the emotions to get strong, especially on social media, which is a great outlet these days. But it's important in every situation, in any situation like this, to know what really happened instead of following that trail and the people just firing up people on social media. We've given you what we know. We've given you that one gunman is dead, that 3 officers have been killed, and that we are waiting to hear on the status of one deputy who is in surgery. Other 2 were wounded here in the capital city. So the hashtag Pray for Baton Rouge is strong right now on Twitter, on Facebook, and that is what you can do. That is what pretty much everyone who spoke at the podium just moments ago at State Police Headquarters urged the community to do, is to pray.
I'm looking here on checking in with various sources that we have, and they've identified him as Gavin Eugene Long from Kansas City, Missouri, and there's several places where it looks like that this could have been his birthday or near his birthday today. So this would be the day that he chose to engage with police, perhaps ambush them, and this would be his birthday, the suspect.
East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff Sid Gautreaux saying, if this madness continues, we will surely perish as a people. Some powerful quotes coming from the sheriff, from the police chief, from the governor, from State Police Colonel Michael Edmonson, as they've already come off of a couple of weeks where they are stretched thin in this community. There have been calls for protesters who have been outside of the SSS convenience store not to protest, not to gather today, for this to be a peaceful day. Those calls continue from leaders of some of those peaceful protests that have been happening over the past couple of weeks.
Perhaps that's also a little bit of good news for Baton Rouge, is that we did have some very intense protests. The Black Panthers showing up, some of them were armed, just some regular citizens expressing their rights, showing up there armed, engaging with police in tactical gear. We had all of that, and we did not have anything like what we had today. So that at least is, I guess, a good part for Baton Rouge, that we were able to weather that. The funeral of Alton Sterling happened on Friday. It was quiet after that. The family asked for a day of peace and kind of rest. And while these two may or may not be connected, as Alton Sterling may or may not be connected directly to Dallas, but they're all in the same fabric and they're all within this climate. So it's got a lot of people looking at it. And we can tell you one way it is connected is that Baton Rouge Police and the sheriff's deputies and all of them have been dealing with that horrible week of Baton Rouge, of what's going on, and everybody's on alert, and then this happens. This is just one more thing, when it rains it pours. Well, this has just been a hellacious downpour that it's going to take a while for us to heal from.
It's going to take us coming together peacefully. I mean, there in no way are we trying to specifically connect certain incidents, and we've heard messages and emails with concerns like that, but We are not specifically connecting anything here, but as you heard from Representative Garrett Graves earlier, it would be a stretch not to in some way based off of the burden on law enforcement and the opinions that have been flying in our community, the protests. It's just a tense time right now.
It is a tense time, and it is a time that we will for sure learn from. The last time Baton Rouge had a situation like this where this many officers were shot, many, many years ago, we lost one in that. 3 others were wounded. It was a very hot day in July, and the community came together, and we hope that that will happen from this. The other part of good news is that some of the officers are in fair condition. I think we had 2 that were non-life-threatening injuries. One deputy, though, is still in critical condition. He is at the hospital.
Yes, one deputy,
the Lake Hospital.
The deputy in critical condition, we were told at first it was actually at Baton Rouge General.
Say that name for me one more time.
Okay, this is some very important information as you think of these officers and their families. We have heard from officials the identity of one of the officers killed.
Say the name for me one more time. I want to make sure that I get it right.
Montrell Jackson, one of the BRPD officers killed in the shooting this morning at Airline Highway in Old Hammond, who was sent to Our Lady of the Lake. We have his picture right there as you keep his family in your thoughts and prayers this evening. That is just coming into us. The identity of one of the Baton Rouge police officers killed, Officer Montrell Jackson.
Well, that is sad right there. A Baton Rouge police officer out protecting our community has lost his life along with 2 of his other brothers in blue. Officer Montrell Jackson, obviously, literally just on the front lines this morning. On a Sunday morning, you don't expect it to be active, I wouldn't think, but that shows that police officers never know exactly what they're going to deal with. The officers we've lost over the years since I've been here, one was trying to arrest a shoplifter at Walmart. The others, one trying to execute a drug warrant over marijuana, something that's relatively simple, you think, but you can see how even a simple Sunday morning along Airline Highway can become deadly. And for Officer Montrell Jackson and his precious, wonderful family, we are sorry that that happened here.
And I've seen pictures surfacing on social media from those who knew him, of him holding his child, and it's heartbreaking. It's absolutely heart-wrenching. You talk about a Sunday morning. It's one of the things that I love most about Baton Rouge. I can't speak for everyone, but when people come together and they go to church and they go out and eat together and spend time with their families, it can be such a beautiful place. And to have this happen, just, it's devastating. And now we have the name of one of the officers killed.
Let's show his picture one more time. It's probably one of the most important things as we await the president's remarks. This is a picture now of Montrell Jackson, one of the Baton Rouge police officers involved in this incident this morning, and what came from it. The original call at 8:40, a call of someone walking with a gun or a rifle, and they were able to get up there and get to him. Now we're learning more about Montrell Jackson, including this little bit of information we've
This
gotten.
is really telling here. This is from a social media page believed to be that of Montrell Jackson, July 8th at 11:32 a.m. He said, "I am tired, physically and emotionally." Said he was disappointed in some family, friends, and officers for some reckless comments, but hey, what's in your heart is in your heart. That is from a page believed to be that of Montrell Jackson before he died.
He goes on to say, "I still love you because hate takes too much energy, but I definitely won't be looking at you the same," talking about some of the folks there. It goes on to say that he loves this city. He wonders if the city loves him. In uniform, I get nasty, hateful looks, and out of uniform, some consider me a threat. He's a black man, you see him there. I've experienced so much in my short life, and these last 3 days have tested me to the core. When people you know begin to question your integrity, or you realize don't know you at all. He's talking about people and all of the vicious comments that have been taken towards police here in this last week or so.
This last thing that he says really is going to stick with me. He says he is working in these streets, so any protesters, officers, friends, family, or whoever, if you see me and need a hug or want to say a prayer, I got you. That's from Officer Montrell Jackson's social media page. Powerful words, as he and many of his brothers and sisters in blue have been on the front lines of a very tense time in Baton Rouge in general, and then responding to this call of a man carrying a gun along Airline Highway earlier this morning on a Sunday morning led to his death.
That was written on July 8th, 11:32. He posted it to his, it looks like Facebook, saying he was tired, physically and emotionally, needed some help, and was willing to still help for people. Said, look at my actions, they speak loud and clear. He wants to send out prayers to everyone directly affected by this tragedy. He's talking about the Alton Sterling situation and all the protests that followed that. He says, these are trying times. Please don't let hate infect your heart. This city must, and he put that all in capital letters, and will get better, again in capital letters. I'm working in these streets, as you heard Lauren just say, I'm working in these streets, so any protesters, officers, friends, family, or whoever, if you see me and need a hug or want to say a prayer, I got you. That's from Officer Montrell Jackson a little more than a week ago on his Facebook page, talking about the climate that Baton Rouge was in, and now a little bit more than a week after that post, where him saying he would hug people and pray with them, and that his integrity would stick for itself, has lost his lives on the streets of Baton Rouge trying to protect and serve.
His life will not be forgotten. We will be thinking of him this evening and beyond. The president has just given us a 2-minute-ish warning on when he is going to be taking the podium there in Washington, D.C., talking about this shooting in Baton Rouge that has claimed the lives of 3 officers, including Montrell Jackson.
You can see there on the right side of your screen, we're obviously going to go to the president. Those 2 people standing there, one of them is Jim Miklasevsky with NBC News. They will be breaking into the programming, so if no one doesn't know about it now, everybody will as the president speaks. The networks will break in, and you'll hear it, and everybody will hear it, all your family and friends that don't live in Baton Rouge, they will for sure know what's going on here now as the President of the United States, the most powerful man in the world, will address what's happening here in Baton Rouge. We have his full attention. Unfortunately, this is not the way we would like to get it, but we have the president's attention, and we're going to hear from him in just a few moments.
He immediately sent a statement condemning what he calls a cowardly attack on officers hours ago, and in the meantime has been working with our governor and state police colonel to get briefed on what has exactly happened. Over the past week, he has held a town hall on racial tension and police community relations in the wake of the Alton Sterling shooting, and then Philando Castile. He's been up there talking about this, and now he gets word of nothing any of us wanted to hear.
The president's coming out now. Let's hear from the President of the United States.
This morning, 3 law enforcement officers in Baton Rouge were killed in the line of duty. 3 others were wounded. One is still in critical condition. As of right now, we don't know the motive of the killer. We don't know whether the killer set out to target police officers or whether he gunned them down as they responded to a call. Regardless of motive, the death of these 3 brave officers underscores the danger that police across the country confront every single day. And we as a nation have to be loud and clear that nothing justifies violence against law enforcement. Attacks on police are an attack on all of us and the rule of law that makes society possible. Earlier this afternoon, I spoke with Governor Edwards and Mayor Holden, and I offered them the full support of the federal government and reiterated my full support for law enforcement in Baton Rouge and for police officers across the country. I also spoke to the Attorney General. The FBI has already been on the scene, and through the work of all levels of government, justice will be done. Most of all, our hearts go out to the families who are grieving. Our prayers go out to the officer who's still fighting for his life. This has happened far too often, and I've spent a lot of time with law enforcement this past week. I'm surrounded by the best of the best every single day, and I know whenever this happens, wherever this happens, you feel it. Your families feel it. But what I want you to know today is the respect and the gratitude of the American people for everything that you do for us. And 5 days ago, I traveled to Dallas for the memorial service of the officers who were slain there. I said that that killer would not be the last person who tries to make us turn on each other, nor will today's killer. it remains up to us to make sure that they fail. That decision is all of ours. The decision to make sure that our best selves are reflected across America, not our worst, that's up to us. We have our divisions, and they are not new. Around-the-clock news cycles and social media sometimes amplify these divisions. And I know we're about to enter a couple of weeks of conventions where our political rhetoric tends to be more overheated than usual. And that is why it is so important that everyone, regardless of race or political party or profession, regardless of what organizations you are a part of, everyone right now focus on words and actions that can unite this country rather than divide it further. We don't need inflammatory rhetoric. We don't need careless accusations thrown around to score political points or to advance an agenda. We need to temper our words and open our hearts, all of us. We need what we saw in Dallas this week, as a community came together to restore order and deepen unity and understanding. We need the kind of efforts we saw this week in meetings between community leaders and police, some of which I participated in, where I saw people of goodwill pledge to work together to reduce violence throughout all of our communities. That's what's needed right now. And it is up to all of us to make sure we are part of the solution and not part of the problem. You know, someone once wrote, a bullet need happen only once, but for peace to work, we need to be reminded of its existence again and again and again. My fellow Americans, only we can prove through words and through deeds that we will not be divided, and we're going to have to keep on doing it again and again and again. That's how this country gets united. That's how we bring people of goodwill together. Only we can prove that we have the grace and the character and the common humanity to end this kind of senseless violence, to reduce fear and mistrust within the American family, to set an example for our children. That's who we are, and that's who we always have the capacity to be. And that's the best way for us to honor the sacrifice of the brave police officers who were taken from us this morning. May God bless them and their families. May God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much.
Keep a message for the protesters at the convention.
The last question that you heard there, the president obviously not taking any questions. Will you go to Baton Rouge? We're still waiting on, we'll be waiting on a response to see what that happens. But oftentimes when a president comes to an affected area, it takes a lot to move a president in and out, and sometimes it ends up getting in the way of what's really going on and the work that needs to be done in the few minutes right after, or the few moments after a shooting there.
We looked at each other and just said, this is surreal to hear the president once again talking about Mayor Holden, State Police Colonel Mike Edmonson, Governor John Bel Edwards, saying those names as attention across the country focuses right here on our little city, our capital city of Baton Rouge.
And you know, the mayor or the governor, John Bel Edwards, and Colonel Mike Edmonson just met with the president just a few days ago on this very thing, on police relations with the community and what can be done with that. These are pictures you're seeing there on the right side of your screen of people showing up outside trying to get into the hospital. Baton Rouge Police taking making all, you know, just to make sure that people are safe, and if you still have an emergency, you can still get into the hospitals. They're not on lockdown. They're what Graham Elkins called earlier controlled access. Joining us here in the studio, and Father Bahi, just walk up here to the desk if you don't mind.
I just stepped in. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you.
Obviously, we talked with you earlier on the phone, and you were saying that this afternoon, or I guess now within 2 hours, you plan to have people come out to Zachary to pray for these folks, especially that officer right now who is barely hanging on.
Yeah. You know, I got out of 9 o'clock mass, and at 10 o'clock, I got the call telling me what happened. It was hard to say 11 o'clock mass. It was hard for people to hear it. There's just a great sadness. There's a great sadness that we've let this happen in our community, that we've that we think that someone's race or gender or orientation it makes them bad or good, and that we're killing the people who protect us, and we didn't know what to do with it. So I'm calling upon anyone and everyone to come forward. We were planning on doing it right in back of the Zachary Police Department, but we've had a lot of rain there, so it's going to be small and sloppy and wet. So we'll turn the air conditioner on and come to the church, which is a half a block away from that gazebo. And I want the ministers to come. I don't have a program. You know, we're going to create a program. And I want all religions, I want all nationalities, I want all races, because that's our answer. That's our answer, you know. It bothers me that we've gotten to the point that we draw conclusions that if you're black, things have got to be this way. If you're white, things have got to be this way. I've been around long enough to know that everybody's got problems. Everybody's got challenges. And by just asking someone to understand me and no one to understand us, we're not getting anywheres. We're not getting anywheres. And, you know, and I told my people last week, you know, since all this happened, I've had some emotions that I don't like in myself. I really don't like having those emotions. And my way to deal with that is to go to God and get rid of those thoughts and that sort of thing. And I would imagine I'm not different. You know, regardless of what side of the issue you're on, we've all had thoughts that we don't like thinking. And, you know, bring it to God. Our emotions are not going to change the situation. Our emotions are not going to make us forget past hurts, and our emotions are not going to help us to come together. But our faith in the one God that's created all of us is going to solidify us and bring it together. And I love it. Ronald Reagan said, "We're one nation under God, or we're one nation gone under." And I think we need to remember that right now. And my own opinion, we've done a lot to take God out of the public square. And people who do stand up for God are now called phobic or anti or haters because they hold fast to their beliefs. And that's another point that I think we need to understand. If you're Christian and you believe, the Bible's very clear. You can hate the sin, but love the sinner. And we've gotten in our mind because someone is this way or that way or believes this or pro this or anti that, we think they're bad people. We think it's okay to be mean to bad people. It's not. You know, we've got to disagree with if we disagree, we've still got to love the person. And that's what we're struggling with. We've got too many labels that give us reason for our venom and not enough grace that gives us opportunity for our unity.
Father, you talk about the thoughts that none of us like to have, including yourself, these thoughts that we don't like and end up turning on ourselves. Why are we having these thoughts? For the most difficult question I can imagine for you that you get in times of sorrow and are going to be getting moving forward is, why is this happening? Why would God let this happen? How do you answer them?
You know, and see, this question was asked earlier, and I wanted to chime in. You know, if God forces us to do evil, forces us to do good and prevents us from doing evil, then we no longer have free will. And if we don't have free will, we don't need to be here. We're supposedly here so that we can make the right choice and bring us to God. And the fact that evil occurs, evil resides in man's heart, not in the will of God. And, you know, and when people kind of say, well, you know, God, you let this happen, so I'm not going to believe in you. If more people believed in God and really believed and not just talked about believing, then evil wouldn't become as rampant. And that is our way to deal with that. And, you know, we're quick to blame God when things go bad. But when things are going our way, we think it's all up to me and not up to God. And like I said, free will means that, you know, we're here to make that choice every day. And when people make the wrong choices, like today, whole communities suffer. And it's really terrible. But please don't confuse some angry and perhaps unbalanced people with the mind and the will of God.
With the great majority. I mean, the great majority of people in our area got up and went about their Sunday doing the right thing. There was one individual who decided not to do that. So out of hundreds of thousands of people, there's one person who decided not to do that. So that is proper perspective.
You're right. You're absolutely right, Greg.
If people want to get to your church service, tell them exactly where it is in Zachary.
Okay. We're located at 4727 McHugh Drive. Not familiar with Zachary, there's a main street, it's Church Street or Highway 64. But, you know, on the corner of Lee Street and 64, there's a light. And if you turn south on that light, then in the next block there we are. We're a block in back of the Zachary Police Department.
Okay.
Zachary Police Department is on Main Street, and we really hope that this is a show of grace and strength of surrendering ourselves to God and letting God work through us and in us.
I love how you said there's no program. It's hard to have a program in the wake of something like this.
Father Jeff Bailly, thank you very much for coming in and
Yes, thank
sharing
you.
things with us.
And you guys do a great job. You take a very difficult subject and you do it with great compassion and great care, and we really appreciate that in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We appreciate it. All right, still ahead here, or you see it there on your screen, CBS Evening News will be at 5 o'clock, which is normal on a Sunday, and then we're going to have a special edition of our 9 News at 5:30. We are fanning out, and we'll have several different reports and able to check in with several different things and give you the latest information that we have. We can give you the latest information we have also on social media and on our webpage, which is where we've been putting a lot of this. And you heard the Colonel say that, you know, don't believe anything unless you hear it directly from them. We are working very hard to confirm some of these things behind the scenes that we think need to be reported to you, and anything that comes to us, we're not going to wait till tomorrow at 1 o'clock to give you the new information. If we get those details, we'll of course pass them on to you. We are working very hard to confirm everything that we get out to you. We don't want to incite panic. We don't want to incite people to be angry. If anything, we've probably went on the other side of telling everyone to pray and be the best that they can be here in Baton Rouge as we have to deal with a terrible work week. But putting that in perspective, think of the families that are having to deal with losing their loved ones and one that is barely hanging on as we speak.
Think of the family of Montrell Jackson, who is the only officer we have identified so far who lost his life in this. He is a father, from what we're told. There's his picture. You see it right there. He had just posted on social media about how tired he was physically and emotionally, but that he's there for us, that he would be there for a protester, other officers, friends, family. He said, if you see me and need a hug or want to say a prayer, I got you. And he even made a little police emoji and a peace sign right after it. A long but heartfelt message from Montrell Jackson, who lost his life on a Sunday morning in Baton Rouge, responding to a call of an armed man on Airline Highway.
And Montrell Jackson is the one that we've been able to confirm is deceased. We have several other pictures and things of people, and we'll try to get those to you in the next few hours or the next days or so, of the ones that still need your prayers and are still fighting for their lives, or the ones that were still injured in all this. Think about what you might have posted. He wrote that on July 8th, so a little bit more than a week ago at 11:30 in the morning. Think about what you posted on July 8th, and then think about news anchors having to read that on the air after you've been killed. That is what we're talking about when people get vicious and things on Facebook. Thank God he was able to post something that gives his family a little bit more comfort here just a week later after losing his life in a very situation that many of us had feared.
We heard from Governor John Bell Edwards, State Police Colonel Mike Edmonson, East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriffs, the sheriff himself, Sid Gautreaux, talking about the help law enforcement is getting at this time, the Louisiana Sheriff's Association Task Force, because their officers have been depleted over what's happened over the past couple of weeks. So far, as it stands, including Montrell Jackson, there are 2 others, one Baton Rouge police officer, 1 deputy who died in this morning's shooting. 1 deputy is critical. 2 other officers are also wounded after this happened.
A deputy that's critical, we're getting some information on his condition, and it is very, very grave. And if you can imagine, he's now survived almost 5 hours since he was shot. And so it's something that the medical community is working very hard to try and save this man's life, and we hope that that happens.
In fact, there are even several reports on social media saying the Billy Graham Rapid Response Team has just arrived at Our Lady of the Lake, where one officer is fighting for his life. As you heard Father Bahi say, this is a time of prayer and thoughts towards these families as you sit down to dinner tonight with yours at home, just thinking about what they're going through despite all of the hatred and the rumors and everything that you see on Facebook and Twitter and in the media.
Let's just update you on what we know, just to kind of give you the details as we know them. About 8:40 this morning, a man was walking down Airline Highway dressed in all black. It was reported that he was wearing fatigues. He was carrying a rifle. Walking down, a menacing looking rifle, not like something you would see in your grandfather's gun closet, but walking down the road. Somebody thought that was suspicious, called it into police. They came by to check it out, and in a matter of minutes, shots were being fired. There were other officers arriving on the scene. The original call went out at about 8:40. By 8:44, just 4 minutes later, there was an additional call of shots being fired. And then 2 minutes later after that, the suspect moved to a position near the car wash. And at that point, EMS was staging nearby, trying to get in. So EMS, within 6 minutes of getting the original call, within 4 minutes of actually getting the original call, were able to try and get out there and get to those injured and possibly have saved some lives in all of this.
Yes, in the hours that followed, we heard more information as far as another report of someone seeing two men walking into a Walmart in Port Allen wearing dark clothing, changing clothes, walking back out. We are told those two men were detained, but no word if they are possible accomplices or in any way connected to this first incident on Airline Highway in Old Hammond. We expect to hear more from everyone involved, every law enforcement agency at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That's going to be a while for all of us to just sit and stir about this, but we've got to just go with what we know at this time.
And obviously we have our reporters working and our news teams are working, so we'll try to get you this newest information we can even before that 1 o'clock. Our Robbie Reynolds is standing by now live along Airline Highway where he has been for most of the day. Robbie, what can you tell us?
Hey Greg, Lauren, I just want to keep you guys updated on what we're seeing out here right now. Things have been getting progressively quieter as we've gone throughout the day. I think you remember earlier cop cars coming in and out, cop cars blocking the area. Well, now I want you to take out here and take a look at this scene right now. You see one cop car come through, but just one cop car blocking right there and just one behind, so it's definitely de-escalated. Another thing I wanted to tell you, Greg and Lauren, is that really we've been seeing fewer and fewer cars on the road, whether it's the interstate or people coming to the blockade, being turned around. It seems like a lot of people have been getting the information to stay in their home, avoid the area. It's just very quiet at this point. Haven't been seeing a lot of action.
Our Robbie Reynolds live near the scene, Airline, Goodwood area. Thank you so much for your reporting.
It's important to note that that part of Airline is shut off between Goodwood and Old Hammond Highway.
Yes, we had storms earlier in the day, and we were monitoring how the weather was affecting the situation. Our Johnny Asian has been here for the past few hours, solely focused on traffic and how this tragedy has affected the roads on a Sunday afternoon in Baton Rouge. Johnny, what are you seeing right now?
Well, I just got off the phone with the dispatch at City Police, and they are not expecting Airline Highway will be open anytime soon. In fact, on I-12 going toward Denham, they're putting up more permanent signs. You may not be able to see that off to the right side of your screen, but it's a road closed sign that the MAP vehicle has put up on the interstate, blocking the northbound exit off of I-12 going eastbound. The southbound exit is blocked on I-12 westbound right here, just to kind of orient you. This is the Struma Baptist Church right here. This is traffic coming from Denham, and you can see right here that Airline exit is blocked as well. Hop over to our next camera shot, and you can see Florida Boulevard. Police officers are manning the exits off of Florida Boulevard right here. This is downtown. This is Wooddale. This is traffic on Florida Boulevard going eastbound toward Denham. This is the law enforcement officer being allowed to get by right there. As you can see, police officers are blocking people from going onto Airline Highway southbound off of Florida Boulevard, as well as on the other side near Cortana Mall. You can't go southbound on Airline much past Goodwood. You can go to Goodwood, but from Goodwood to I-12, I don't know if you guys have in the control room have had a chance to pull up that map. From Goodwood to I-12, Airline Highway is still closed in both directions, and Old Hammond is still closed from Airline Highway to Terra Boulevard. And we're getting in information that that part of Airline Highway will be closed in both directions from Goodwood to I-12, actually, right there. For the rest of the afternoon and early evening. We'll keep you up on that. I'll come on only as needed, but you can keep up with everything in the moment on our social platform. Like us on Facebook, follow us on Twitter at WAFB Traffic. We'll be the first to let you know if and when Airline Highway does reopen. They're not telling us anything about an expected opening time of that Airline Highway or of Old Hammond between Airline and Terra. But we'll keep an eye on it, Greg, as you well know.
Thank you, Johnny Asian.
Of the 3 officers killed, we have identified Montrell Jackson. So far, we are just getting word that we do know the identity of another one of the officers killed from BRPD.
His name is Matthew Gerald. He's from the Denham Springs area. You see a picture of him there on your screen. He's 41 years old, Baton Rouge Police Department. He's been there with them for only about a year, we believe. That was the one that the chief was talking about. He graduated from the BRP Academy in March. He is married. I'm looking at his page right now. I see a picture of his wonderful wife from their wedding. 3 daughters, a daughter who's 3 years old and a stepdaughter who is 9 years old. His wife says he had just been released to work on his own on July 5th. Now, we do know that he spent some time in the military. I believe he was a former Marine, former Black Hawk crew chief in the Army. So at age 41, he had served his country as a Marine, as a Black Hawk crew chief in the Army, and then decided in March, or about a year ago, that he wanted to join the Baton Rouge Police Department, went through the academy, graduated in March, was on the streets of Baton Rouge, already on the front lines of trying to keep our nation safe, now on the streets of Baton Rouge to try and keep them safe. And this is what happens. If you look at some of the posting that he's done on his page, a number of times he's had to post badges with black ribbons around them. Obviously, he is very in tune into looking at other officers who have lost their lives across the country, and now his will be included in that horrible fraternity that no officer ever wants to join. Matthew Gerald, 41 years old, had been with BRPD for just about a year, from the Denham Springs area, former crew chief for a Black Hawk crew there in the Army, former Marine, has served time overseas, married, 2 children, a daughter and a stepdaughter, and his wife, all of them now, hopefully somewhere in your thoughts and in your prayers. The other one that we've confirmed is Montrell Jackson with the Baton Rouge Police Department. Montrell has posted on Facebook that he was worried about his city. He was asking that if you come up to him to offer a hug and a prayer, and that he would certainly do that with you. He was worried about saying that people, when he puts on the uniform, they've hurled insults at him because he was a police officer. When he takes off the uniform, him just being a black man, he was sometimes perceived as a threat. He was straddling that fine line of what to do when you start talking about whose lives matter. He was trying to bring people together and just say that, everybody is on one accord, and saying that, he has our backs if we needed him. And
literally told us in that post
we needed him this morning,
that he had us, that he had our backs, and he is survived by a wife and, from what we're told, a 3-month-old, and had just had a baby. So our thoughts with his family, and of course the father who we just reported about, Matthew Gerald from Denham Springs, serving in Baton Rouge. It's tough when you see the faces. It's tough enough to hear their ages and that they were killed as officers, but now we have the faces. We're learning more about the stories of these men.
This man here goes all the way overseas, puts his life on the line, comes back, and at 41 years old decides he wants to become a Baton Rouge police officer and take a lot of that military training and a lot of that active information and that high level of training and put that to good use for the citizens of Baton Rouge. And he put that to use this morning, thankfully, for us. I'm thankful, for one, that he was out there at Airline Highway this morning when a gunman was walking around with a rifle and obviously shooting at police. Obviously, we're not thankful that his life is gone, but we're thankful that there are people that will still tomorrow, will still in a minute from now, it's 4:29, it's still at 4:30, will put their lives on the lines for the people of Baton Rouge. It's just, that is a fact.
We're thankful for his service for our city and to our country. Looking at his Facebook page, he posted kind of a throwback picture not too long ago within the past year of him serving, and the men beside him serving overseas, it appears, was also in the military and a Baton Rouge police officer, putting his life on the line for us every day he puts on that uniform.
We are thankful for it. Part of this happened just a little bit after 8 o'clock, and that's when so many lives would change forever, including our own community. And Mayor Holden, of course, called this a very sad day. There are two gentlemen right there on your screen. You know, nobody's perfect in their life, but those guys were working this morning and lost their lives because of it. One of the things that one of the sheriffs told me the other day is that, you know, we're not that different than regular people. The only difference is that most of us get up in the morning and put on a vest and kiss your family goodbye. We know that whole thing. You may not make it home, but you put that vest on to protect yourself from the threat that's out there, and you hope that that equipment, you hope that your training, you hope that all of that works. And obviously sometimes you do not get the result that you set out to get, but for them, we did not have somebody shooting into a busy airline highway or a Sunday morning airline highway and people dying.
You think about those unspoken moments between these officers and their families as they left for work over the past couple of weeks and really over the years they've served, and what that's like for their wives, what that's like as they hug their kids goodbye, leaving on a call. Very, you know, no such thing as a routine call, as we've said, but a report of a man with a gun. How common would that be for an officer to respond to? And here we are in our city mourning the loss of these two men. Another has yet to be identified, who was also killed with the East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Department, and then 3 others wounded, one in surgery fighting for his life at this moment.
So it appears that Montrell was the one that had been with the police department for 10 years. He's 32 years old, so he would have signed up with them after his 22nd birthday, and has been on the streets of Baton Rouge. You know, 32 sounds young, but he's been on the streets of Baton Rouge for 10 years, so that being a 10-year veteran. The other gentleman, Mr. Matthew Gerald, he had only been with the Baton Rouge Police for 1 year, but take a look at his background. He was a former crew chief for a Black Hawk company over in, a Black Hawk unit over in the Army and overseas. He's a Marine. The training there is just unbelievable, as many of you know. So while he may have only been a police officer for a year, he came to that with an extreme amount of training, and then of course going through the academy and graduating in March.
We are getting some video just into the newsroom of Montrell Jackson's uncle speaking with our crews. If we could have that for you, we can take a listen.
Okay, we're ready. Okay. Tell me your first and last name.
Charles Cavalier.
And spell it for us.
C-H-R-L-E-S, C-A-V-A-L-I-E-R.
Tell me about Montrell Jackson.
Well, Montrell was one of the best guys that you ever going to know. He was very well versed from a lot of subjects, very outspoken, and he was just a general good guy. He had a good personality, a good disposition.
And you told me that you're his uncle by marriage.
Yeah,
Tell
by
me
marriage.
about your relationship with him.
Well, he from birth, I was always around him all the time. Matter of fact, I babysitted, kept him sometimes because I was very close with his mother. We always stayed at, he stayed at our house and things, so I helped raise him with him from day one. When he first came in, he had him as a newborn. And he's just been the same guy ever since, as long as I can remember, always very mannerful, and and whatever you needed, he would just always give you a good answer if you asked him something.
And you told me you wrote the letter of
Yeah, he
recommendation.
came to me during the time when he wanted to get on the force, and he said, Uncle Charles, can you write me a letter for recommendation? I'm thinking about joining the police department. I said, yeah, I'll be glad to. And I didn't have to make up anything. I just wrote from my heart because I had been around him from a small baby. And he took the letter and went on, and later on he got hired. I think that was in 2006.
And you said he loved being an officer.
Yeah, he really loved. So if he died, at least he died doing what he loved to do. That's the good part about it. So, it's sad on the family, everybody, but through God's will, we'll make it. God's help.
And tell me what is going through the minds of the family right now, and
Well,
it's shocking to everyone.
It's just so surreal. I mean, we were kind of in shock, because it kind of, it's just hard to, to imagine right now that he's no longer going to be with us, but it's hard on everybody because it's something I totally unexpected. He knew he had a dangerous job, but he never expected things to be, like this, but, God has a plan for everybody, so all I could say, we lost Baton Rouge, lost a great man.
What do you want people to know about him?
He's just going to truly be missed, because if you needed him to do something, he always did it from his heart. He wasn't phony, and what you see is what you get. That's how he was pretty much. He was just that kind of person. I'm not being biased, because I can honestly say from my heart how much he's helped me in different situations I was going through, different little things, and all that. He was calling me, always said okay.
And tell me when you learned of his death today.
Well, I found out his brother had called and said that he was that he may have been shot. We didn't know definitely at the time. Later on, they called back and confirmed that it was him.
You said you were walking in church?
Yeah, I was about to go to in Francisville, and I got the call that he had possible him.
Having a little problem with the sound there, but that is a man who said he is the uncle of one of the officers killed in this morning's shooting. Montrell Jackson is that officer, and you heard his uncle talking about how he was there for you no matter what, and those words, those sentiments expressed in Montrell's own Facebook page just a few days before he was killed, saying he was there for anyone, whether you're a protester, whether you're just someone who needs a hug, family, friends, even those he said he'd been disappointed in over recent events and how they'd expressed themselves. He said he was there for him, and you hear his uncle saying that's who he was. That's exactly who he was at all times.
What a strong man coming out there and speaking with our cameras or speaking with our folks out there, and you saw the family members around him. I can always think about when we, especially in the days when I used to do street beat, and we would go and cover situations where a family has just lost a loved one. You have a good idea of where they live, and you turn on that street and you always know where it is because it's the house with all the cars around it. And you saw all those family members joining there now at that home, trying to comfort those people, trying to comfort Montrell Jackson's family. They obviously did not expect this morning. How could they? But now they have to deal with it. That strong uncle coming out there saying that when Montrell decided that he wanted to be a Baton Rouge police officer, he wanted a letter of recommendation, and the uncle very candidly said, I didn't have to make up anything, I just spoke from the heart about Montrell. He enjoyed being a police officer, he enjoyed putting his life on the line for those in Baton Rouge.
And the family of another officer we now know to be grieving this evening, the family of Matthew Gerald from Denham Springs, who had just joined the force but no stranger to serving his community or our country. A former Marine, 41 years old, a former Black Hawk crew chief in the Army, graduated from the academy just in March. And so his daughters and wife in mourning tonight as we join them in mourning the loss of Officer Matthew Gerald.
When you take a look at some of the stuff that Officer Gerald had posted on his social media accounts, a lot of it involves, he's changed his profile picture a number of times to have badges with black memorial bands around them. So it's very clear that it was in his mind that this was something that could happen, and this was something that was happening to his brothers in blue, and this is something that was probably on his mind this morning. But even with that on his mind, he still responded to either a shots fired call or the fact that a man was there with a gun down. We do know that at least one of these two city police officers were one of the first to respond, because when we hear that horrible dispatch tape, horrible in the sense that you're thinking of what's going through that officer's mind who's making it, he gets there and says there's a city officer already down. So we know that either that was Mr. Gerald or Mr. Jackson. One of those were already down, so they were one of the first to engage the suspect that's been described as wearing fatigues and carrying a rifle. His name is Gavin Long. Today was his birthday. He is from Kansas City, Missouri. So one of the two BRPD officers, one of the first to encounter this suspect, and then literally from there, we're here.
Law enforcement agencies across our area are involved here, have joined to support the Baton Rouge Police Department and East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office. That includes the Santa Ma Police Department. We have Chief James LeBlanc on the phone with us talking about a prayer vigil.
Yeah, James LeBlanc with the fire department there in Santa Ma.
Yeah, that's correct.
Chief LeBlanc, you want to get the word out about this vigil happening tonight. A lot of folks wanting to know what they can do. What would you tell them?
Yeah, so tonight, you know, we don't have a set program, but we will gather tonight at 6 o'clock. This evening we gather for the officers that lost their lives this morning and the officers that's still fighting for their lives this very hour. All our hearts mourn the loss of our brothers in blue. We're going to gather at 6 o'clock this evening at the main fire station in Santa Monica. We have 2 of our fire department local chaplains that's going to be there tonight, and we're just gonna love on the community. Love on the community. That's all we're going to do tonight.
Absolutely. It's what kind of conversations have you been having with the people in your community up to this point that inspired you to want to hold an event like this with them?
Well, you know, I'm a father of 3 full-time policemen in Ascension Parish, along with being a deputy myself. So my wife and myself, you know, we got the word this morning while we were actually walking into church. And, of course, it's been a devastating day not only for the Baton Rouge community and the state of Louisiana, but it's also a devastating for family members that have police officers that are on the road every day, and that's what we have. We have a son that's on the road just about every day and just about every night in Ascension Parish, and it's just our hearts are broken for these families in Baton Rouge, and I don't care where you live. I don't care if you live in Baton Rouge, Port Allen, Ascension Parish, West Baton Rouge Parish. When we lose somebody in blue, everybody hurts, and we've just been hurting all day today, and we've been listening to the news all day today. And you know, the best thing that all of us can do is join as a community, join hands tonight at 6 o'clock, and pray for everybody. It doesn't matter where you live. It doesn't matter if you're black, blue. It don't matter what you are. We just want to pray. We just want to all lean on each other together as a community.
Chief LeBlanc, I've known you for years, and I even know at least one of your sons for sure. What is it like when you have to know that they're going out there, and especially in these times? This is different than it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago. And there's no such thing as a routine call. What do you do as a father? I mean, what are some of the things you have to think about?
Let me tell you, today probably devastated me more than anything, because while I was in church, my little girl I got 4 boys, like you know, 3 of them are full-time policemen, all 4 of them are firefighters. Today, my little girl didn't go to church with us because she stayed at a relative's house. Well, while I was in church this morning, I got a text message from my 10-year-old daughter, and the text message read, "Daddy, I love you, and I love my brothers, and I want y'all to stop being policemen so y'all don't get hurt." That right there is probably, out of all the text messages that I've received today and all the phone calls that I have received today, that one right there has hit close to home, because now you got 10-year-old children in this community, 10-year-old people in this state that understand what's going on, and now they're asking their dads and their brothers and their relatives and their, you know, anybody that's affiliated with law enforcement. They're asking them to please stop, you know, so you don't get hurt, and it's just devastating. But I said this last week when this incident happened in Dallas, and I'll say it again. I said it on my Facebook page. No matter what happens, you are not going to break our faith. You're not going to break our spirit, and you're not going to break our faith. We will continue to put the uniform on every day, and we will continue to go to work every day. Now, a father of 3 sons that's on the road, I tell you, it's tough, but it's even more tougher on the moms. I mean, my wife's been walking around today, you know, just mourning these Baton Rouge families all day today. Words can't describe it.
Chief LeBlanc, thank you so much. Again, your vigil tonight at 6 o'clock. Repeat for us the location.
Yeah, so we'll be at the main fire station in Santa Monica, which is it's on Stringer Bridge Road. It's 44465 Stringer Bridge Road. And we're going to be in front of the fire station with our flagpole, with our flag down half-mast. And we have 2 fire department chaplains that's going to lead this community in prayer at 6 o'clock. And we don't have any program. This is not no big program where we're gonna hand out food and drinks and all that. We're gonna join hands at 6 o'clock today, and we're gonna pray and we're gonna love on the Baton Rouge community.
We appreciate that sentiment. I know that fire station quite well. You've taken care of me and our crews many times in some natural disasters. We were then coming together, and we thank you for bringing some folks together in this, which is tragic. And your sweet little girl that wrote, "Please stop being a police officer." Thank God that you, your sons, and so many will not.
No, we like I said, we're not. No matter how many people are hurting, when this right here is not going to break our faith.
Chief James LeBlanc from the Santa Monica Fire Department, thank you so much.
We appreciate it. You know, that's one community down the road that's looking at our city, as is most of the nation, and trying to take care of our own. We still will remind you that the suspect is dead, but there is an officer that is fighting for his life right now in the hospital in extremely bad shape. So that family is nowhere out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. So if you need to focus some good thoughts, that would be something that you'd probably want to watch out for.
Prayer vigil stretching from Santa Monica to, as you just heard him give the information, the fire chief, to Zachary this evening near the police department. Father Bahi talking about the service happening there this evening, that there is no planned program, that it's just an opportunity for folks who are hurting of all nationalities, of all faiths, to come together and to really put your thoughts and prayers to these families who have lost loved ones, and some who have loved ones fighting for their life in the hospital right now. We will continue with programming throughout the evening. We have a look for you right there at 5 o'clock, the CBS Evening News, followed by a special edition of WAFB's 9 News at 5:30.
That's where we're going to try to wrap up everything that we have and bring you all of the information. If you need some information before then, we of course have all of our platforms going, our Facebook page, Twitter, WAFB.com. You can take us on your mobile app if you're heading to one of these services and want to be updated and see what we have for you at 5:30. If we get anything that we think that needs to be brought out, we'll of course bring it out with me and Lauren standing here, but in the meantime, we'll send alerts and let you know. And none of this is to overhype this situation. This is to put everything in perspective and put it all with what happened today in the same climate of what Baton Rouge has been going through, what Dallas went through, losing officers. And this is, of course, something that's very, very important, as you see. There's WAFB.com right now where you can see some of the pictures. And you know, we're in the video business. Obviously, this is television, but sometimes some of the stronger images are the still images, where they kind of capture a moment of what's going on.
And you see the picture below the slideshow of Montrell Jackson, a confirmed officer who lost his life connected to this morning's shooting on Airline Highway in Old Hammond. We also have the identity of Matthew Gerald from Denham Springs, an officer who died as well. Both of them fathers, family men, one of them just signing up for Baton Rouge Police over the past year, one of them a veteran, and Gerald, Officer Gerald, a veteran with the Marines as well.
Yeah, a veteran in every sense of the word. You always, when you see veterans, you thank them for their service. He put in his service overseas and with the Army, and then comes here and decides he's going to still try to give back to Baton Rouge, and that's what happened. Those pictures are probably the most important pictures we have of today. It's just looking at those faces and realizing that those were the ones who stood between your community, you, and a gunman along Airline Highway this morning. One of them was one of the first, obviously, to engage this suspect. Shots were coming, as we know, from unknown area. They didn't know exactly where it was. One of the officers that gets there and gets on his radio says, "We're being fired at. I don't know where it's coming from. I'm on Airline Highway, you know, get us some help." And help was on its way, and help got there in a matter of seconds, really. We're saying minutes, but it was literally seconds that help was getting there. And then once it got there, that same help was under fire too, and we ended up losing someone else, a sheriff's deputy, to show how much these guys have worked together back and forth in just hellacious hours and just a horrific schedule these last week or so. Montrell even talking about it on his Facebook, and I apologize for just using his first name. I don't know him personally, but I feel like I do now, and I feel like I want to know him personally after knowing what he did for us today. He wrote on his Facebook, you know, when questions about his integrity because he's a Baton Rouge police officer, says, "Just look at me, look at my actions. They speak loud and clear." And he then put there at the end that he's working these streets on, and he wanted any protesters, officers, friends, family, or whoever, if you see me and need a hug or want to say a prayer, I got you. And what is so sweet about this message from such a tough man He puts the little cop face on, the little emoji, the little cop face, and then there's a little peace sign thrown up. You know, a big, tough, burly guy like that who joined the force 10 years ago puts that little peace sign, a little caricature up there of a little police officer, and it makes me smile right now in these bad circumstances, but just to know that he was in good spirits when he did that.
Shows you how big his heart is, this message that he just wants to help anyone, and that's exactly what his uncle talked to our cameras about a few moments ago. That's exactly what you got when you dealt with Officer Montrell Jackson. It's insane to think, looking at the timeline just laid out on Louisiana State Police's Facebook page, how quickly this happened, how quickly this all happened, ending with 6 officers shot from the call at 8:40 to 8:48 when EMS had to stage a scene to render aid. In a matter of 8 minutes, this all happened that rocked our city, and we continue to give you these facts and the information that we know in this timeline. And many of you have been watching us since we started doing that, but some of you are just joining us, and that is so important to get the facts out there, what we know has happened so far, and to get the memories of these victims out there, their names, their stories, so that we can be thinking about and praying for their families tonight.
Yeah, you know, the word victim is absolutely true. It's one of those things where, but it's hard to, when you see these Baton Rouge police officers or sheriff's deputies, they're tough in their core because of what they do. So when you think of victim, you think of somebody who's, you know, been hurt upon. Well, they have, but you know, these are strong men who get out there every day and just put their lives on the line. And victim doesn't sum up what they did. They're heroes today for standing in between us and a guy walking down Airline Highway on a Sunday morning as people are trying to get to church with a rifle. That's just exactly what it is. It's not our opinion. It's just fact that there were 6 of them that at least 6 of them that we know of got in there and got close enough to where they got shot. Now these weren't there were only 6 people that responded. This was all kinds of people that did, and unfortunately 3 of them lost their lives, and they're off to a better place, we hope. We know though their families are still here, and those are the ones that are still grieving, and we have one family that's hoping against hope and praying and doing all kinds of things at the hospital as we speak.
We're talking about young children here. In the case of Matthew Gerald, we're told he has a 3-year-old daughter and a 9-year-old stepdaughter. In the case of Montrell Jackson, a 3-month-old, from what we're learning. These are young kids who have lost their fathers in the line of duty protecting us.
That's just it. When you look at their Facebook profiles, you see what their families are going through. We saw that shot earlier of his uncle, and I'm sure we'll have that full interview coming up for you in a little bit more than 30 minutes on our special edition of 9 News, where we can let you hear from the families. And that's an important part of the story too. Those families want to go out there and they want you to know what's happened to their loved one, and they want you to know something that they're proud of. I mean, they obviously never want to be in this circumstance, but now that they are, a lot of these families, and you saw that brave uncle of Montrell Jackson, he wants you to know why his nephew did it, why his nephew did what he did in serving the Baton Rouge Police Department, the fact that he'd been on the force for 10 years, asked his uncle to write a letter of recommendation before he sent in his application to the Baton Rouge Police Department. His uncle said, I didn't have to make anything up, I just spoke from the heart. And you can only imagine what was in that letter recommending his nephew for a job, and then some 10 years later, the worst case scenario, just the most horrible thing ever that you can think of with a police officer has happened.
Well, you saw, obviously, he's probably in a bit of shock losing his nephew, but you could tell how proud he was talking to the camera to speak about him immediately. I mean, he's just lost his nephew, and to be able to come out and be brave and talk about who he was as a man and an officer, that says a lot about what Officer Montrell Jackson's family thought of him and how proud they are of him.
Earlier we spoke with David Begnaud. He is one of the CBS correspondents. He's going to be he's probably here in Baton Rouge now. He was boarding a flight in Florida, so we know a lot of the national media is coming back to Baton Rouge after having been here within the last few days. That we'll hear from CBS News in just about 6 minutes from right now, and we'll see if they have anything that we might not have, and then we're going to join you back here at 5:30. Lauren brought up earlier the timeline of events. It's on Louisiana State Police Facebook page, and it was something that Colonel Edmonson talked about, but literally 8:40, Baton Rouge Police Department officers at the convenience store observed an individual wearing all black standing behind a beauty supply store holding a rifle. At 8:42, reports were received of shots fired. We heard some of those reports. At 8:44, reports were received of officers down on the scene. That is that video tape the dispatch calls that we've been playing for you, the audio. A minute later, at 8:45, reports were received of more shots fired. At 8:46, a minute later, reports were received of the suspect wearing all black standing near a car wash located near the convenience store. The East Baton Rouge Sheriff's deputies then reported that officers were hit. At approximately 8:48, EMS began staging at the scene to render aid. They were trying to get in, but obviously it was not a complete safe scene for them to get in, and you can imagine how they wanted to try and get there. Officers engaged the suspect. He ultimately died at the scene. This is all from State Police. The Louisiana State Police and multiple agencies responded to the scene in an attempt to secure the area and identify any possible suspects and further threats in the area. They have told us that they do not believe there are any further threats to that area. This is a live shot right now of Airline Highway. There are no perceived threats, and if people are watching this, they're wondering, well, why are they still there? It's because that's a very active crime scene, and they have to analyze any information. This guy was walking down Airline Highway with a rifle. Who knows what he might have thrown something out, but that might be evidence in this. There might be a note nearby. There could be anything. I'm literally just going off the top of my head, but this is a very big area, but they have to try and see if they can get any information that will help us get some answers as to why this happened. Of course, there is no real answer to this. It's senseless, but we can at least garner some information that will help us perhaps prevent something like this from happening again.
Greg, I can speak for both of us when I say we love this city. Neither one of us born here, but we've been here for quite some time. You especially now. We've seen the hearts of people wanting to give immediately after something like this happened. We want those donations, that support, to get directly to the affected families. And we are hearing from people that a lot of GoFundMe accounts have been set up. Make sure before we hear officially from law enforcement and some of these families that you're donating to the right cause, because my goodness, we want that support, that help to get to them. We don't want it to go to someone taking advantage of a situation like this. The hearts are so great here in Baton Rouge. Our city is so great. And moving forward, we know there are going to be a lot of people wanting to give, whether it's money, blood donations, and those hours going to be extended at several of the locations here in Baton Rouge throughout the week.
That's such a terrific point, and if you think about it, those families right now that are involved, the one you saw on TV a moment ago of these officers, some that are injured and some that have lost their lives, they will be taken care of in the immediate time. That's not to say that they won't need help, but right now they have plenty of help and plenty of support around them. So there is no rush right now to get to a GoFundMe page and give, and thank God we have people out there that have hearts that want to do that in this immediate few hours after this tragedy has happened. But maybe you can wait a few days and we'll have time to verify some of these, and we'll of course post those on WAFB.com. My guess is how there has been before, there will be a fund set up to where you can help these officers' families, especially the ones who have young children. Gerald, of course, young kids.
And Montrell Jackson. And
both.
Speaking of that, Greg, we were on the timeline of the State Police Facebook page, and I just happened to scroll up and see their cover photo, and it's touching. It's a sign that clearly some children have made for them that says, "Don't give up, believe in yourself." That's what one child writes. Another child writes, "I prayed for you." And that's really telling. There are a lot of children watching this chaos unfold in our city and in our country, thinking about law enforcement right now and asking a lot of questions. You heard from the fire chief there in Sanama. He has heard, "Why do you have to be a police officer, an officer now? We don't want you to get hurt." And that's what they go out there and have in the back of their minds as they do this. That's what these two men had in the back of their minds as they headed out on a Sunday morning to, again, we can't call it a routine call anymore.
You know, children are so honest in this, in that picture that you're talking about where they say to Louisiana State Police, "I prayed for you." That's not somebody saying, "Oh, I'm going to pray for you," and then never get around to it. That's a little child saying, "I prayed, ED, I prayed for you," meaning that they've already said a prayer for you, and that in itself is beautiful. Montrell Jackson, he's the officer there on the left side of your screen. We had pulled this Facebook post from him on July 8th at 11:32. He was saying he was tired physically and emotionally, to show just how much this had gotten across the lines. We're talking about, obviously, with the Alton Sterling situation and him being a black man. There was obviously race involved in that part, and he said, "I'm disappointed in some family and friends and officers for reckless comments, but hey, that's what's in your heart." So even then he was saying, you know, that this is a very trying thing and that this is what happened, but he also wanted to thank everyone who had reached out to him or his wife and saying that it was needed and much appreciated. He writes in his Facebook post, "I swear to God I love this city, but I wonder if this city loves me. In uniform, I get nasty, hateful looks, and out of uniform, some consider me a threat. I've experienced so much in my short life, and these last 3 days have tested me to the core. When people you know begin to question your integrity, you realize they don't really know you at all. Look at my actions. They speak loud and clear." He writes that in all caps, loud and clear. Finally, I want to personally send out prayers to everyone directly affected by this tragedy. These are trying times. Please don't let hate infect your heart. It's almost as if he's speaking to us now, but this was written a week ago. And I'll say it again. These are trying times. Please do not let hate infect your heart. This city must and will get better. I'm working in these streets, so any protesters, officers, friends, family, or whoever, if you see me and need a hug or want to say a prayer, I got you. It's almost as if he's speaking about what we're dealing with right now. Obviously, we know he's not. He was talking about the actions of last week, but his words are important today.
And there you see the little emojis we were talking about. A big man like that with an offer of levity. At the very end of that, a little peace sign, a little officer there, and he has a child of his own. He has a wife of his own. We want to tell you the reason we have not gone into CBS programming right now is we feel this situation is pressing, and we want to keep telling you about it until a special report is scheduled for CBS. Golf is on right now, so I'm sure you can keep up with that online if that's what you're interested in watching. But that is why we have stayed with programming.
Let's get to Matthew Gerald now. He's from the Denham Springs area. He's 41 years old, works for the Baton Rouge Police Department, former Marine, former Black Hawk crew chief in the Army, lost his life this morning. He graduated from the academy back in March. He was married. He had 2 children, a daughter and a stepdaughter. And now those are among the ones that are mourning, and mourning is probably not even a good word. They're probably in shock right now thinking about what they have done. But, you know, we saw big, tough Montrell Jackson, a great Baton Rouge police officer. Here's another big, tough guy that, you know, lost his life this morning. And I'm meaning big and tough, thinking that they were out there where nobody wanted to be. Who would ever in their right mind want to be where somebody is shooting a rifle at you? Obviously no one, but it takes tough people, it takes integrity, it takes people who are brave to go out there and do that, because if they don't, that suspect gets out into Airline Highway, God forbid, Hammond Air Shopping Center right there, and we have a whole different situation. So they literally, when you hear them say, oh, they put their lives on the line, or, you know, that sounds cliche, well, that is literally what happened this morning. They stood between you and a gunman on Airline Highway, and he, being a former Marine and former Black Hawk crew chief there in the Army, had tremendous training and a tremendous amount of experience taking it in. He had only been with the Baton Rouge Police Department for less than a year, but all of that service, and we have so many veterans. Some of them are in my own family that I married into here in Baton Rouge that are our police officers and sheriff's deputies, and their expertise is well needed on the streets of Baton Rouge.
We heard from Chief Davity earlier in the press conference at State Police Headquarters that he wants all BRPD officers to know that he supports them, that this is a united front. He said this is a united front, make no mistake about that. And the East Baton Rouge Sheriff saying that we'll get through this with God's help. Mayor Kip Holden saying let peace prevail in Baton Rouge and in this parish. Boy, wouldn't it be nice if that happened. And we never saw anything like this again in our city.
I think it was very telling, Lauren, and it is, as you see the officers' pictures there on your screen, plenty of you want to help, and obviously there will be time to do that starting tomorrow. You'll be able to give blood and help out the city that's probably lost a lot of blood. We're all bleeding now as we think about this. You'll be able to do that. You'll be able to donate money to help these officers' families. Sometimes money goes so much further, but let's wait on some of these GoFundMes until we are able to confirm them, and that's not going to hurt anybody because you know there will still be plenty of time, and there are plenty of people there that are just loving on those families, and that's what they need right now.
At a time like this, there are no sides. And this is a time tonight for people to come together and love on each other and pray, or just be together and think about these families. We've had several faith-based communities talk about that they want people of all faiths, all colors, all backgrounds to come together in Sanoma, in Zachary, at possibly your church service you're attending this evening. This isn't a time to debate anything. According to many of these officials, these men have lost their lives, and that's what happened. That's what we know to have happened, and they were just doing their job.
Let's get now to Grant Mulkins. He's been all day outside of Our Lady of the Lake Hospital, where the scene has changed and unfolded, and some of the officers were taken there and being treated. Graham, what can you tell us?
Guys, not much has changed in the last few hours here. It's still what they're calling controlled access, where police officers with rifles are still checking every vehicle that comes into the emergency department here, making sure that no one comes on the campus with guns or anything. But I can tell you that the pile of water bottles and food is growing as people still are coming by to drop off flowers, drop off food and supplies for the officers who are standing guard here at the hospital.
We're going to get his microphone situation squared away and get back to him in just a moment. But as you saw there, a growing memorial outside of Our Lady of the Lake Hospital. We saw that first young man from Slidell who had just moved to Baton Rouge lay that flower down earlier today as the officers stood outside of the medical facility monitoring each car coming in. And what you said earlier is so true. We're used to seeing some of those guys. One of the officers we saw armed and with everything on. We normally see him at Live After 5, having a good time, just making sure people know he's keeping them safe. And now a different day for him outside of Our Lady of the Lake, making sure that everyone gets the medical attention they need. But again, that's behind him where his brothers are. That's where his brothers are in surgery, and some have died.
Yeah, and the one that is in surgery is in big time need of prayers, because he is not in very good shape. We've not gotten an update directly from the hospital, but his family is there, obviously, and all of them are in that area getting the updates as close as they can. I know Sheriff Sid Gautreaux was, you could see the pain in his face as he was talking about that. And, you know, these men have extremely large forces and may not know every single one of them personally, but sometime within the years or so that people have worked together, they've come in contact with them. So they really are losing one of their own, and maybe even like a child of their own, so to speak, is they know that they have hundreds of people that go out every night and put on that badge, and every day, every morning, it doesn't have to be nighttime, it could be daylight, and something like this happens.
We already know they were tired. We already know they were depleted. They've brought in assistance from different law enforcement agencies across the country and the Louisiana Sheriff's Association Task Force. We also know LSU has its Emergency Operations Center in operation right now as families of LSU students call and check in on their students here. If they haven't heard from him, that's a good resource for those families across the United States looking at Baton Rouge right now.
They are. We're getting all kinds of folks on social media looking at Baton Rouge. All you have to do is just search the hashtag Pray Baton Rouge, and you can see that we've got support from all across the community, even all across the world. Some of you may be joining us. You might not have heard us earlier say that we were getting messages from London, England, of people saying that they're praying for our city, and it's horrible to see that another tragedy has happened in the United States involving law enforcement officers. So there are plenty of folks focusing on this small town. Sometimes that can be good. Sometimes that can be bad. Sometimes, you know, the national spotlight, things happen a little differently, sometimes in a good way and sometimes in a bad way. The only good news in this is that there won't have to be a lengthy investigation and a lengthy trial in this, because we believe that the suspect was killed. Now, that doesn't put out of the work that there could be other suspects, and we're not forgetting that we were reporting that there were 2 people detained across the river in Addis that were wearing all black clothes, had walked into the Walmart and then walked out in a different set of clothes, according to a witness. They were detained and arrested and taken to the violent crimes unit in Baton Rouge to be questioned. Their car was towed. It had a Texas license plate on it. We do not know if that is connected to this current situation. It is very similar to the suspects that the police were originally looking for, but we do not know if it's connected, and we have been told that there is no active shooter out there. There is no active scene that we need to worry about.
We want to get you back out live to Graham Mulkins. We sorted out his microphone situation. Graham is live outside of Our Lady of the Lake Medical Center. What can you tell us?
Yeah, guys, not sure how much you heard from my last report, but just going to tell you here that the situation has not changed much in the last couple of hours. Police still controlling all the vehicles that are coming in and out of the hospital here, making sure that there are no guns that come, no incidents that we had earlier in the day when a man was detained briefly because he had a gun in his car. But I can tell you that the pile of supplies is growing, folks dropping off food, water, Gatorade for these police officers, at least 2 bouquets of flowers that we've seen as well from citizens who just want to come and show police officers that the people are thinking about them today. We've heard from the hospital that we do not expect any sort of update on the condition of the critical deputy who is undergoing surgery today. They did not expect to give us any more updates, so we'll have to rely on law enforcement. But again, 3 officers were pronounced dead here at Our Lady of the Lake. We had 2 other officers that were taken here, 1 in critical condition, 1 in fair condition, and the other one at Baton Rouge General Bluebonnet, also still listed in fair condition. So of course everyone concerned about that 1 deputy who is still in critical condition, and we are still waiting for updates on that after he's out of surgery, guys.
Okay, Graham Elkins, thank you very much for that. We should expect some news on that deputy very soon as we're starting to get some information from the hospital there. So we expect to have that information to you very soon. We have 6 officers shot in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. 3 are dead. Here are pictures of 2 of them, Officer Montrell Jackson and Officer Matthew Gerald. It's important to look at these pictures, I think. I hope that you do as well, and it's important for us to tell you a little bit about them. Montrell Jackson got into got an idea in his head that he wanted to be a Baton Rouge police officer about 10 years ago. He was 22 years old then. He's 32 years old now when he lost his life. He went to his uncle and said, "Can you write me a letter of recommendation?" And the uncle did that and said he did it from his heart, said that Montrell always wanted to be a police officer and very much enjoyed doing that, that he enjoyed being a cop, let's put it that way. Now, Matthew Gerald, he is from the Denham Springs area. He served our country already. He is a veteran. He has served in wartime as being the crew chief of a Black Hawk unit overseas in the desert, to come back to Baton Rouge and lose his life protecting us.
Both fathers of young children who now must grow up with this story of their dads. And you know, that's tough to wrap around when you think of these young kids and what their moms are going to have to tell them growing up about what happened, and as they remember these brave men. We have Senator Bill Cassidy standing by, ready to talk to us. I saw he was very active on Twitter talking about this situation throughout the day. Good evening to you, sir.
Thank you. Good evening to you.
Family still, you live in this community, your family lives here in this community, and you also have the task of being a United States Senator, and you know, what can you do from Washington to help us, that kind of thing. What's just your message for the people here right now?
First, we have to comfort the families. None of us can conceive of losing a husband or a father, and yet 3 families have done so. We also have to not let the hate in the evil person that murdered these officers destroy what is good in our community. We've got a long ways to go, but we've come a long ways. And I think that's what we need to focus on, and don't let the evil in this man triumph over the good that is in this community.
What can be done, or what has been happening in Washington to help out with these horrible relationships that we have sometimes with police and the community? I know you're way off there in Washington, but you have an effect here. Were the things being done?
I'm sorry, I can hardly hear you.
I just wonder if what's being done in Washington that can help the folks here in this situation.
Obviously, we as a nation need to do much. Tim Scott, a Republican senator from South Carolina who happens to be African American, spoke on the Senate floor last week. I was able to hear him, and he spoke of federal, state, local, and individual level. And he said it really begins, though, with the individual, because until we build the bridges that allow those who may not trust each other to trust each other, almost anything else that's done doesn't work. On the other hand, we know that the economy has been terrible these last 8 years. Families are stressed. That's particularly true for working and middle-class families. If we have better policies that create jobs, that's good. But let's not hide the fact. The man that was the murderer today is an evil man, or was an evil man. And no matter what the federal government does, it's hard to stamp out evil.
We know you from your connections not only in Louisiana and Washington, also the medical community, and you are a man of faith. What were you doing this morning, Senator Cassidy? I've been to church with you before over at the chapel. Have you had conversations with your congregation, people in the faith-based community here in Baton Rouge about what the next step is in the wake of this tragedy?
So I was teaching first graders, and my wife, who teaches the kindergarten, came next door to tell me. And we just paused, and with those children we prayed for the families that had lost their loved ones. And then the minister was speaking about how life is not always easy, but nonetheless, that's not a reason to not have faith. Last week, people from my church, which is predominantly white, went to a church which is predominantly black to try and bring our communities together. And a woman who's African American passed a note to somebody in my church saying, "Thank you for being here. It restores my faith that people really want to build bridges." And that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you very much, Senator Cassidy. We appreciate you joining us and taking time out. And I understand that you're doing things behind the scenes, and we appreciate that. It's important to note, and we echo those comments, that government can't fix all of this stuff. Sometimes we have to fix each other, and that literally means reaching out and touching your brother. Senator Cassidy, thank you very much. We appreciate you joining us. And we talk about race in this because Baton Rouge has been in the middle of a horrific situation with race, dealing with the Alton Sterling killing, and that was just now a little bit more than a week ago. And that has what Baton Rouge has been framing all of its problems around in this last week or so, is in race. And we had the officers killed in Dallas because they were targeted, because they were white police officers. Well, here you have it there on your screen. It couldn't say it any more plainly that this is an issue that's affecting everyone. You have obviously both sides of the spectrum there, and that's just the two officers that we have pictures of. There's a third officer who has died as well, but we know that this is not just affecting white officers, it's not just affecting black officers, it's not just affecting black people, it's not just affecting North Baton Rouge, South Baton Rouge. This is everybody. This is Airline Highway on a Sunday when people are on their way to church or on their way to do whatever they want to do to get their Sunday going, and this happens. This is not a hood problem. This is not a problem that the more affluent communities don't understand. This is Airline Highway. Everybody uses that. And these are black officers and white officers that were involved in this and lost their lives.
And from what we know, the gunman had no ties to our community. We will continue to learn more about him as we move forward. Those are the names we want you to remember and think about tonight: Officer Montrell Jackson and Officer Matthew Gerald. The name of the gunman, after we learned that information, we have heard that he is from Kansas City, Missouri. There is a live look at the city where we are told Gavin Long is from, and for some reason was in Baton Rouge on a Sunday morning, from what we're told, dressed in dark clothing, carrying a rifle. And that's what we know so far about this man.
The Kansas City Star, which is a newspaper from Kansas City, Missouri, there is reporting that the suspect went to the University of Alabama and was on the dean's list there, which is no easy thing to do. That is from the Kansas City Star, a terrific newspaper there in Missouri, reporting that the suspect in this, Gavin Long, I believe is his name, I've not committed it to memory yet, was on the dean's list at the University of Alabama. That's the reporting from our news partners there. There will be a lot of attention focused on him, law enforcement attention focused on him, so they can try and figure out how he ended up from Kansas City, University of Alabama, then to Baton Rouge with a gun, and then dead after doing all this on his birthday. Today is his birthday.
Wow. We will have a special edition of 9 News at 5:30 going over the events that have begun to unfold. Just after 8:40 is when that first call came in at Airline Highway in Old Hammond. So much has happened. We've learned so much since then, including the 2 names of officers who lost their lives defending us. One East Baton Rouge Parish deputy we have not identified, but he also lost his life, and 3 other officers and deputies are fighting for their lives right now, one in surgery, the other two have sustained injuries from the shooting that happened.
Yeah, it's not that we're not talking about the other officer who lost his life, the sheriff's deputy. We just have not identified him yet, or do not feel comfortable enough with the identification that we have and putting it out there. We're trying to be very studious in that and just report the facts to you. But there are some things that we want to talk to you about just to let you know, and there are some things that we may not we just hope that will fit into this investigation. We're trying to get the most accurate information out to you. There is no, we don't benefit at all by putting out anything that might not be right, so we're working diligently to try and do all that. Part of that information came from the state police news conference along with the governor that happened today. The men did not take questions, so we do not know anything further about any additional suspects. They did start off the press conference by saying and iterating several times that there is no active shooter out there. There is no one to be scared of at this point, that the suspect who did this Gavin Long, they did not identify him, but we have since identified him, was killed there at the scene. We do know 2 other people were taken into custody and questioned. We do not know if they are connected to this or not. That's just the way it stands. We're going to, Lauren, I guess, listen into a recap of this news conference that we heard earlier that kind of give us just some information and what the folks said.
This is just a recap. This will not be live. This is from earlier.
Is accurate. Today at approximately 8:40 a.m., several Louisiana law enforcement officers were shot near Airline Highway and Old Hammond Highway. A call came into Central Dispatch of the Baton Rouge City Police Department saying that there was a guy carrying a weapon, carrying a rifle, walking in that particular area at Airline and Goodwood. That was the information that came into us. Multiple officers were transported to local hospitals for treatment. I will tell you that 3 officers have died from injuries, 2 from the Baton Rouge Police Department, and 1 from the East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's Office. 1 East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's deputy is in critical condition, just got out of surgery a short time ago. The sheriff and the chief are going to speak on those. 2 additional officers suffered non-life-threatening wounds. They are in stable condition at the hospital now. At approximately 8:40 a.m., Baton Rouge PD officers at the convenience store observed the individual. He was wearing all black, standing behind a beauty supply store, holding a rifle. At approximately 8:42 a.m., reports received of shots fired. At approximately 8:44 a.m., reports received of officers down on the scene. At 8:45, reports received of more shots being fired. At 8:46 a.m., reports received of the suspect, again, that was wearing all black, standing near a car wash located right next to the convenience store. At 8:48, our emergency EMS unit started arriving at the scene. They were staging so they could start approaching and getting the bodies that were at the scene to render first aid. Officers engaged the subject at that particular time, and he ultimately died at the scene. That was officers that were responding to the scene itself. State police and multiple agencies responded to the scene in an attempt to secure the area and identify possible potential suspects and further threats in the area. We in law enforcement ask the public, look, stay vigilant. We want you that if you see something that is suspicious, and you know what's suspicious and out of the ordinary in your particular area, call your local police department. You know that number, call that particular number. If you need one from us, and we ask that if you see suspicious activity and you don't contact your local police department, call the following number. It is 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-CALL-FBI. 1-800-225-5324. 1-800-225-5324. 1-800-CALL-FBI. Again, we do not have an active shooter scenario in the city of Baton Rouge. We are working the investigation. It's going to take us in multiple directions. A lot of leads out there we're following on. You can help us as the public. If you see something out of the ordinary, please call us. And again, we'll have a 1 p.m. press conference tomorrow afternoon, and we'll completely update you on anything that's going on with this. Sheriff.
Thank you, Colonel. As the Colonel has just stated, we've had 6 officers that were shot today in East Baton Rouge Parish, 3 of which are Baton Rouge City police officers, 2 of which are deceased. 1 is still alive, and Chief Dabadie will speak to those individuals in a minute. We've had 3 East Baton Rouge Parish Sheriff's deputies that were shot. 1 that is deceased, 45-year-old. One is in critical condition, fighting for his life as we speak, 41-year-old, and one had non-life-threatening injuries. He's in surgery now. He's 51-year-old. Each one of these individuals married. Each one of these individuals have family. We're grieving as a law enforcement community. We're grieving for each other. We're grieving for our loss, and we're grieving for our families. And we ask for your prayers. Not only for us, like I say, for the deputies, but the families and the co-workers. As law enforcement, we are a family, and we stand here together, as you can see. But our number one priority is the safety of our community, the safety of the people that live here, the safety of law enforcement. We've activated the Louisiana Sheriff's Association Task Force, and as you can see behind me, several of my fellow sheriffs are here. And we want to assure you that we are having a coordinated effort that is going forward to ensure that we continue to provide the services necessary to protect the citizens of this parish. With God's help, we will get through this. To me, this is not so much about gun control as it is about what's in men's hearts. And until we come together as a nation, as a people, to heal as a people, if we don't do that and this madness continues, we will surely perish as a people. So I would just ask for your prayers and your support for all of the families of those that are involved here today, and continue to pray for this parish, this city, this state, and this nation.
It's with a heavy heart that I stand here today. As the others have said, we've had 6 officers shot today. 3 of those officers would be RPD officers. 2 were killed in the line of duty. One is 41 years old and has just under a year of service. The other is 32 years old with 10 years of service. Our one non-life-threatening injury officer was 41 years old, and he has 9 years of service. We would ask that for prayers from this community, for our officers, for our families, for the families that have been affected by today's senseless shootings that went on this morning. Prayers for all law enforcement, not just BRPD, but for all of us. As the sheriff and the colonel have said, we stand united, and this is a united front. Make no mistake about that. This is very united. Public safety remains our priority, and we will continue to do our job in the light of what's happened. We have several agencies from outside that are coming in to lend support and help. Our officers have been depleted for the last 12, 14 days. So there's other agencies who are coming in to help us and back us up. And that is for this community's safety. As the sheriff said, we've activated the Sheriff's Task Force, and it is a coordinated effort going forward. We'll get through this as a family. We'll get through this as a community. But I want all of the BRPD officers to know that I support you. Every single one of them, I stand with you, I stand beside you, and we are going to get through this, and we're going to get through this together. This is not going to tarnish this city or this department. We're going to move forward. Thank you.
This is indeed a tragic day for the city of Baton Rouge. On behalf of the Attorney General of the United States and myself, I want to offer my condolences to the family as well as the officers that are involved in this shooting. I can promise you, with the backing of the Department of Justice and the Attorney General, all federal law enforcement assets that are needed will be given to this investigation. We will go wherever it takes us to